Blood from his eye ran down Hans's face. He could barely restrain himself from screaming out in unbearable pain, gritting his teeth. The young man felt his head splitting apart, the throbbing pain preventing him from focusing on what was happening around him. Suddenly, Hans noticed his own blood running down his trembling, unusually thin arms. The guy turned his head towards the loud noises and heard people shouting for everyone to come together. It was the village army, demanding that the guards immediately organize to defend the settlement against the impending threat. Hans looked at the people in medieval costumes in confusion, wondering if he was on a movie set. Despite the strangeness of the situation, everything around seemed strangely familiar to the skinny young man, as if he had been here before. Suddenly, one of the warriors was pierced through with huge claws, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Hans saw a huge wolf-like beast that let out an eerie howl that made everyone around it freeze in horror. There was a heavy odor of blood coming from the monster. It was obvious that it was a ruthless predator that would stop at nothing. The moment the young man saw this creature, everything instantly became clearer. The bipedal monster Wolfricon was standing in front of him. Hans thought about the soldiers who had just died in an unequal battle with the monster, their lives cut short so suddenly. The young man remembered the famous Black Ring of Bantha, a place of testing that he had passed many times in his past life. A memory of parents deciding to name their newborn son Hans suddenly appeared in front of the boy's eyes. The voices of the village children rang in his ears, shouting after him that hurry up, Hans, don't fall behind. The skinny young man remembered the locals asking him where he was going again to gather herbs in the dangerous forest. His fellow villagers warned Hans about the dangers of the poisonous plants he collected for his strange experiments. The guy was almost going crazy with the flood of memories that swarmed in his head, causing bouts of excruciating pain. Hans realized with horror that these were the memories of the very dead people whose names echoed in his mind. The young man suddenly realized why this place seemed so familiar to him, as if he had lived here his whole life. It was the village of Aram, located near the famous Black Ring, about which legends were written. The monster, having massacred the soldiers, was sniffing around looking for more victims, its bloody maw hungry for fresh blood. Wolfricon heard a rustle behind him and turned around sharply, baring his razor-sharp fangs. The skinny guy realized his mistake when the monster's fierce eyes stopped on him, a lust for killing red in them. The beast, without wasting a second, rushed toward Hans, intent on tearing him apart with its deadly claws. The young man realized that at this rate his life would end very quickly. His body was too weak to fight. The only thought in Hans' mind was to keep his cool. It was the only way he had a chance to survive. The boy picked up the dead soldier's weapon, trying to remain calm, though his hands treacherously shook with fear. Holding the pole in his hands, Hans saw a huge monster rushing toward him at lightning speed, the ground trembling beneath its paws. Wolfricon had already prepared his sharp claws for the killing blow, his eyes glowing with the anticipation of the kill. The monster with one blow broke the boy's weapon, which served as the last barrier between him and imminent death. Hans screamed in unbearable pain as the monster's claws dug into his flesh, leaving deep bleeding wounds. The young man fell to the ground, realizing that it was almost impossible to resist such a powerful creature. In his clouded mind there was only one thought. Would he really die so ignominiously here? With weakening hearing, the boy distinguished the sound of the monster's approaching paws, which were getting closer and closer to him. Wolfricon's gaze, filled with primal malice, pierced through Hans, paralyzing his will to resist. Suddenly the young man had an epiphany. He couldn't just give up. He couldn't afford to die without a fight. Hans knew he had to act immediately, but his whole body was gripped by a paralyzing fear of impending doom. The boy tried desperately to move to create some distance between himself and the enraged beast. He was getting absolutely nowhere, and the monster was inexorably closing the distance, preparing to deliver the final killing blow. Suddenly someone's voice cut through the air, shouting out the guy's name Hans, causing Wolfricon to stop for a moment. The stranger swiftly flew in between Hans and the monster, ready to defend the wounded young man at the cost of his own life. The savior decisively swung his spear, aiming directly at the monster's eye. His movements were fast and precise. The red-haired stranger worriedly asked Hans about his condition, checking to see if he was seriously injured. Hans suddenly remembered the name of his savior. It was Flop, his old friend and childhood playmate. The red-haired boy looked at Hans reproachfully, asking why he was sitting in the middle of danger, if he was tired of living. Wolfricon, flashing his fierce eyes, opened his huge mouth again, preparing to attack both young men at once. Flop irritably shouted to the monster that he was busy talking and didn't want to be interrupted at such an important moment. The red-haired guy made a deceptive maneuver with his weapon and suddenly threw it with incredible strength and accuracy. Flop's spear struck Wolfricon right in the heart area, causing the monster to roar in pain and pull back. Flop, flashing his eyes, belligerently shouted to Wolfricon that he would definitely kill him if he dared to attack again. The red-haired youth was determined, preparing for another attack on the monster, clutching his spare weapon tightly in his hands. "Just a dumb mongrel," Flop muttered, once again piercing through the monster with incredible accuracy and force. Wulfricon's eyes blazed with fierce fire, his wound bleeding, but the beast was still a dangerous opponent. Flop turned to Hans, who did not react in any way, as if he were in a deep daze. The red-haired guy irritably asked his comrade how long he was going to sit there instead of acting. Suddenly, the young man quietly replied that he wasn't actually Hans, which caused extreme surprise on Flop's face. Flop didn't understand what his friend was talking about, thinking that he had just gone crazy with fear, and was now interfering with the fight. The red-haired warrior ordered Hans to go help others with weapons, or do something useful instead of inactivity. Hans realized that he couldn't even explain the strange situation he found himself in, inhabiting a strange body in an unfamiliar world. Flop started to get even angrier, asking why Hans chose to ignore him and what was going on with him today. The young man gradually realized the unbelievable truth. He really had taken over the body of a guy named Hans in this strange world. The reborn didn't know why he was here, or who this Hans whose body he now occupied really was. The boy decided that it was more important to understand how to survive in this dangerous world than to understand the reasons for his rebirth. The young man wondered how such a transfer from one world to another, from one body to another, was even possible. Hans remembered that these lands were home to monsters with special character and talents, the ferocious Wulfricons. Those monsters had taken over the vault a few days ago to hunt humans, and must have already destroyed it completely. Suddenly, the lad realized that this was the first training in the famous Black Ring of Bantha, a trial for beginners. This is where the great adventures of heroes, about whom legends were written, where their strength and courage were forged. Hans was in a real state of anticipation, knowing that the legendary hero Kadiz must soon appear in these lands. Meeting Kadiz was the only chance of salvation for a weakling like him, unable to stand up to the monsters. The young man ran forward, his gaze was determined. He had already outlined his goal, to find a safe haven for the time being. After running just a few meters, Hans felt very tired. The physical form of this body left much to be desired. The boy was relieved to realize that he had reached a great hiding place, an old stable that could hide him from the monsters. Once inside the stables, Hans was glad for the opportunity to take a little rest from his exhausting run and regain his strength. The young man was insanely exhausted. For such a weak body, even a small physical effort seemed like an impossible task. Hans discovered horse feces in the stables, and realized that they would help get rid of the human smell by hiding it from the monsters. The boy decided to put his fastidiousness aside, realizing that now was not the time for squeamishness and cleanliness. This unpleasant act was only necessary to survive and nothing else. After Hans wore himself out, he heard the desperate cries of people calling for help, their voices tearing the air. The young man convinced himself that he shouldn't worry about others, as there was no way he could help in his current state. As he heard the cries for help, Hans decided to pretend not to hear them, though each cry echoed with pain in his heart. The horrible pleas of people asking for salvation tormented the young man's soul, causing him to feel an agonizing sense of guilt. Unable to stand it, Hans decided to look out the stable window to see what was really going on outside. The boy smiled as he saw someone in the distance and whispered hopefully that there he was, recognizing the familiar silhouette. It was a legendary game character who had raided the monsters, his armor gleaming in the rays of the setting sun. Hans looked at the one who had become the hero of the Silver Moon, the great Kadiz of whom songs and legends were written. The young man remembered that at the end of the training, the main boss would be the king of these monsters, the mighty silver griffin Durkan. For a moment, Hans felt horror as he pictured Durkan killing Kadiz, tearing off the great hero's head with a single blow. Two opposing sides, a noble knight and a ferocious monster, came face to face in a deadly battle. Kadiz, fully focused on the battle, was aware of his incredible strength. The great warrior's confidence knew no bounds. The hero swung his legendary weapon to kill the monster, but Wulfricon was quicker, seizing the initiative. Hans watched in utter shock, for the young man's thoughts were filled with the certainty of rescue from the monsters. The young man understood the inevitability of loss, but Kadiz had to survive. The reason for the hero's easy defeat remained a mystery. Hans realized the continuation of the story far beyond current events, with the possibility of change at any moment. Guy had hoped for the existence of a rebirth system in this world game. Kadiz's return seemed inevitable. Looking at the breathless body of the hero, the young man mentally begged the great warrior to rise, denying his final demise. Hans remembered the cardinal rule of survival, which was to remain calm under any dangerous circumstances. The boy realized with horror that there was no hope of rescue without Kadiz returning to the world of living things. The realization came suddenly. The only savior for the young man could only be Hans himself, without the help of outsiders. If the original training plan was followed, the possibility of an additional chance of survival became a real possibility. Hans was well versed in the mechanics of this world, gaining an advantage over the other participants in the challenge. Survival required risky action, a plan instantly matured in the resourceful young man's mind. Hans quickly bent over the dead soldier's body for his weapon, preparing for decisive action against his enemies. The young man remembered the former pleasure of playing as Cadis, admiring the hero's strength and bravery in the virtual world. The boy's mind suddenly flashed back to memories of hard childhood workouts, exhausting body and spirit. Before Hans' eyes were pictures of training with various weapons for the sake of superiority over his opponents. The young man remembered the battle against the huge bear, instilling fear and despair in all creatures encountered. The memories clearly belonged to another person, a character with snow-white hair, not Hans himself. Hans realized with amazement the belonging of the memory to Cadis himself, which had somehow entered the young man's mind. After seeing pictures of the past, the young man froze in a daze, stunned by the access to the legendary hero's memory. The weapon in Hans' hands glowed strangely with a yellow glow, spreading magical energy along the entire length of the blade. Hans realized the need to return to reality, gathering all his resolve before the deadly battle with the monsters. The guy began to realize the unique possibility of changing fate if all the assumptions made were correct. Survival depended on using the knowledge and power Cadis had gained against the ferocious Wolfricons. Hans understood the value of a single chance without the possibility of trying again in the future. The young man pondered the propriety of his actions in an unpredictable situation between life and death. The lack of choice required Hans to use the right moment to make a decisive attack against the enemy. Defeating a major opponent required a perfectly timed jump at the right moment in the battle. In the distance, a silver wolf with a majestic mane slowly sought out a new victim among the surviving humans. On the monster's back, Hans noticed a strange crystal emitting a faint flicker in the surrounding semi-darkness. The young man's gaze on Durkan was accompanied by a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, before a decisive lunge at his enemy. Waiting for the perfect moment to attack, Hans jumped with the intention of destroying the monster with one precise strike. A swift downward flight from the rooftop aimed the weapon directly at the monster's vulnerable spot, the glowing crystal. Hans's forward-facing weapon was ready to plunge into the monster's back, aiming for the mysterious stone. The huge Durkan didn't even realize that a crushing blow that could end the monster's life was coming. Hans, hitting Durkan, shouted a death wish to the wolf leader, putting all the rage into every word of the attack. The young man plunged his dagger straight into the silver wolf's back, aiming for the vulnerable spot between the monster's shoulder blades. The monster began to growl and howl in unbearable pain, the sounds of agony echoing throughout the village, terrifying the survivors. Durkan had not at all expected such a sudden attack, caught off guard by the weak man's bold assault. The monster tried to violently throw Hans off his back, but all attempts proved futile due to the force of the blow. Hans thrust his weapon deeper and deeper into the beast's back, feeling the blade penetrate the beast's tough hide. The young man shouted a question to the monster about understanding what was happening, savoring the moment of superiority over a powerful enemy. Hans reported the cracked spine to Durkan with satisfaction, watching the defeated Wolf King's reaction. The monster's gaze suddenly changed, becoming much more aggressive, filled with a deadly hatred for the man. Durkan lost control of his body, falling helplessly to his knees before his defiant opponent struck. The monster was unable to control its own body. Its mouth was drooling, showing the extent of its defeat. Hans continued to strike with his weapon, unable to stop, intoxicated by the unexpected advantage in the fight. Durkan still managed to pull himself together, and with a strong movement he threw the guy off his back, regaining control. Hans flew back a few meters, losing the advantage of position and a temporary sense of superiority over his enemy. The young man was in maddening pain after hitting the ground hard. The young man's body was pierced by the sharp pain from the fall. Hans regretfully reflected on the lack of depth in his sword strike, analyzing the reasons for his failure in defeating the monster. A glance at Durkan confirmed his worst fears. Events were not going according to the young man's plan at all. Silvergreave remained as aggressive as before, the wound on his back only making the mighty beast angrier. Someone's familiar voice inquired as to the reason for the lack of corpses in the warehouse, hinting at the monster's previous presence. Fellow comrade Flop came to the rescue, ready to finish off the horrible creature and save his friend from imminent doom. The red-haired youth attacked the monster from the back, preparing a fatal blow to an already wounded spot on his enemy's body. Flop pierced the monster's back with his weapon, aiming for the same wound that the exhausted Hans had inflicted earlier. The red-haired boy clenched his teeth, preparing to strike the hardest blow of his life, putting all the rage he had accumulated into it. The effort was futile. Durkan survived by swiping his paw to dislodge the weapon, showing incredible survivability. The flop was thrown back by his opponent with the same ease with which Hans had previously been thrown back, losing his advantage. Upon landing, the red-haired youth asked his friend in surprise as to the reason for his unusual behavior, instead of his usual fleeing. Hans realized the impossibility of escape due to his desire to kill the monster. Realizing the importance of destroying the leader of the wolves, the flop reminded of the lack of chances against a powerful opponent, to which Hans responded by vowing to survive at all costs. The young man firmly declared his desire to live, showing for the first time a determination uncommon to the former owner of this body. After displaying unexpected bravery, Hans fell to the ground, completely exhausted from the incredible tension of the battle. The young man's eyes were flooded with childhood memories of two friends standing on a cliff near the grave of a loved one. Flop then seriously promised to become much stronger to protect his loved ones from the dangers of this cruel world. The red-haired boy's vow to prevent the tragedy from happening again sounded sincere, filling his heart with determination. Hans realized his complete indifference to other people's memories, as his real identity was different from his former body master. Determination to do his best within the limits of his strength filled the young man's heart, ready to fight to the end. Hans was willing to do anything to survive. The value of his own life was above any moral principles of the former owner. The young man's body was completely covered in magical yellow energy, empowering him for a decisive strike against Silver Greave. Hans could clearly see the critical condition of the mighty opponent, the monster's wounds giving it an advantage in the last battle. The young man discovered the ability to accurately predict the enemy's movements, as if time had slowed down before the fighter's eyes. His newfound reflexes allowed Hans to dodge the monster's deadly blows with remarkable ease. Hans jumped back to increase the distance, choosing the perfect position for a decisive attack against the monster. The young man swung his weapon swiftly, aiming for the most vulnerable spot of the fearsome silver wolf. The huge creature, exceeding the size of the enemy by dozens of times, looked intimidating even while wounded. Durkin let out a deafening roar full of anger, the monster's eyes shining with madness and rage before the killing blow. Hans, exhausted from the battle, fell to his knees helplessly, the strength completely leaving the young man's exhausted body after the battle. Thoughts of incredible fatigue filled the guy's mind, every muscle aching after the grueling confrontation. Hans reflected with amazement at the success of the attack. The disbelief in his own victory was still present. The realization of success caused an uncontrollable fit of laughter, joy overflowing the heart of the warrior who had won an incredible victory. The huge beast lay defeated. The life had left Silver Greave's body, leaving only a huge monster carcass. The exhausted hero lay on his bed after a grueling battle, each breath given with incredible difficulty. Thoughts of the madness that had occurred swirled in Hans's mind. The events of the last few hours seemed like a fantastic dream. Strange sensations filled the young man's body. The theory about the similarity of the world to a dungeon received an unexpected confirmation. The familiar emotions were reminiscent of gameplay in the Black Bantha Ring, a virtual world that had suddenly become reality. The fact of being in the body of an ordinary villager, unremarkable among his fellow villagers, seemed amusing. Hans's life before the rebirth was completely unremarkable. Except for his own name, the guy didn't stand out for anything. The new existence didn't seem empty thanks to the abilities he had gained, giving him hope for survival in a dangerous world. Memories of Codis's inherent swordsmanship lingered in the young man's mind, promising future skill development. Attempts to open the game status window were unsuccessful. The world was too real for the familiar commands. The next morning, Hans woke up in his warm bed, feeling much better after his night's recovery. Gathering information by asking the villagers gave the young man valuable insights into the new world. Several days of observation led to the conclusion that the world was similar to the Black Ring, inhabited by various characters. A crucial task stood before Hans, demanding an immediate solution to continue on the path of strength. Finding Paul Codwin has become a priority for the young man who wants to meet another famous Duke of the world. Knowing the location of a playable character in the same inn gave an advantage in finding a valuable ally. Leaving the room brought an unexpected encounter with a stranger standing just outside the hotel room door. Hans immediately recognized the stranger as the same Paul, with blue-green hair and a piercing look in his blue eyes. Amazement overwhelmed the young man, disbelief of his own eyes mixed with the delight of meeting a legendary hero. Hans politely approached Paul with an offer of a treat as an apology for the confrontation, wanting to make an acquaintance. Paul politely responded to the invitation, saying that it was impossible to refuse an offer coming from an unfamiliar young man. Hans had clearly defined his first priority, to become the green-haired boy's comrade for his own safety. Paul was happily eating the insanely delicious meat offered to his new acquaintance as a treat and an apology. The delicacy that the hero was treated to in this situation was clearly to the adventurer's liking. Suddenly, The green-haired guy pronounced that Hans resembled a mercenary or traveler, assessing the new acquaintance. Thoughts about the real purpose of the acquaintance were swirling in Hans's mind, and he wondered aloud about Paul's opinion of his true identity. The hero obviously did not expect such a direct question, which made Paul think about the answer and take a closer look at his interlocutor. Thinking over the answer made Paul even put aside the fork with which the hero was eating the offered treat, demonstrating the seriousness of the moment. The green-haired boy noticed Hans's unusual behavior, pointing out the fact that the young man had been in the village during the other warrior's mission. Hans parried by pointing out Paul's similar behavior, suggesting the lack of a worthy leader among the squad marching toward death. Paul shrewdly noted the possibility of expectation of monetary reward as a reason for Hans's inaction, comparing it to his own motives. Hans instantly refuted the assumption of financial motivation, assuring his interlocutor of little interest in monetary reward. The young man shared his true purpose, finding a loyal companion to explore the dangerous dungeons of Anthros together. Reflections on additional factors that might induce Paul to cooperate occupied Hans's thoughts during the conversation. Solving the hero's financial problems seemed like the simplest way to get Paul on his side, given his love of gold. Codwan's gaze, filled with admiration at the sight of the stack of gold coins, betrayed the Duke's mercantile interest in riches. Paul, despite his obvious interest in gold, responded with restraint, preferring single battles and promising to think about cooperation later. Traveling through the woods together on a dangerous mission was the unexpected beginning of a partnership between the two adventurers. Hans understood the indifference to heroic deeds and saving the world, accepting the role of companion to the would-be hero for his own gain. Safety and assurance of survival were priorities for the young man, making Paul the perfect option to accomplish these goals. Paul's skills as a skilled hunter, versed in traps and dungeon strategies, made the hero a valuable ally in battle. The information about the game character of easy difficulty increased the chances of Paul's survival, which suited Hans completely. Paul announced his imminent arrival at his destination, the mysterious Anthros, known for its dangers and treasures. The partners exchanged good luck wishes in the face of an unknown challenge, preparing for a serious confrontation with the monsters. The huge tree that had killed many warriors before the two adventurers arrived towered before them in all its majesty. Hans pondered the advisability of observing what was happening from the outside, assessing the situation from a position of minimal risk. The young man watched with interest the actions of his companion as he prepared to strike an unknown enemy with his crossbow. Paul took careful aim with his weapon, displaying the skill of an experienced hunter before the decisive shot. The arrow, fired by Codwan's skillful hand, flew straight into the monster's eye, showing the archer's phenomenal accuracy. After the accurate shot, Paul promptly jumped from one branch to another, changing position for the next attack. Codwan shared tactical information about needing a minimum of 3 shots to defeat a giant foe. Paul was rapidly jumping from place to place, firing at the tree from different positions, preventing the enemy from determining his location. The tree monster roared and let out piercing screams from the pain that the aptly fired arrows inflicted on the giant trunk. The huge creature reached out with its long branches toward the agile Paul, trying to grab the young man with its deadly wooden tentacles. Codwan turned defiantly to his opponent, wondering about the monster's knowledge of the value of weapons, forbidding himself to be touched by the filthy branches. Hans watched Paul's actions carefully, noticing a red crystal capable of exploding when hit hard or broken. Thoughts of similarities in strategic approaches reinforced Hans's confidence in the need for companionship with the talented hunter. Paul resolutely threw the insanely beautiful red crystal towards the tree monster, calculating the trajectory of the throw with precision. The green-haired young man instantly grabbed his crossbow, preparing to fire a decisive shot at the critical moment. The released arrow rushed at breakneck speed, cleaving the air on its way to the target chosen by the experienced shooter. The accuracy of the shot was impressive. The arrow hit the crystal precisely, splitting the stone in two with surgical clarity. The split crystal set off a real chemical reaction. Red energy began to burst out of the stone, promising a powerful explosion. The bright glow of the stone intensified with each passing second, foreshadowing a quick finale for the trapped tree monster. The tree monster realized the true end of its existence was approaching, unable to stop the reaction that had begun. A huge explosion shook the surrounding area. Clouds of smoke and flames hid what was happening, preventing to make out the details of the situation. The tree root was heavily damaged by the explosion. Vital parts of the monster were destroyed by the force of the detonation. Hans realized Paul's superiority over his expectations. The hunter's talent far exceeded his expected skill level. Observing the fight convinced the young man of Codwan's ability to easily deal with all opponents, including the huge tree. Confidence in Paul's heroic future grew stronger in Hans's mind. The blue-eyed young man possessed all the necessary qualities of a hero. The blue-eyed comrade was preparing to fire another shot from his crossbow, waiting for the right moment to attack. An unexpected change in Paul's behavior alerted Hans. Something had clearly gone wrong in what seemed to be a successful battle. Anxiety and fear appeared in the experienced hunter's eyes, giving away the realization of the grave danger facing both adventurers. The huge tree began to make sounds resembling human laughter, demonstrating the unexpected intelligence of the forest monster. The roots of the monster reached for Paul with great speed, intending to grab the young man and deprive him of the ability to maneuver. The tree monster that had seemed defeated was once again ready to do battle against the hapless treasure hunters. Hans remembered the loss of Cadiz, comparing situations and assessing Paul's chances of survival against a powerful adversary. The green-haired hero's strength and skill seemed far superior to that of the dead knight, inspiring hope. The breakdown of Paul's weapon at the most crucial moment of the battle was a fatal accident, dramatically changing the balance of power on the battlefield. The tree monster was pouring out creepy laughter, realizing another victory over the man trapped in a death trap. Thoughts of having to concentrate on a new plan after Paul's possible death filled Hans's mind, preparing for the worst. Having no choice but to confront a terrible adversary was becoming an obvious fact for a young man cornered by circumstances. Realizing the difficulties ahead did not stop Hans, who realized there was no other option but a decisive battle with the monster. Hans's sword skills gave him a realistic chance of striking the tree monster in mortal combat. The realization of the need for at least 2 additional elements for a guaranteed victory came to the young man at a critical moment. Paul's bag of red exploding crystals was the first item needed to carry out the plan of attack. Hans scrutinized the battlefield, trying to locate the precious bag's whereabouts amidst the chaos of battle. A swift jump allowed the young man to quickly grab a valuable item left behind by a fallen companion in the midst of the battle. The second necessary element was Paul's abilities, which Hans could somehow seize, like Cadiz's powers earlier. The huge tree formed the semblance of a human arm from its branches, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. The goal of the tree monster was to finally destroy the defiant young man who dared to challenge the ancient creature. Hans successfully jumped aside thanks to his newfound agility, avoiding the giant limb's fatal blow. The young man rushed forward, moving along the creature's wooden arm, using it as a bridge to the monster's vital organs. Each step brought Hans closer to the monster's eye, the most vulnerable point of the arboreal foe, according to the young man's observations. The tree began to emit deafening sounds that could paralyze a person with the force of the sound wave, defending against the attack. The realization of the problem came instantly. This feature of the monster seriously hindered further approach to the goal. Difficulties with the approach to the vulnerable point of the enemy did not stop a determined young man, full of desire to win. The refusal to surrender his position was evident in Hans' determined gesture, gripping the hilt of his weapon tightly before attacking. The guy's body began to glow with yellow energy, demonstrating the presence of new abilities unavailable to an ordinary person. The swordsmanship was now supplemented by the abilities of Paul's dead companion, absorbed during the fight. Hans swung his weapon decisively, putting the full force of his newfound abilities into the coming blow. The sword flew straight into the eye of the arboreal foe, aimed at the giant monster's supposed vulnerability. The attack was fruitless. The opponent survived the blow, only taunting the young man's futile attempts at victory. Hans realized the familiarity of this eerie scene, seen countless times while traversing the virtual world. The knowledge of the only way to win required the destruction of the core located on the face of the tree monster. Travelers encountering a monster for the first time usually fell into despair at the inevitability of their own doom. Hans had the advantage of having a certain knowledge not available to ordinary adventurers in this world. Being aware of his opponent's weaknesses gave the young man a tactical advantage in an unequal battle with the ancient creature. The tree monster created the faces of other creatures from its branches, swiftly heading towards Hansu to attack. The young man bounced off the ground, leaving a yellow glow behind him, demonstrating the activation of magical abilities. Hans deftly jumped from one tree-created creature to another, using them as platforms to get closer to his target. Knowing the similarities between the monster's attacks and the mechanics of the Black Ring Bantha provided a critical advantage in building a battle strategy. Realizing the need to strike before the moment the monster screamed determined the timing of the upcoming attack. The decisive swing was accompanied by the use of Hans' abilities, which allowed him to cut the tree's mouth, rendering the monster speechless. Strategically jumping back after the first strike created an opportunity for a second, more powerful attack. The young man's weapon shone crazily with a yellow glow, storing energy for the next crushing blow on his opponent. The blow was aimed precisely at the area between the monster's eyes, a core location known to Hans from past experience. After delivering the decisive blow, the young man jumped back, avoiding a possible counterattack from the wounded but still dangerous monster. The spare dagger remained Hans's last trump card, ready to use it if necessary to end the fight. Hans pulled out a spare dagger and prepared the red exploding crystals obtained from the dead Paul's bag. The young man threw the glittering stones directly at his opponent, counting on the powerful explosion inside the tree monster. The enemy clearly did not expect such an unexpected turn of events, being unprepared for the new battle tactics. The tree monster watched in horror as the crystals shattered near its vulnerable core, the center of its life force. The monster actually swallowed the dangerous crystal, not even realizing the deadly danger contained in the unsightly stone. Hans triumphantly uttered a phrase about the abominable creature's imminent end, anticipating victory over a powerful foe. A huge red-orange explosion lit up the entire area, shaking the ground and scorching all life nearby. The complete defeat of the enemy was sheer madness. The tree monster was destroyed by a blast of crystals from within. The young man realized his lack of complete confidence in his new abilities required further study and training. Cadiz's sword skills along with Paul's abilities created a unique combination of skills unknown to this world. Thoughts of being able to absorb the abilities of slain heroes seemed unbelievable, but were getting more and more confirmation. The sense of the great expectations the world had placed on the young man troubled Hans, who did not want to become the chosen hero. The guy was clearly aware of his reluctance to take on a heroic role, preferring the path of survival over saving the world. The decision to go to Malik Castle arose from the realization of an important character's presence there for the journey ahead. Reaching the castle required defeating a medium difficulty boss, Homel the Martyr, who craves darkness and consumes souls. Paul's death made the task more difficult. Now a special tool from the village of Calyx was required to defeat Gomel. The village of Calyx was a very ordinary place, an unremarkable hamlet to the inexperienced traveler. Hans searched purposefully for the right place in the village, drawing on memories from past gaming experience. Confidence in the right direction filled the young man, confirming the accuracy of his movements in space. Addressing a worker near the entrance was accompanied by the utterance of the code phrase, "Wisdom Bell opening doors." The guard instantly smiled upon hearing the secret phrase, recognizing the initiate in the secrets of the underground organization. The massive doors in front of Hans swung open, allowing the young man to step inside the secret hideout, hidden from prying eyes. Knowing the location of the necessary tool gave confidence to a guy moving purposefully toward his goal. Savino Nest's underground brokerage office was a trading place for a wide variety of forbidden goods. Stepping forward was accompanied by the hope of successfully finding the right item needed for the upcoming confrontation. Approaching one of the many shops marked a new stage in the search for the mysterious instrument of power. A beautiful girl with violet eyes caught sight of an unfamiliar visitor, showing interest in a potential customer. The saleswoman's appeal included a question about the need for help for a newcomer to the unfamiliar environment of the underground market. Hans confidently answered the girl about the familiarity of the situation, causing perplexity of the interlocutor who did not understand the cryptic words. The Black Ring of Bantha was famous for its incredibly high difficulty of passage, forcing newcomers to seek help in underground shops. Passing inside the room allowed the young man to see the strange imprisoned cages, the contents of which he remembered perfectly from the past. Approaching one of the cages marked a meeting with another prisoner, a girl with unusual appearance and special abilities. Hans uttered a phrase about choosing this particular captive as the unique tool needed for the upcoming battle. A girl with bright red eyes and snow-white hair expressed surprise at the strange customer's unexpected words. The northern exit from the village of Calyx was the place where the young men left the settlement, along with an unusual-looking instrument they had acquired. The joy at the ease of the operation was overwhelming Hans, pleased with the successful acquisition of an important element of the plan. The ransomed slave girl followed her new master, unaware of her upcoming role in the battle with the dreaded Gomel the Martyr. Hans noticed his companion's obvious discomfort at his presence. The tension read in her every movement. Thoughts of the temporary nature of the tool's use soothed the young man's moral doubts, justifying a pragmatic approach. The complete lack of interest in the slave beyond her utilitarian function demonstrated the calculating nature of the lad's nature. Hiding near the wall, Hans quietly informed the slave girl of important information about the presence of a dangerous group nearby. The conversation concerned the Red Crocodile Teeth Squad, known for their brutality and ruthlessness against their opponents. The young man paid special attention to the leader of the group, the cruel Gerbier, whose fame rattled throughout the neighborhood. Hans's gaze rested on the huge scarlet sword in the leader's hands, terrifying even at a considerable distance. Reflections on the strangeness of this huge weapon occupied the young man's thoughts as he assessed the potential danger of the enemy. Observing the group allowed to gather enough information to proceed further and choose the best strategy. Realizing the power of heroes growing stronger with each challenge strengthened Hans' resolve to find his place in this world. The address to the new slave named Lemelin sounded commanding, demonstrating the status of the white-haired girl's new master. Lemelin's immediate and obedient response showed a habit of unquestioning obedience to her new owner. Han's instruction to speed up was accompanied by a warning against falling behind, emphasizing the importance of the mission. Inner reflections on the unexpected qualities of the acquired child showed the young man's surprise at the slave girl's behavior. The girl's main job was merely to distract the monsters and solve the occasional problem during the mission. The straightforward identification of the girl as bait demonstrated Hans's cynical approach to the use of a living instrument. Thoughts of the inappropriateness of bullying Lemelin showed the remnants of conscience in the pragmatic young man's mind. Approaching the right place marked a new stage of a dangerous journey requiring the utmost concentration of both participants. Hans called to his slave girl again. The young man's voice sounded stern, allowing no objection or delay. Pointing in the right direction was accompanied by a gesture showing the confused Lemelin the way forward. A vial of potion appeared in Hans's hands. The purpose of the liquid remained a mystery to the frightened girl. Lemelin approached with gentle, cautious steps. Fear of her unpredictable master read in every movement. The sudden spraying of the strange substance made the girl blush, bewilderment replaced by anxiety on her face. The purple smoke enveloped Lemelin, penetrating her eyes and soaking into her skin, causing an incomprehensible sensation. The slave girl's question about her master's actions and the purpose of using the potion sounded alarmed, reflecting natural fear. The certainty of a fatal outcome was replaced by surprise at her improved health. The incomprehensible metamorphosis puzzled the girl. Hans explained the origin of the potion from rare fruits, difficult to extract even for experienced travelers. The purpose of the odor-masking potion was revealed to Lemelin, who now understands the temporary nature of protection from monsters. The slave's relief at hearing the explanation replaced the previously experienced fear of possible poison from her new master. Hans knew the potion's limited time of effect, hoping to avoid unwanted encounters with dangerous creatures. Entering the interior of the dungeons, shrouded in protective smoke, was the beginning of a new phase of a dangerous enterprise for both travelers. Hans noted the obviousness of certain facts, noticeable even to the inexperienced observer under the circumstances. A complete lack of desire to help Gerbier characterized the young man's attitude to the events around him. The only credible element was the situation itself, which develops according to the predictable laws of the game world. Prioritizing situation analysis over trusting people became the main rule of survival for the cautious young man. The deaths of two heroes who had previously evoked strong faith completely changed Hans's worldview regarding the reliability of allies. The need to take into consideration any available options became apparent to the young man after his ordeal. Hans preferred an observation position to an active one, watching the squad leader fight with the mighty skeletons. The seriousness of the opponents was confirmed by their military backgrounds. The skeletons moved with the professional coherence of seasoned fighters. The scene of horrific violence was the killing of the squad leader by skeletons using their formidable weapons to their fullest. Hans watched the appearance of a medium difficulty boss, the main skeleton of Homel, inspiring terror even to experienced warriors. Thoughts about the reality of what he had seen or a possible memory failure tormented the young man. The leader of the squad was clearly not a game character. The conclusion of the similarity of all the characters spurred the guy to decisive action. It was time to take matters into his own hands. The address to the slave girl sounded commanding. It was time to move forward. Every moment of delay increased the risk of mission failure. The reminder of the past conversation caused the girl to look puzzled, doubting the seriousness of her new master's intentions. Hans's angry voice, interested in the slave girl's opinion of his penchant for jokes, sounded menacing in the silence of the dungeon. Lemelin shuddered at the terrifying voice of her master, physically reacting to the threat coming from the small young man. The instruction to run with all possible speed was accompanied by a mention of the value of life, the only chance of survival, maximum acceleration. Handing over a few coins to the slave girl was accompanied by an explanation about today's payment for services, unexpected by the girl. The realization of the value of the 5 gold coins received, equivalent to 2,000 loaves of bread, stunned the young slave girl. Hans' question about the sufficiency of the sum to cover the services caused Lemelin, who had never held so much money, to be genuinely surprised. An explanation about the aroma of a burning chamber attracting enemies was followed by a repetition of the order to flee in the direction indicated. Hans lit the torch he had just retrieved from his backpack, preparing to implement a risky plan against the skeletons. The instruction not to return after completing the task was accompanied by a wish to live solely for her own pleasure, puzzling the girl. The slave girl's reminder of the existing contract showed affection for the system the girl had obeyed all her life. The shocking announcement of the contract termination before arriving at the dungeon completely changed the status of the master-slave relationship. Disbelief at what was happening was read in Lemelin's eyes, unable to comprehend the sudden liberation from slave status. Confirmation of the veracity of the words was accompanied by an indication of the possibility of self-checking the documents after the assignment. The repeated reminder to flee immediately emphasized the gravity of the situation and the urgency of action. A decisive leap downward drew the attention of all the skeletons to the girl's small figure, distracting them from Hans's true goal. Lemelin used the torch to attract the undead, beckoning the monsters to her according to the plan she had received from her master. The girl's screams, urging the skeletons to pay attention to the new victim, echoed through the deserted halls of the dungeon. The main skeleton Homel immediately noticed the girl's appearance, shifting his attention from his primary target to the distraction. The order to pursue the little wench was given to all subordinate skeletons, temporarily leaving the main boss unprotected. The merciless dead rushed after Lemelin, ready to tear the child with their bony hands without the slightest regret. The bony limbs reaching for the girl caused Lemelin to run in tears, desperate to save her own life. Maximizing all her strength while running demonstrated the seriousness of the former slave's understanding of the situation, valuing life. Hans was confident of the fast slave girl's inaccessibility to the slow skeletons, counting on the success of the distraction. The opportunity to realize his main plan against Gomel arose from the successful diversion of all enemies. Throwing a rock at the main skeleton was calculated to get the attention of the boss, left unguarded by his subordinates. A precision hit right to Homel's head demonstrated Hans's excellent skills, developing with each new battle. An additional throw of the red stone in the same pattern confirmed the tactic of using exploding crystals against the boss. The huge explosion that occurred at the level of the boss's head shook the entire dungeon, illuminating the dark vaults with the bright light of detonation. A count of the remaining explosive crystals showed only 3 stones, limiting the possibilities of tactical maneuver. The guy thought it would take at least 5 stones, but his condition had already improved, allowing him to continue the battle more efficiently. A young man stands in front of a horde of dead men who are eager to kill him, showing aggressive intentions through their empty eye sockets. At this critical moment, the girl continues to run on her tiny legs, desperate to escape her pursuit. Lemelin runs barefoot on the hard ground, and one can only imagine the pain the child feels in this agonizing escape. All the skeletons continue to be distracted by the girl when they see the torch, which draws their attention as intended. The protagonist shouts to his companion to just run north without thinking. It's the only way to escape. The slave thinks about the fact that the skeletons won't be able to chase her after overcoming the northern gate, so reaching the goal becomes a priority. The girl continues to distract the undead with her torch and the scent that emanates from her body, masking the human scent. Overcoming the last meters, Lemelin approaches the saving gate, behind which awaits the long-awaited freedom from persecution. Finally, the little girl runs out of the danger zone, leaving behind a horde of evil skeletons unable to continue the chase any further. Looking back, the girl is surprised to realize that she really had it all worked out. The plan worked perfectly. The dead men are indeed no longer chasing her as the Lord predicted, demonstrating the validity of his calculations. So this is indeed the end of a dangerous journey, and salvation has finally become a reality for the little runaway. The red seal of slavery means that the bearer can be used as a tool, and then abandoned with no consequences. The slave owner gets the full right to dispose of the life and death of a person with such a mark on his body without any restrictions. The girl examined her body with real fear, checking for the presence of the hated seal that could take away her freedom. Lemelin realized that she had been used as bait, and it seemed to her that this was where she was supposed to die. But upon examining herself, the girl realized that the Lord hadn't lied. The red mark was indeed no longer on her body. Now the little girl is completely free, and can do what she wants without the constraints of a slave contract. At this point, the young man continues the battle with the dead skeletons, using all available skills and weapons. The fighter fights off the claws of the undead, using his shield as a defense against their sharp, bony limbs. After a successful defense, the guy uses his sword, plunging it straight into the chest of the nearest skeleton. In the hands of the young man is Paul's favorite dagger, whose throwing skills were truly incredible. The dead comrade's ability in throwing weapons amazed all who had the opportunity to observe his skill. Using a technique he has mastered thanks to Paul, the warrior throws his weapon at a group of skeletons with incredible accuracy. The accuracy of the throw is so amazing that it seems impossible to replicate such skill without much practice. The young man realizes the insufficiency of his power, but realizes that the available abilities are enough for the current situation. The protagonist only needs 1 second to apprehend the skeleton and execute the next part of the plan. The warrior fights hard, preparing to snatch Gerbier's huge 2-handed sword for the decisive blow. Distracting the skeletons with maneuvers, the young man managed to get a huge weapon. It was time for the classic attack. The protagonist swings a huge weapon received as a reward for defeating the leader of the squad. The warrior handles attacking skeletons with remarkable ease, demonstrating increased strength and swordsmanship. The guy is amazed at how easy it is to swing this impressive weapon as if it were an ordinary sword rather than a two-handed blade. Suddenly, the young man realizes the possibility of adopting Gerbier's physical abilities when a dangerous skeleton sneaks up from behind. The skeleton's attempt to take the hero by surprise failed, as the young man could hear every sound of the approaching enemy behind him perfectly. Possessing supernatural powers, the guy easily handles another victim using the absorbed skills of his fallen companion. The warrior is relieved to say the words about finishing the battle with the change, referring to the regular skeletons. Now on the battlefield remained the most important opponent, the mighty Gomel, requiring a special approach. The main boss decides not to hesitate and immediately attacks the enemy with his huge sledgehammer, showing aggressive intentions. The young man realizes that he has dealt with the small skeletons summoned by Homel, but the true problem lies in the powerful body. Due to the strength that the warrior has gained, it will be extremely difficult to get close to the boss due to the reckless waving of weapons. While the hero ponders the strategy, the main skeleton becomes even more enraged, turning into a real madman. The guy realizes the impossibility of dodging the powerful blow that is rapidly approaching in his direction. The huge sword taken from the squad leader suddenly breaks in half under the onslaught of the boss attack. The warrior himself is thrown aside by the incredible pressure, struggling to maintain his balance on the battlefield. The young man lands on his feet, holding only a broken part of a once formidable weapon that has lost its combat value. Hummel swings his huge sledgehammer again, preparing to deliver the fatal blow and finish off his opponent. The hero manages to put up a block from the crushing blow, using the remains of his broken sword as a defense. Despite his timely defense, the force of the attack was so great that the young man still flew backwards. The guy lies among the ruins of the wall, struggling to get up and continue the unequal fight with the boss. The warrior's hand trembles madly, barely obeying its owner, showing the extent of the damage to his body. The hero's mouth is bleeding, indicating internal injuries from an extremely painful blow. The young man realizes that with his frail body, there is indeed a real threat of death in this battle. Using the Gerbier sword is no longer possible after it is destroyed in an unequal fight. Guy wonders at his own behavior, pondering what makes him continue this fight. The obsession with absorbed abilities makes the warrior look like the truest madman, one who knows no fear. Weapons are broken, the body is not in the best shape. The situation seems hopeless to continue the battle. The hero utters a phrase to himself about complete indifference to his own fate, deciding to go to the end. From that moment on, the guy decides to follow the original plan to destroy the main skeleton of Homel. The warrior stands in front of the main undead, realizing the need for decisive action to achieve victory. The most sensible solution in the situation seems to the young man a swift attack on the enemy. The skeleton boss has already prepared his huge sledgehammer and is ready to deliver another crushing blow. The lad is well aware of the deadly danger of every attack of his powerful adversary. When approaching a target, the hero adopts a combat stance to improve the accuracy and strength of subsequent movements. The young man understands the need to unbalance a massive skeleton to gain a tactical advantage. The warrior throws the red exploding stone, previously taken from the dead Paul's bag, in the direction of the enemy. The crystal hits precisely between the legs of the massive skeleton, creating the perfect conditions for the ensuing explosion. After a powerful detonation, Homel loses his balance and falls off his feet, finding himself in a vulnerable position for the first time. The hero realizes the uselessness of physical strength in confronting the main boss, which requires a different approach to victory. Hans takes out a vial of potion, prepared in advance for such a critical situation, counting on its effectiveness. The young man decisively throws the vial in the direction of the defeated skeleton, eager to take one last chance at victory. The potion hits exactly on target, shattering on the bone surface of the main boss with a distinctive clinking of glass. The holy liquid instantly begins to destroy the skeleton's arm on contact, causing horrific damage to the flesh of the enemy. The pain from the corrosive effect causes Homel to drop his huge sledgehammer, depriving him of his main weapon. The main skeleton clearly did not expect such trickery from his opponent, showing surprise at the unexpected battle tactic. Guy playfully inquires about his defeated opponent's opinion on the effects of holy water, savoring the moment of superiority. The warrior proudly admits that he specially prepared this holy water just for the meeting with Gomel. The remedy proves incredibly effective against the undead, demonstrating its destructive power in practice battles. The hero begins to wrap the immobilized skeleton with chains he had previously twisted in his hands for a similar occasion. Knowing the location of the Homel core in the head gives the warrior an advantage in selecting a target to attack. The primary objective becomes the destruction of the core to finally defeat the powerful enemy. Only complete destruction of the life source will finally kill the regenerating skeleton boss. Guy pulls out another vial of holy water, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent. The potion flies straight at the undead's head, aiming for the most important part of the body for guaranteed destruction. The creature's skull begins to rapidly melt under the effects of the corrosive liquid, demonstrating the weapon's effectiveness. Watching the boss's healing hand, the hero realizes the need to act quickly because of the proximity to his heart. The young man proudly proclaims his prudence in having prepared in advance for such a situation. The warrior brags about the amount of gold at his disposal that allowed him to buy enough holy water to win. The guy continues to pour holy water on the skeleton, screaming in pain, not sparing the precious liquid. The hero purposefully pours the potion directly into the skull of the enemy, leaving him no chance of survival. The screams of the agonized skeleton resemble weeping, as if invisible tears of pain and suffering were flowing from its empty eye sockets. The young man feels satisfaction that his strategy actually worked at the right time. The success of the battle proves that prior preparation and calculation was not a waste of time and resources. In the hands of the warrior remains the weapon, ready for the final reprisal of the defeated enemy. Guy utters the final words, pulling out another vial for the final destruction of the enemy. Holy water is poured directly through the nasal opening of the skull, reaching the core and destroying it permanently. Homo finally dies, his body left lying on the ground completely immobile and lifeless. The hero reflects on previous battles, remembering how he fought with the same determination and zeal. The question of the reasons for what is happening torments the mind of a young man searching for meaning in a series of dangerous events. The guy admits to himself that he only wanted to help the heroes he met on his way, not seeking glory. The true desire for a simple and quiet life seems increasingly unattainable in this world of adventure. The uncertainty of the future causes the warrior to have doubts about future actions and goals. The unexpected appearance of the former slave girl Lemelin disrupts the protagonist's musings, drawing his attention to reality. The next day, the pair of travelers set off to an unknown destination, continuing their journey together. As he approaches a certain place, the young man senses that the situation is not developing according to his plans. The repetitive aftermath of each battle creates a sense of a monotonous cycle of events in the protagonist's life. Someone's voice distracts the guy, causing him to turn around irritably in the direction of the sound. The hero addresses his companion, mentioning the Mask of Kedis and alluding to the problems associated with it. Lemelin immediately obeys his former master's instruction, showing his usual obedience. The girl is genuinely excited about the opportunity to wander alongside the man who freed her from slavery. Memories of the meeting after the battle with the skeleton, when the former slave girl came to him, fill the hero's mind. The young man anxiously asks the girl the reason for her return, reminding her of her cancelled contract and her newfound freedom. Speaking after the grueling battle was so hard that blood kept flowing from Hans's mouth, staining the words. Lemelin immediately noticed the lad's pitiful condition, whose numerous wounds required immediate medical attention. The profound realization of the seriousness of the injuries made the girl upset and make an immediate decision to help the victim. In her small, shabby bag, the little girl found several healing items that could help treat injuries. Her amazing knowledge of basic medicine allowed the girl to carefully dress the young man's wounds, demonstrating unexpected skills. The warrior's scarred body was covered with multiple deep cuts, bruises after a hard battle. The fellow thanked his companion gratefully for her assistance, but urged her to leave him for good. Lemelin shook her head firmly and stubbornly, showing a complete lack of desire to part with her liberator. Such an unexpected reaction seriously surprised the protagonist, completely not understanding the girl's true motives. Thoughts of possibly needing money or other material goods crossed Hans's mind. However, the generous offer of a cash reward was flatly rejected by the stubborn and principled little girl. Irritated by the child's incomprehensibility, the young man asked the girl directly and frankly about her true desires. Lemelin found it very difficult to answer, completely unsure of how to properly express her complicated feelings. The child's apparent slowness was beginning to irritate the guy, who wanted a clear and understandable answer. The little girl's true innermost desire was to accompany Hans on his dangerous wanderings through a hostile world. Numerous attempts to get rid of the intrusive companion included deliberately fast pacing and ostentatiously rude behavior. All efforts made proved utterly futile as the devoted girl persistently and unswervingly followed the liberator. The sudden and unplanned appearance of a companion greatly annoyed the guy who had never planned to travel with anyone. The reluctance to part was evident in Lemelin's constant clinging to the young man's shabby cloak. The physical, tactile contact with the protector helped the frightened little girl fall asleep faster by the warm fire at night. Only in this way did the former slave truly feel calm and welcome security in this cruel world. The two unusual companions finally approached the majestic and imposing citadel of Albion, an important point of wanderings. The original strategic plan was to visit the castle immediately, but the hero decided to make a stop for information. Hans gradually realized that having a little girl around could be a serious burden in certain situations. The boy once again persistently inquired as to the true reason the freed slave was following her former master. Gathering all available will into a fist, Lemelin finally admitted her desire to stay by her master's side. The hero's sincere bewilderment was genuine, for he had done no special noble deeds for the girl. The little girl excitedly explained that it was the complete lack of cruelty that was the main reason for her deep affection. The stunning admission of no beating and no intentional infliction of pain sounded like a complete explanation of loyalty. Bitter tears came to the eyes of the exhausted little girl who couldn't hold back her emotions at the memory. The girl's last heartfelt revelation about her animal fear of death struck Hans with its piercing sincerity. Such wise and tragic words from a small child clearly did not expect to hear a battle-hardened young man. The boy seriously questioned his own ability to protect his weak companion, given his pitiful condition. Demonstratively pointing to her non-healing wounds was meant to show the reality of the deadly threat to the girl. Lemelin acknowledged the obvious danger wholeheartedly, but emphasized the even greater likelihood of a quick death all alone. Hans patiently reminded him of the generously donated gold coins to ensure a comfortable and safe life. The girl anxiously explained that she was grateful for the generosity, but someone was bound to take those gold coins away from her. Hans wondered if she was really so stupid that she didn't understand the basic fundamentals of self-defense and survival. The young man knew full well that he was choosing the little girl as a tool, but he hadn't considered the long-term consequences. The guy decided to leave everything as it is, since she is not responsible for her, the main goal, to save his own life. Lemelin was far from an ordinary human. She belonged to a rare race of feathers, highly prized by slave traders. Members of this race could easily be captured and sold due to the high demand in the slave market. For many reasons, the demand for quills has remained consistently high, making them particularly vulnerable to kidnapping. The girl had done a great job as bait last time, but Hans needed absolutely nothing more from her. The hero, with irritation, uttered a phrase about his indifference to the further fate of his companion, wishing to close the subject. The young man handed the girl a protective helmet, telling her to keep it for her own safety on the dangerous journey. The threat of physical reprisal for losing an important item sounded serious enough to scare the little girl. Lemelin immediately realized it was a veiled permission to stay, and began to smile widely with joy and relief. The travelers were approaching the place where, if memory served Hans correctly, an important event was to take place in the citadel. The gloomy citadel of Albion was plunged into the thick darkness of night, creating an atmosphere of mystery and danger. People from different backgrounds gathered there for different reasons, each pursuing their own goals and interests. The young man eagerly asked the old woman about the timing of the commission money owed to him. The elderly chemist patiently answered him about the need for patience, repeating the information for the umpteenth time. The woman reminded him that the right potion required the ashes of the dead, a rare and valuable ingredient. The chemist emphasized his uniqueness as the only specialist who could heal his injured arm. The old sorceress advised the young man to smile, for life is beautiful, and his pretty face should be adorned with a smile. The irritated guy rudely called the woman names, alluding to her excessive talkativeness at an inappropriate time. The threat to shorten his tongue was uttered quite aggressively, showing the young man's growing impatience. The chemist scrutinized the stranger, noting the contrast between the unpleasant character and the rather attractive appearance. Despite his rude demeanor, the young man had a rather sweet face, which created an interesting contradiction. Suddenly, new visitors entered the shop, Hans and Lemelin. The hero immediately inquired about the availability of elixirs to restore strength. The employee confirmed the availability of the merchandise, mentioning that the visitors were clearly new to the establishment and the neighborhood. The elderly chemist inquired curiously about the guy's background and the source of the information about her potions business. The woman immediately began asking about the purpose of the purchase, inquiring about the presence of wounds or illnesses in the visitors. The chemist asked a series of questions, showing genuine interest in the young man's opinion of her personality and work. Hans got tired of listening to endless chatter, and asked irritably if all these questions were really that important. The older woman calmed him down, explaining that she was just showing her normal human curiosity about new customers. Instantly rushing to the shelves, the chemist began pulling out the necessary ingredients with the professional swiftness of an experienced alchemist. Curiosity took hold of the girl, accompanying the hero, when her gaze stopped on a strange animal skull adorning one of the shelves. As she continued to look around the shop, Lemelin became engrossed in examining the intriguing caskets and various magical artifacts laid out everywhere. The worker's voice sounded polite as she inquired of her customer about the amount of elixirs needed. 10 units of goods, that was how much the young man reported his need. to which the girl delicately reminded about the high cost of potions. The confidence in Hans's voice sounded convincing when he declared his complete indifference to the money question under the circumstances. Only a smile appeared on the worker's face when she asked in surprise if he had the necessary amount. Suddenly changing his mind, the guy asked to increase the number of elixirs to 15 pieces, showing his generosity. With a confident smile on his face, he repeated his request, emphasizing that there were no financial constraints on the purchase. After thinking for a moment, the employee began to question whether it was worth it to give out such a quantity to one customer. Hans actively began to prove his solvency, demonstrating the real presence of the necessary gold coins. The hero's calculation was simple. It was this woman who could provide valuable information when they became more familiar with each other. It seemed strategically advantageous to pique the interest of an alchemist to gain more knowledge of the uncharted world. A request to the girl followed immediately, to pass on a special item received in the victory over Gomel. The ashes of the dead, a rare ingredient the hero had specially saved for this important meeting, were in his hands. Instantly the chemist's eyes lit up as she recognized the value and rarity of the material offered to her. Hans's attentiveness did not fail. The woman's reaction clearly indicated interest in the proposed exchange. A wide smile appeared on the girl's face as she inquired curiously about the visitor's true goals. The promise to create something special came along with the warning of a significant price increase for the work. The lightness in the guy's voice emphasized his complete indifference to the monetary cost of a unique product. After drinking the potion, an unusual sense of regeneration swept over the hero, repairing his damaged body. The disgusting taste of the elixir surprised Hans the most, proving to be truly unpleasant and repulsive. Despite the awful taste, the potion's effectiveness was incredible, quickly restoring strength. The alchemist girl's question about the reason for the constant companionship sounded straightforward, hinting at Lemelin's slave status. Upset swept over the girl instantly when she heard the possibility of losing her only protection from her lord. The saleswoman's polite refusal followed immediately, as the girl's affection for the owner was obvious. Hans tried to remedy the situation by explaining the shortness of their acquaintance and the lack of a special relationship. The woman's wisdom was manifested in her words about the unimportance of time frames, because fate binds people forever. Finally leaving the alchemist's mysterious shop, the companions continued their journey towards new uncharted adventures. Up the round stone steps they went, heading toward an important but as yet unknown destination. After climbing to the top of the fort, they had a majestic view of the sunrise before them, coloring the sky with golden hues. Hans' musings were interrupted by the recollection that the castle must be quite close to this place. According to his knowledge, the monster army would arrive at the citadel in about a week, which required immediate action. Stunned Lemelin when she heard such disturbing information during such a beautiful sunrise. In the original version of the game, this place was defended by the legendary hero Gerbier, but now everything has changed. The death of the Protector meant that no one would be able to help the locals, which was why Hans decided to come here. The desire to see the citadel defended without the help of heroes was the main motivation behind his action. Noise filled the tavern, where boastful visitors claimed their future accomplishments as great hunters. The praise of one of the guests sounded especially loud when he recounted the recent capture of a henchwoman witch. Cornell's skepticism about the existence of this witch provoked a brewing conflict between the visitors. The tension between the two disputants reached a breaking point, and a real scuffle almost broke out between them. The patience of one of the guests broke, and he clattered his glass on the table, demanding silence. Irritated, he addressed the noisy visitors, calling them incapable of behaving decently in public places. The insult didn't go unanswered as the two immediately snapped back, mocking his physical handicap. The mockery of the crippled man led to a new round of conflict when he wanted to clarify what he had heard. The stranger's aggression was increasing, a real aura of a killer coming off of him, ready to enter the fray. The challenge to fight came openly when he asked if his opponents were ready for a physical confrontation. Worry showed in Lemelin's voice as she asked the Lord about the safety of being in this tavern. A few days flew by, changing the atmosphere in the institution and the relationships between people. The abruptness in Hans's order emphasized his unwillingness to listen to unnecessary questions from his companion. A simple request to sit down and serve the available food was made without explanation or discussion. Shock swept over the waitress girl when she heard that a slave girl could sit next to her master. The gentleness in Hans's repeated order surprised everyone present when he asked the girl to just sit down and eat. Gratitude overflowed Lemelin's heart as she thanked her master with incredible joy. Hans's knowledge of the coming events weighed on him, for the situation would be worse than most assume. The elite spirits of knights possess powers comparable to those of heroes, making them particularly dangerous opponents. The new commander Rydok posed a particular threat, being an incredibly strong and experienced fighter. The possibility of the citadel falling would mean the end of the game, which absolutely could not be allowed. Realizing the responsibility made the guy realize the need to protect this place at all costs. The heroes were supposed to arrive here on their journey, but death changed the plans forever. The hope of finding at least one more living hero flickered in the young man's heart, despite the hopelessness of the situation. As Hans looked around the tavern, he realized that what was going on here was more like a circus than a place where serious people gathered. Not being able to defend such an important place with such people caused him deep frustration and anger. The realization that there was no alternative path forced him to put up with the existing situation, despite all the disadvantages. The need to find new heroes was becoming more and more apparent for the upcoming defense plan. An alternative could have been the purchase of special tools that could enhance the available capabilities. In the background, the fight continued, accompanied by cries of death and violence between the participants. Anxiety encompassed Lemelin, who noticed a strange change in her master's behavior. Suddenly, Hans's eyes began to glow an ominous yellow color as he uttered the words about boredom. However, the girl was wrong, believing that the Lord came to the tavern just to drink and relax. In fact, the true purpose of the visit was training. Preparation for the imminent clash with the enemies. Developing sword skills required practice, especially with the decisive battle approaching. However, the use of the powers he received was limited, and Hans continued to rely on the abilities of dead heroes. So now he approached one of the brawlers, determined to demonstrate his acquired skills in practice. A single punch with his fist sent his opponent into a knockout, demonstrating the young man's incredible physical strength. Uncertainty encompassed Hans as to the next course of action to increase his power. However, the ability to knock out an opponent with a single punch already spoke of real power. Suddenly, one of the guys present with fiery red hair asked about the identity of the stranger. Instantly, Hans recognized the man as a villager of Aram, which triggered a flood of memories. Fragments from the body owner's past floated before his mental gaze, vivid and painful. Then he asked his friend, who really survives, the strong people or just the lucky ones? The question of his own power tormented his mind, demanding an honest answer to a difficult dilemma. The comrade's horrified reply sounded like a sentence. No, they weren't really strong. The day when a huge monster attacked their group, wiping out all of their friends, came to mind. Salvation came by chance when an unknown warrior appeared at a critical moment and protected the survivors. This hero killed a horrible monster the size of a house, saving them from imminent doom. Irritation encompassed Hans at the intrusive memories of the body's former owner, making it hard to concentrate. The red-haired guy at the bar clearly didn't understand what the stranger in front of him was saying. However, Hans himself was well aware that the former body held vivid memories of this man. Immediately, he turned to the slave girl with orders to leave the place. Without explaining the reason for their sudden departure, they left the tavern to the surprised looks of the customers. Curiosity made Lemelin look around to get another glimpse of the mysterious red-haired stranger. It turned out that this man also recognized the girl, but remembered her very differently from before her slavery. Astonishment colored the stranger's question as he hesitantly said the girl's name, Elaine. But then the guy seemed to come to his senses, whispering to himself that it couldn't be, because she was long dead. The next morning, Hans asked his companion about her ability to wield a sword, trying to gauge her fighting skills. Confusion was reflected on the girl's face as she admitted that she had almost no skill with edged weapons. Continuing his questioning, the young man inquired about her successes and accomplishments in battle, hoping to hear a positive answer. However, Lemelin's honest admission that she had never even used a bow dashed the last of her hopes. The realization of her own utter helplessness in military affairs made the girl blush with shame at her worthlessness. Sincere remorse came through in her voice as she apologized for her lack of any combat training. The guy pointed out that honesty is far preferable to lying about non-existent skills and false bragging. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an unusual weapon in the window of a gun store that could solve the problem. With a determined step, he walked over to the display case and picked up the elegant crossbow, assessing its quality. Holding out the firing mechanism to the girl, Hans told her to be sure to try out the weapon right away. Embarrassment swept over Lemelin as she timidly admitted to her lord her complete lack of shooting experience. Upon hearing this admission, the young man only smiled, showing complete understanding of the situation and lack of judgment. Encouraging words that she had nothing to worry about came along with a promise to learn by doing. A feature of this world was the prejudice against certain races, including the Feathers, who were not recognized by many. Members of this race could be recognized by their distinctive silver hair, though their capabilities are poorly understood. Ironically, the Pegasi had no innate fighting instincts, but they trained much faster than the other races. It was because of this feature that the girl could potentially master the crossbow in no time with a minimum of effort. Wielding a crossbow was indeed easier than archery, but practicing still required serious time. Hans's surprise was genuine when, after a few hours of practice, Lemelin was demonstrating excellent marksmanship. However, there was one major drawback. Her skills were far inferior to the legendary skills of the late Paul. Paul's unique ability allowed him to hit any target regardless of the distance to it, demonstrating uncanny accuracy. Whatever shot the master marksman made, his arrow invariably found the target with mathematical precision. Compared to this talented warrior, the girl looked like a mere amateur, not even worthy of comparison. Perhaps in the distant future with hard training she will achieve similar results, but definitely not anytime soon. Han's address to the girl came out of the blue, silencing her momentarily and ending the conversation. Silence hung in the air as he began to pull out from behind his back some mysterious bag prepared in advance. Curiosity took hold of the frightened girl as she timidly inquired about the contents of the strange bundle in the gentleman's hands. A simple explanation followed immediately. It was a purchase designed especially for her, to be tried on immediately. Hans's practical musings concerned the need for Lemelin's appropriate appearance during the upcoming hostilities. After 7 days of intense preparation, they completed the final preparations for the decisive clash with the enemy. Looking at the horizon, Hans realized that the enemy forces had already arrived at the walls of the citadel, beginning their siege. Hans's shout sounded resolute as he called out to Lemelin, announcing the beginning of a decisive moment in the story. A deep understanding of the nature of this world gave the young man an advantage over any opponent, including the most experienced warriors. In the harsh realities of the Bantha world, there was no such thing as blind luck or random luck. The only way to get stronger was through accumulated experience and hard work, with no exceptions or shortcuts. Every victory demanded at the cost of blood, sweat, and tears, where the slightest negligence could lead to death. Finally, Lemelin appeared in a brand new outfit that completely changed her appearance, ridding her of the humiliating appearance of a slave. With concern in her voice, the girl inquired about the Lord's well-being and worries before the battle, but received a calm reply. Thousands of years of experience in such battles allowed Hans to keep his cool in the most critical situations, and not to worry. Suddenly, the soldiers of the citadel noticed ominous clouds beginning to thicken over the horizon, portending trouble. The alarm sounded immediately when the defenders struck the bell, warning all residents of the impending danger. The first order of business was to gather all archers into defensive positions to meet the enemy ready. The warriors drew the bowstrings of their bows, preparing to rain a barrage of arrows on the approaching enemy forces. A silent understanding swept between the defenders. The long-awaited moment of truth had finally arrived. Paradoxically, some soldiers even felt relieved, tired of the languid wait for the decisive battle. Meanwhile, the red-haired stranger from the tavern was pondering the identities of Hans and Lemelin, remembering the alchemist's words. His intuition told him he needed to talk to this mysterious guy to clear up his suspicions. The sky darkened completely as the army of spirit knights rapidly approached the walls of the Albion citadel. Even a fleeting glance at the undead instilled a primal terror in the hearts of the defenders, paralyzing the will to resist. At the head of the enemy army sat Ridok, a legendary commander whose reputation instilled fear in even seasoned warriors. Boldly stepping forward, Hans addressed the invaders with a challenge, calling them savages to their faces. The thunderous declaration of the impossibility of capturing the citadel sounded like a challenge to the entire enemy army. As the young man confidently delivered his speech, the rest of the defenders, including the experienced warriors, trembled with fear. The rhetorical question about divine punishment was addressed directly to the commander of the enemy forces. Rydok's reaction to the mention of divine retribution betrayed his surprise and slight irritation at such impertinence. Unwillingness to listen to further bickering prompted Hans to take decisive action. Using the skills of the late Paul, the hero drew the bowstring of the crossbow with the professional precision of an experienced marksman. Realizing the importance of acting quickly while the enemy was still visible, determined his next steps. The moment when the enemy was within range was not to be missed under any circumstances. The upcoming shot promised to be perfect, thanks to the unique skills of the legendary archer Paul. The released arrow whizzed through the air and pierced through the commander's chest with terrifying accuracy. Ridok's head literally began to fall apart from the powerful impact of the deadly projectile. A daze gripped all witnesses to this incredible moment, defenders and attackers alike. Even the Citadel's own army had not expected such a turn of events from a humble stranger. Lemelin looked at the Lord in awe, unaware of his true capabilities and hidden power. Admiration reflected in her eyes as she saw him as a true hero capable of saving everyone. Some confusion swept over Hans, not realizing the reason for such intense attention from those around him. What was more important was to focus on the enemy whose goal it was, to chop his head off in retaliation. The enemy's irritation erupted in words of utter disrespect for his person and status as commander. Excitement swept over the archers as they enthusiastically commented on the perfect shot and masterful wielding of the weapon. The rest of the soldiers began to believe in an easy victory, believing the enemy to be weaker than originally thought. However, Hans realized the uselessness of conventional weapons against the undead without the use of holy water. But he remained silent. Turning to his companions sounded like an order to keep up during a further offensive. Words of imminent accomplishment heralded a new phase of the coming battle and trials. The ominous whistle of a flare cut through the air, officially announcing the start of a bloody war. A bright flash shot upward, tracing a fiery trajectory against the darkening sky above the citadel. A sharp fright seized Lemeline when she saw this ominous sign, heralding the impending horror. Confusion and bewilderment were reflected on the faces of the archers and warriors, who were trying to understand the meaning of the signal. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching their fortifications at an alarming speed. The defenders didn't even have time to react or assume defensive positions when the crushing explosion occurred. The coordinated attack of the Spirit Knights demonstrated their ability to create powerful fire spheres with a team effort. While one group of undead focused on the artillery, the other part of the army in command rushed to assault the fort. The red-haired tavern boy miraculously survived, somehow surviving the destructive force of the fire blast. None of the defenders could have guessed that the fortress wall would be penetrated by one single volley. Panic began to spread among the soldiers when they saw the gaping hole in the once impregnable fortifications. The commander tried to take control of the situation, urging his men to prepare for real hand-to-hand combat. The order to the archers to concentrate on firing at the enemy's rear ranks rang out above the noise of the battle. Battle-hardened veterans loudly urged their comrades to get to work and defend their native land. However, some soldiers succumbed to panic, shouting of imminent death and predicting the demise of all the defenders. One of the deserters rushed to flee the battlefield, showing a complete lack of bravery and military honor. The fugitive's comrades expressed contempt for his cowardice, recalling his earlier boasts and arrogance. The red-haired warrior remarked philosophically that it was unlikely that a deserter could escape in this disaster. Grimly recognizing the reality of the situation, he assumed that most of them would not live to see dawn. The incessant bombardment of fireballs continued to destroy the citadel's defensive positions systematically and methodically. The commander-in-chief of the Spirit Knight army personally tore the heads of the defenders, displaying inhuman strength and cruelty. The sight of such carnage was so horrifying that the human mind refused to believe in the reality of what was happening. Inexorably advancing, the undead commander killed everyone indiscriminately, showing no interest in specific victims. The Spirit Army easily dispatched the defenders as if sweeping away minor obstacles to their goal. Suddenly, one of the Spirit Knights was stabbed in the back with a spear, halting his deadly advance. Turns out it was a red-haired tavern boy who fought with amazing skill against superior forces. Realizing the likelihood of his own death, he continued to fight as hard as he could, displaying true warrior bravery. His self-confidence left him as he realized that these opponents were fundamentally different from ordinary monsters. Anxious thoughts of the fate of his comrades tormented his mind as he continued to fight in the brutal chaos of battle. Throwing his gaze forward, he tried to assess the situation and see how events were unfolding in other parts of the battle. A loud war cry echoed over the battlefield, urging his comrades not to give up in the face of death. The bald warrior reminded them of the high cost of defeat, for the enemies would not stop and would hunt for their families. Thus, the battle was not only for their own lives, but also for the protection of those dearest to them. The priorities were clear: family first, then his own safety and well-being in the midst of battle. An attempt to raise the morale of the comrades sounded in the words of the bald warrior about the obligatory victory over the invaders. The shadow of death suddenly loomed over him as Rydok, the chief Spirit Knight, suddenly appeared behind the speaker's back. The bald warrior clearly did not expect this monster to appear behind him, which could have been his fatal mistake. The critical moment came when literally a second separated the bald warrior from imminent death under Rydok's weapon. The commander of the knights pronounced his merciless judgment on the invaders, demanding the destruction of all living things without exception. The undead's face contorted into a vicious grimace as the head Spirit Knight promised to leave not a single soul alive. A guy with a scar on his face witnessed the brutal murder of his comrade right in front of his eyes. After finishing off one victim, the bloodthirsty knight immediately rushed towards the next living target without delay. The supernatural speed of the undead's movement made all attempts at defense by ordinary humans almost hopeless. His last desperate hope for salvation was an attempt to defend himself with his spear at the critical moment of the unequal fight. Suddenly, the Spirit Knight materialized right behind the defender's back, demonstrating an incredible instant teleportation ability. The realization of the hopelessness of the situation came to the red-haired warrior when he realized that death was already inevitable. Fighting off the attack he tried with his last strength, but deep inside he knew his impending doom. At the most critical moment, a mysterious rider on a black horse burst into the epicenter of the battle, radically changing the situation. Surprise and bewilderment swept over the lad as he tried to understand the identity of this unexpected savior. Even the mighty Rydok stopped for a moment when he saw a stranger on a familiar horse approaching. A precise fist strike came right into the face of the head knight, taking him completely by surprise. The black horse didn't stop after the attack, continuing its frantic gallop across the battlefield. This animal once faithfully served the spirit knight himself in countless battles and campaigns. Now it was as if the horse was eager for revenge on his former master, ready to trample him without the slightest regret. On the animal's back were Hans and Lemelin, who had saved the red-haired warrior from certain death. The hero quickly inquired as to the well-being of the rescued man, showing genuine concern for his physical condition. A categorical order to return to the rest of the defenders and organize an immediate retreat sounded without objection. Turning to the girl signaled the beginning of the next phase of their elaborate battle plan. The shock of what was happening still held the scarred guy in a daze, preventing him from realizing reality. His confusion made him stare intently after the departing riders, trying to figure out their identity. Hans continued to charge forward on the black horse he had captured from the enemy, displaying excellent skills. Enemy knights began to converge on the center of the battle, trying to surround the daring rider and his companion. Words of encouragement calmed a frightened Lemelin as Hans promised a successful breakthrough through the dense enemy ranks. Realizing the need to destroy hundreds of spirits to end the devastating siege gave him extra motivation. The brief and contemptuous treatment of his opponents emphasized his lack of time for petty skirmishes with rank-and-file enemies. The time for the decisive battle with the final boss had finally arrived, and no obstacles were to get in the way. The remarkable ease with which Hans burst through the throngs of spirits demonstrated his growing strength. Every meter of rapid advancement brought the hero closer to the upcoming hard clash with the commander. Hans and his faithful companion rode on horseback toward the final battle that would determine the fate of the citadel. Whizzing through dense crowds of skeletons and spirits, the hero displayed amazing animal control skills. Careful observation of the opponent's movements finally confirmed the elite status of each of the spirit knights. The undead's apparent lack of intelligence was fully compensated for by their inhuman strength and tireless endurance. The ability to combine the art of horseback riding with spear skills created a virtually invincible combat combination. The fusion of two ancient martial arts allowed Hansu to methodically destroy all opponents in his path. Mastery of edged weapons combined with the ability to control a horse made him a deadly force. The hero continued to tear through the hordes of monsters with incredible ease, when suddenly another huge obstacle appeared in his path. Rydok expressed his disbelief and surprise that someone dared to so brazenly infiltrate their ranks. The commander-in-chief called all his warriors to him, ordering them to immediately approach to coordinate action. There was a palpable aura of death and madness emanating from the powerful knight that frightened even his own subordinates. The black and purple undead energy began to fill the battlefield even more densely, creating an ominous atmosphere. Such intimidating manifestations did not frighten Hans at all, who continued to move forward resolutely without stopping. His dash was stronger and more confident than ever before, showing complete determination in accomplishing his goal. Lemelin notified the Lord that the path ahead had become open for passage, spurring him into action. Indeed, all the skeletons and knights retreated to the sides, clearing a direct path to their target. However, this open path led straight to the commander himself, giving the impression of a trap or challenge. The lad motioned to the little companion to get down from the horse for her own safety at the critical moment. The girl assured the Lord that everything would be fine, believing that the enemies would not attack the child. Despite the encompassing fear, the obedient Lemelin obeyed her protector's orders and slid from the saddle. Rydok wondered if the stranger had indeed traveled all that dangerous path alone all the way to their location. The lad replied that he was not quite alone, alluding to the presence of his young companion by his side. The head knight expressed annoyance and directly inquired about the reason for the stranger's appearance in their camp. All the warriors and knights waited attentively for an answer, wanting to understand the motives of the audacious alien. Slowly they began to surround the guy, coming closer and pointing their weapons in his direction menacingly. The frightened girl thought about possibly experiencing the last minutes of her short life. Hans tried to reassure his companion, asking her to remain calm in this tense situation. From a pocket of his clothes, he extracted some mysterious paper that was to play a decisive role. With a demonstrative gesture, the hero threw the document on the ground, right at the feet of the head spirit knight. Rydok clearly didn't realize what the item was, but his curiosity was definitely aroused. The commander's subordinates also expressed bewilderment at such bold behavior by the stranger. One of the servants bent down to scrutinize the mysterious paper that had fallen to the ground. Rydok was surprised to recognize the family knight's crest in the object, wondering if the stranger belonged to their order. Hans confirmed the correctness of the commander's assumption, recognizing the true origin of the heraldic symbol. Throwing a family crest to an opponent represented an ancient challenge passed down from generation to generation. Such a tradition was a classic way for knights to challenge each other to a fair fight. Since Rydok was a knight who put the concept of honor above everything else in life, the commander recognized that in their era, some ancient customs still retained their power and importance. Although the coat of arms was a fake, hastily made by Hans himself, there was no way to verify its authenticity. The guy reminded of the spirit's former life as a noble knight with impeccable honor, incomparable to others. A formal challenge to a duel was issued to Rydok, changing the atmosphere of the confrontation to a more formal one. A tense silence hung in the air as everyone waited for the mighty commander to respond to the summons. The girl froze in fear, fearing to hear a disappointing answer that could doom them. Incomprehension encompassed Hans, as his opponent continued to remain silent, giving no immediate response to the challenge thrown his way. The thought of possibly refusing the duel alarmed him, for it could completely ruin the whole plan. Suddenly Rydok spoke up, expressing his amazement that there were still knights who knew honor in these vile times. The commander's interested gaze shifted to the girl as he inquired about her status in relation to the stranger. A thrill of fear gripped Lemelin even more as she realized she was the object of the horrible monster's attention. Hans decided to avoid details and simply confirmed the assumption about the maid, without going into details. Rydok solemnly announced his willingness to recognize the knightly prowess of his opponent, even if he was destined to fall. Appointing a servant to witness the duel sounded like an official demand that could not be ignored. Hans' agreement to such terms was given without hesitation, showing his willingness to fight fair. The proud declaration of accepting the challenge emphasized his status as a knight who never shies away from battle. Albros's call materialized a black horse with blood-red eyes, creating an ominous atmosphere. The captain sat gracefully in the saddle, and his appearance became even more intimidating and majestic at the same time. The formal introduction sounded majestic as Rydok named himself captain of the Order of the Sun Knights of the Empire. Hans gave himself the fake name Evan, hiding his true identity from a powerful adversary. The commander solemnly wished that their noble duel would forever remain in history as a model of chivalrous behavior. His last request for the girl to keep a safe distance behind his back was motivated by concern for her. Lemelin's parting words of caution sounded sincere as she wished her lord good luck. The start of the official jousting was announced, changing the atmosphere to a more solemn and tense one. Analyzing previous fights showed that all bosses use similar attack patterns as in the game. Whether the opponent was a huge bull or a terrifying tree monster, the patterns repeated themselves. Rydok was no exception in this regard, displaying familiar fighting manners and style. Not having to hesitate gave confidence, pushing for decisive action without delay. The decision to meet the enemy face-to-face was in line with a proven tactic that Hans had used many times before. Rydok's comment about forgetting his opponent and intending to attack head-on sounded mocking. The promise of answering the challenge with strength beyond all expectations sounded threatening from the lips of a powerful spirit. The commander began preparing his deadly weapon for the impending confrontation with the bold stranger. The long, sharp battle axe was ready to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. The change in his opponent's fighting stance alerted Hans, indicating preparation for something unexpected. Lemelin's frail figure trembled with fear as she watched the tension build between the duelists. The girl's thoughts were filled with anxiety about the Lord as the atmosphere became even more oppressive and ominous. Anxiety grew as she wondered if something hadn't gone according to plan. Surprise and alarm swept over Hans as he realized the complete unexpectedness of the change in his enemy's behavior. Activating Berserk mode increased Rydok's combat power at critical moments when the situation became dangerous. I remembered that this mode could be activated by a special action, such as killing his trusty warhorse. Doubts crept into the hero's mind about his ability to fight an opponent in such an enhanced state. Rydok's analytical gaze studied his opponent, pondering the reasons for his passivity and lack of attack. The decision to attack first was made by the commander when the patience of waiting had exhausted itself completely. The wild horse, serving as a source of strength for the knight, prepared for a swift attack on the enemy. The incredibly fast dash from his seat left behind only a black-red trail of energy, testifying to his inhuman speed. The crazy speed of the warhorse created a sense of unreality as Rydok carried towards the enemy with fierce determination. Hans met the approach of the hostile rider with full readiness to fight back in a fair fight. An attempt to use a spear was momentarily blocked when the opponent's weapon intercepted the blow with professional dexterity. Rydok's speed and precision of movement was beyond expectations, demonstrating the skill of a seasoned warrior. Recognizing the known technique of attacking an opponent in a berserk state, gave Hans a definite tactical advantage. Kadis's ability allowed him to direct an opponent's power against himself, but required at least a one-time repulsion of the attack. The threat from Rydok sounded both intimidating and respectful, acknowledging future death with honor. The swing of the sharp weapon was executed with incredible speed, leaving minimal time for a defensive maneuver. Hoping for the success of the ability borrowed earlier made Hans put up a defense block with his spear. The clash of weapon against weapon created sparks as the enemy's axe struck the protective spear shaft. The realization of the need to redirect the destructive energy threatening to break the weapon came instantly. The concentration of all available force was directed to the successful execution of a complex counterattack technique. The result was to throw the opponent back a few meters, which changed the dynamics of the fight. The satisfaction of success was replaced by analyzing the situation when Hans noticed Rydok's loss of balance. The unexpectedness of such a development clearly took the commander by surprise, disrupting his battle rhythm. The enemy's internal irritation was evident as he tried to understand the mechanism of repelling his attack. The analysis showed that Rydok's superior horsemanship was even above the expected level. The provocative question about the intent to cry was a clear attempt to throw Hans off his emotional balance. The suspicion of the enemy's manipulative tactics made the hero keep his cool in a critical situation. The understanding of the need for patience came with the realization of the confrontation of two energies, yellow and red, life and death. Two mighty horsemen sought to prove their superiority in this noble duel of knights. Rydok's acknowledgement of his opponent's good play came with a certain amount of respect and derision at the same time. The realization of the futility of defensive tactics alone pushed Hans to look for opportunities to attack. The need to capitalize on every chance to attack became evident with limited time. The difficulty of approaching the enemy at close range posed a serious tactical difficulty. The moment of reflection proved fatal when the opponent struck an unexpected, painful blow. The hero's horse instinctively jumped aside, saving the rider from more serious damage. A real burn was left on Hans's body, testifying to the power of the enemy's magic attack. Overcoming the sharp pain, the hero realized the impossibility of surrender and the need to continue the battle to the end. The unexpected sight before his eyes surprised the warrior as he saw preparations for something grand. The Spirit Knight was gathering all its destructive power, concentrating a huge amount of sinister, dark energy. The realization of an extra-dimensional opponent came with the realization that full concentration meant overstretching one's strength. The final threat from Rydok sounded with absolute certainty of ultimate victory over the defiant opponent. Hans's resolute declaration of the impossibility of perishing here sounded like a challenge to fate itself. Preparing to jump from horseback required the utmost coordination and precision at a critical moment in the battle. Rydok's dismissive comment about the futility of such actions sounded confident and mocking. Ignoring his opponent's words allowed Hans to focus on executing his own carefully thought-out plan. Seeking to get as close to the enemy as possible was a key element of the strategy. Information about Kadis's skills that gave bonuses when facing aggressive opponents determined battle tactics. It was this effect that was the target of his risky maneuver in the critical phase of the fight. Approaching at a dangerous distance was accompanied by the preparation of a spear filled with golden magical energy. The battle cry of the enemy's impending death echoed over the battlefield, showing determination. The super-powerful attack was directed towards the opponent, with incredible strength and precision of execution. The skillful control of the weapon allowed Hans to prepare to deliver the decisive blow in the fight. The confident declaration of the impossibility of avoiding this attack was uttered with absolute faith in success. The revelation of the true purpose of the attack changed the understanding of what was happening by all the witnesses present. The admission that the true target was the enemy's horse, not the knight himself, surprised even the seasoned warrior. The death of the warhorse caused Rydok to fall to his knees, drastically changing the balance of power. The satisfaction of successfully executing the plan was mixed with an understanding of the temporary nature of this advantage. Limiting the enemy's mobility was the result of deliberate tactics that took into account the peculiarities of the battle. The recognition of the power of Kadis's skills was accompanied by the realization of the high cost of using them. The endurance requirements of such techniques far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary person. Combining Gerbier's abilities with Kadis's skills allowed for less energy consumption in attacks. The growing pain in my muscles signaled the approaching limit of my body's physical capabilities. Rydok's musings on long-forgotten sensations showed his surprise and some admiration. Recognizing that for years no one had forced him out of the saddle emphasized the uniqueness of the situation. The evaluation of the correct target selection was accompanied by a warning about the limits of the enemy's capabilities. The invocation of the name of the slain horse was accompanied by the materialization of a new, more dangerous weapon in his hands. The appearance of a thin, long sword signaled the transition to a new phase of the duel with changed rules. The formal presentation with the title of Commander emphasized the seriousness of the intentions and the status of the enemy. The promise to use every available opportunity to destroy the enemy sounded like a solemn oath. Watching the developments caused boundless anxiety to the hero's faithful companion. The girl's movement toward the fight scene was motivated by a desire to help or stop the dangerous battle. Thoughts of having to end the deadly duel were interrupted by an unexpected presence behind her. The appearance of a strange guy behind her back caught little Lemeline off guard at a critical moment. The red-haired young man from the tavern showed curiosity about the events, asking questions about the situation. The girl's answer about the Lord's ability to finish the battle alone reflected her faith in him. The stranger's skeptical remark about overestimating his own strength sounded like a warning of possible danger. Lemeline's firm reply emphasized her loyalty to her master and her strict adherence to his instructions without objection. The stranger's rude remark about the stupidity of such behavior betrayed his annoyance at the passive tactic. The advice to act to save the Lord sounded like an emphatic warning of real danger. Rydok announced the start of the second round, his appearance even more intimidating after his dark transformation. The realization that the enemy had not allowed time to recover his weapon put Hans in a critical position. The lack of in-game inventory in the real world created serious logistical problems in combat. The need to carry everything needed by hand severely limited the ability to re-equip quickly. The call for the girl to drop the sword sounded like the last hope of salvation in a critical situation. Finding a weapon in a hurry didn't leave Lemeline a second to think in a tense moment. Rydok's realization of the critical importance of the moment compelled him to act without delay. The decision to give the enemy no time to rearm was a logical tactical move. Moving as fast as possible became the priority while Hans remained unarmed and vulnerable. The realization of imminent doom in an unarmed state filled the hero's mind with gloomy forebodings. The red-haired guy's remark about the importance of being smart emphasized the criticality of the current moment. The decision to help the stranger and divert the knight's attention was a spontaneous act of bravery. Hansu's weapon throw was a risky attempt to change the course of the battle. The hope of successfully intercepting the weapon before the enemy struck was the only chance of survival. Successfully grabbing the dropped weapon with his hand was the tipping point in a critical situation. The instantaneous transition into a combat state was accompanied by a distinctive golden glow around the warrior. Being ready to strike back at the Spirit Knight gave Hans back the tactical advantage in the battle. The opposing life energies created a tense atmosphere between the two powerful warriors. Rydok's indignation at the intolerability of defeat betrayed his growing anxiety. The realization of the vast difference in strength between his opponents came to Hans with each exchange of blows. Continuing to search through the backpack yielded no results, increasing Lemeline's sense of helplessness. The desire to be useful to the gentleman clashed with the little girl's disability. The superior pressure of the opponent gave no chance to equalize forces in the fight. The knight's remark about his lack of previous confidence was an attempt at psychological pressure. Hans's inner rage found an outlet in a mental promise of payback for the humiliation. Tactically waiting for the moment to lose the enemy's vigilance became the new strategy. The realization of the true purpose of all previous training came at a moment of critical need. The acknowledgement of fortitude from Rydok sounded like both a compliment and a challenge. The high praise of recognition from a powerful commander emphasized the rarity of such an event. Analyzing the change in the enemy's position indicated the arrival of the long-awaited moment. The realization of the plan was made possible by an opportunity that finally presented itself. A decisive swing of the weapon preceded a throw that was to change the course of the entire duel between the two warriors. A dagger aimed with precision collided with his opponent's sword, creating sparks and the distinctive clang of metal against metal. Bewilderment gripped Rydok, who couldn't understand the true meaning behind such a strange and unconventional attack. Hans' weapon flew past its target and slammed into the ground, leaving everyone present completely confused as to what was happening. None of the witnesses of the duel could guess the true intentions of the hero and the purpose of such a maneuver. Rydok's address to his opponent contained an admission of underestimating the daring stranger's abilities in battle. Despite careful analysis of all enemy attacks, the true nature of his tactics remained a mystery to the commander. The statement of intent to end the protracted duel betrayed the powerful knight's growing irritation. Adopting a fighting stance was accompanied by preparations to deliver a final, crushing blow to the enemy. The concentration of strength and speed for the decisive attack created an aura of mortal danger around Rydok. While observing the enemy's actions, Hans carefully extracted something important from his hiking bag. The appearance of the red exploding stone signaled a shift to unconventional battle tactics. The inner understanding of rejecting the rules of fair jousting was a conscious choice of the hero. Throwing an explosive rock towards the enemy was an unexpected maneuver for all present. Rydok's dismissive statement about the futility of such actions betrayed his confidence in his own superiority. The moment of realizing the true nature of the thrown object changed the expression on the mighty knight's face. Asking the companion if she was ready was accompanied by a request to hand over the spear for the final maneuver. Realizing the critical importance of the moment made Lemelin act without delay, overcoming her own fear. A powerful blast of red stone illuminated the battlefield, creating a cloud of dust and destruction around the epicenter. Redok's survival after such exposure came as a shock to everyone, demonstrating his inhuman endurance. The incredulity in the knight's voice emphasized his confidence in the ineffectiveness of such methods against him. Hans's calm reply about the preliminary preparations hinted at a more complex plan of action. The enemy's indignation reflected his hurt feelings and contempt for unconventional methods of combat. The question of respect for the commander's person betrayed a deep resentment at the enemy's neglect. The confirmation of seriousness of intent on Hans's part came with a firm determination to see the plan through. The accusation of the knight's unworthy behavior was voiced with indignation, mixed with disappointment in his opponent. Realizing that the enemy underestimates unconventional methods of combat worked in favor of the hero's cunning plan. The rhetorical question about the need to use only the sword was a provocation designed to throw him off balance. Redok's categorical response that traps should not be used demonstrated his adherence to tradition. The unexpected question of arrogance caught the commander off guard, disrupting the usual flow of conversation. Complete incomprehension of the meaning of the question was reflected in the knight's reaction, unprepared for such a turn in the conversation. The provocative remark about future requests for help was the last straw that overflowed the cup of Redok's patience. The knight's rage was so strong that the ground beneath his feet began to tremble from the outgoing anger. The categorical demand not to interfere in the duel sounded like a direct order to all of the Spirit Knight's subordinates. The instruction to remain in place was given with such force that no one dared to disobey the commander. All the soldiers froze motionless like statues, not daring to even move in the presence of the angry leader. Lemelin's concern for her lord grew with each passing second, watching the conflict escalate. The red-haired tavern boy's observation of the developments was accompanied by a growing bewilderment at what was happening. Realizing the success of the plan brought satisfaction when Hans saw the enemy fall into the prepared trap. Redok's indignation at the possible laughter at his person betrayed a deep resentment and growing rage. The extra energy boost from the dead allowed the commander to increase his power to a scale never seen before. The physical transformation made the opponent much larger and stronger than he was before the ability was activated. A realistic assessment of his own strength told Hans that it was impossible to win in a direct confrontation with a reinforced enemy. The advantage of multiple combat experience with a given opponent made up for the difference in physical strength. The pre-prepared network was not a random tool, but a carefully planned element of strategy. The rapid approach of the enraged enemy demanded immediate action to realize the prepared plan. Instantly preparing to cast a special net charged with magical energy was a turning point. The precise throw of the netted weapon towards the attacking knight was executed with filigree precision. Redok's attempt at a protective barrier of energy proved insufficient against the unconventional weapon. The contemptuous reference to his opponent as mediocrity reflected the growing arrogance of the powerful knight. The desire to cut the net with traditional weapons demonstrated an underestimation of the enemy's cunning and preparedness. The special material of the net's construction ensured its incredible durability against conventional physical attacks. Redok's successful entanglement in the network caused the powerful commander to lose mobility completely. The absolute immobility of the defeated enemy created ideal conditions for the final maneuver. Revealing the secret of impregnating the net with holy water and silver explained its devastating effect on the undead. The process of gradually burning the enemy's body began due to the special processing of the net's material. The rhetorical question about the fairness of combat emphasized the priority of survival over adherence to chivalric rules. The winner's smile was accompanied by a confession that life is more important than abstract notions of honor. The announcement of the turn to retaliate marked the shift of initiative to the hero. The slow approach to a completely immobilized opponent created a tense atmosphere for the finale. The shocked realization of the winner's true identity struck the watching red-haired youth. The satisfaction of successfully executing a complex plan was mixed with the relief of avoiding doom. Recognizing the difficulty of the maneuver performed emphasized the magnitude of the achievement under critical battle conditions. Evaluating further actions as relatively straightforward demonstrated confidence in the completion of the plan. The inaccessibility of the silver spear to novice players emphasized Han's special position in this world. The high cost of holy water made its purchase impossible for ordinary adventurers. A novice following standard manuals would never be able to access such resources. The vast wealth accumulated from previous victories opened up access to the rarest items. The memories and abilities gained from the absorbed heroes created a unique combination of advantages. Countless attempts at the game in the past have provided invaluable experience and knowledge of the mechanics. The realization that the upcoming events remained the most dangerous required the utmost concentration. The careful preparation for this moment was the result of long planning and accumulation of resources. The parallel with gladiatorial combat emphasized the deadly seriousness of the current confrontation between the warriors. The advantage of the Retiarius in combat was attributed to the effectiveness of the net as a means of controlling the enemy. The classic tactic of using a net to restrict mobility followed by the use of stabbing weapons was proving versatile. Combining this method with an opponent adhering to the traditional rules of chivalric combat provided an additional advantage. Rydok himself began to realize the correctness of the choice of the network as a means of restriction. Analyzing the situation, recognizing my own weaknesses before holy water and silver came with a bitter understanding of vulnerability. The surprise of the enemy's new equipment made the commander wonder about the possibility of such changes. Hans's smile accompanied the action of cutting the first net, showing complete control of the situation. Suddenly, a second net materialized above the knight's head, continuing the elaborate plan of attack. The enemy's amazement at the number of guns prepared was conveyed through the hero's retort of prudence. Fury enveloped Rydok as he realized the need to get out of the net despite his own reluctance. The moment to strike came when Hans took advantage of his opponent's temporary vulnerability to attack. Quickly cutting the second net, the knight felt a false sense of relief at the seeming ease of release. The third net instantly covered the commander when he still had no time to regain his balance after the previous maneuver. Confidence in his ability to block the next trap was growing stronger in Rydok's mind, despite repeated hits. The tactic of simultaneously throwing two nets demonstrated a depth of planning and anticipation of possible reactions. The revelation of multiple past battles sounded like a shock to the opponent who had not expected such a statement. The confusion of the words about the previous battles was reflected in the mighty Spirit Knight's confusion. The purposefulness of coming to the Citadel was beginning to take shape into a clearer picture of the planned confrontation. The challenge to a face-to-face duel took on new meaning in light of the facts revealed about the history of the conflict. The systematic use of the Silver Trident and Holy Water indicated careful advance preparation for this battle. The denial of the possibility of foreseeing events was accompanied by a cry of despair from the defeated commander. The explanation of motive seemed like a confession of a desire to humiliate an opponent for personal gratification. The question about admitting defeat was uttered with a slight sneer, emphasizing the hopelessness of the situation. A direct trident strike on the enemy was a logical extension of the hero's offensive tactics. The cries of foul play reflected the knight's traditional ideas of proper behavior in battle. Demanding a fair fight with sword in hand demonstrated an inability to adapt to changed conditions. The realization that this was his only chance motivated Hans to take decisive action without delay. The moment of greatest anger of the enemy created ideal conditions for the realization of the final stage of the plan. A fourth net flew towards the target, closing an unbreakable circle of restrictions around the powerful enemy. The threat about the wrong choice of enemy sounded with notes of despair in the commander's voice. The reminder of his previous words was accompanied by a quiet confidence in his own rightness. The repetition of the statement about multiple battles emphasized a temporal paradox incomprehensible to the listeners. His categorical refusal to listen to the continuation gave away his growing irritation and unwillingness to accept reality. The statement about the first meeting contradicted the hero's words, creating an air of mystery about the situation. An attempted weapon attack was thwarted by the hero's timely evasion to safety. The shattering of the ground under the impact was accompanied by the activation of yellow energy in Hans's eyes. Settling into a proper fighting stance was finalizing preparations for the final clash with a weakened opponent. The decision to use Cadiz's Silver Moon Spear marked the transition to the final phase of the deadly duel. The realization of the need to put all available energy into the final blow came at a critical second of the battle. Jabir's body enhancement activation added a powerful new power effect to the hero's arsenal of abilities. The moment of peak power required maximum concentration of all resources to achieve the best possible result in battle. The crushing blow on the knight literally tore the enemy apart, demonstrating the incredible power of the attack. A light show engulfed the battlefield as a colossal explosion of unprecedented power and brightness occurred. An energy pillar pierced through the sky, testifying to the scale of the magic power used in the attack. The beginning disintegration of the Spirit Knight army was happening rapidly, the warriors scattering like sand figures in the wind. The gradual disappearance of the undead made it feel unreal, as if the army had never existed. The seriousness of the red-haired boy's expression reflected his attempt to understand the true scale of the miracle he had seen. Rydok's agony at dying was accompanied by disbelief at such an unexpected outcome to a long-awaited fight. The sizzling energy completely engulfed the commander's powerful body, leaving no trace behind. The instantaneous transformation from physical form to blue glow ended the legendary knight's existence. Among the remnants of the battle, a mysterious amulet that remained from a completely destroyed enemy stood out. Realizing the value of the discovered artifact as a reward for defeating Rydok came immediately to the hero. The sudden realization of the true purpose of the whole enterprise forced a reassessment of the motives behind the actions taken. Anticipating the future benefits of the amulet confirmed the absolute correctness of the chosen battle strategy. Flop's shout suddenly broke the post-victory silence on the devastated battlefield. Surprise swept over Hans as he tried to identify the source of the familiar but unexpected voice. Lemelin, clutching her Kata's mask in her hands, became the center of attention in this tense situation. The two young men found themselves in close proximity to each other for an upcoming conversation. A repeated, insistent call from Flop made the hero finally focus on the identity of the speaker. Thoughts of a forgotten acquaintance flashed through Hans's mind at the sight of the persistent fellow. Flop's irritation expressed itself in an angry demand for an explanation of recent unbelievable events. The question of a possible forgotten reason for being in this place demanded an immediate answer. The revelation of the change of identity sounded like an attempt to avoid complicated and lengthy explanations. The categorical refusal to believe such an incredible story was reflected in the reaction of an incredulous comrade. Flop's confidence in his ability to recognize his childhood friend through the years seemed unshakable. An inner realization of the futility of explaining the true situation tormented Hans at this moment. The hopelessness of the situation caused the hero a sense of deep frustration and fatigue. The insistence for at least a partial explanation continued to echo from the stubborn childhood companion. Lemelin's shock at the observed confrontation between familiar people was evident. An attempt to leave the scene of the conflict was accompanied by a sharp appeal to the companion to leave the danger zone. The repetition of the order sounded more sharply, emphasizing the critical importance of immediate withdrawal from the citadel. The offer of freedom of choice to the girl contained an implicit threat of being left unprotected in a dangerous place. The desperate plea not to leave her alone betrayed an animal fear of the unknown and danger. After such a grand event, the meaning of a quick retreat became a vital survival priority. A single victory over such a powerful adversary will inevitably attract unwanted attention from many interested parties. The final decision to neutralize the pseudo-comrade by physical force allowed Hans to avoid further explanations and obstacles. Memories of the fire that engulfed the village surfaced before the eyes of the red-haired boy, walking with difficulty on trembling legs. Flop, familiar with the purple hair, slowly realized the magnitude of the disaster that had befallen their hometown. The realization of the total loss of all the villagers came gradually as he walked around the ruins of the destroyed houses. The absence of Hans's body among the dead made one wonder about the possible survival of his best friend. Hope for the life of a comrade flashed in his heart, despite the surrounding evidence of widespread death. The intense pain from his own wounds prevented normal movement through the ruined village. The question of the events of the blackout period tormented the mind, prompting an immediate search for Hans. The uncertainty of his friend's fate created an agonizing state between hope and despair in Flop's heart. The personal experience of catastrophe has changed attitudes toward monsters, stripping them of their ability to inspire previous fear. The emotional transformation gave the strength to easily deal with creatures that previously seemed invincible. Systematic questioning of locals about Hans's fate became a daily routine for the surviving lad. Countless battles with monsters were accompanied by saving the lives of innocent people throughout the area. Months of unsuccessful searches for the comrade did not bring us any closer to an answer to the main question about his whereabouts. Gradually, meeting a friend turned from a goal into an obsession that defined every action. The line between purpose and obsession blurred when the quest became the sole meaning of existence. Trying to understand the motivation behind such persistent actions led to a single answer. Friendship requires sacrifice. The shock of the unexpected encounter with a living comrade temporarily paralyzed the ability to react adequately to the situation. A painful fist bump was the answer to trying to explain himself to the man he had been searching for months. The continuation of the path led the travelers to a forest thicket, where they decided to stop for a breather. Lemelin was surprised by the process of the gentleman starting the fire using some mysterious papers. The question of burning strange materials demanded an explanation from the girl's mysterious companion. An explanation about the medicinal properties of the plant shed light on the practical usefulness of the unusual action. Information about the protective effect of smoke against monsters proved to be valuable knowledge for survival. The time interval of the remedy was an impressive 12 hours after 30 minutes of burning. Handing over part of the plant to Lemelin showed the Lord's concern for his companion's safety without showing emotion. Latent care was shown through practical actions, avoiding direct expression of feelings for the girl. An unexpected initiative of apology on the part of the young companion broke the established atmosphere of silence. Curiosity about the gentleman's identity translated into a direct question about the origins of the varied arsenal of weapons. The modest answer about the status of an ordinary wanderer did not match the skills and capabilities demonstrated. The girl's attempt to continue questioning was foiled by the gentleman's desire to avoid unnecessary explanations. The desire to rest in silence after his ordeal became a priority for the exhausted hero. The stranger's approach to the resting place disturbed the brief peace of the travelers in the woods. Lemelin's keen hearing was the first to pick up the sounds of other people's footsteps in the surrounding forest silence. Hans's calm remark about the long-ago surroundings indicated his knowledge of the situation beforehand. The situation became clearer when Hans realized that we were talking about being surrounded by real soldiers, not random strangers. The realization of the complete conformity of what was happening to the scenario of the game came to the guy simultaneously with the realization of the forced environment. Horror and consternation gripped Lemelin as she realized the gravity of the situation and the number of armed men around her. Addressing the hero using the name Evan confirmed his successful disguise as a wandering knight. The evasive response to the question about identity demonstrated a desire to learn more about unexpected visitors. The blonde's introduction of the commander of the 5th Knight Order sounded official and with a note of pride in the title. A formal introduction called the name of Albedo Kelvin, a member of the kingdom's high-ranking military elite. Interest in the soldier's intentions regarding his person was expressed by Hans with ostentatious calm. The invitation to go with the squad sounded polite, but with a clear implication of the inevitability of this step. The refusal to reveal the true purpose of the invitation was accompanied by an insistence to simply follow the squad. The question about the consequences of refusal received a veiled answer about the inevitability of harsher methods of persuasion. Not wanting to let the conflict escalate made the hero decide to go with the squad voluntarily. A satisfied smile accompanied the blonde's gratitude for the wanderer's willing cooperation. Hans' internal analysis compared the Emperor's orders to a shield, and sword threats were used at any deviation. Disappointment in the knights, who turned out to be ordinary gangsters, reflected an understanding of the true nature of the noble order. The irritation at what was happening was growing so much that it began to manifest itself physically through the emanation of yellow energy. His squinted eyes betrayed a growing anger over the ruined evening and forced submission. The instinctive movement of his hand to his weapon reflected a readiness to forcefully deal with the problem at hand. The mental planning for the attack included the paramount elimination of the overconfident Albedo as the main threat. The sequence of intended actions involved chopping up the body of the arrogant commander. The battle strategy continued with the plan of destroying the warrior behind the leader using the sword skill. The thought of getting ahead of the formation of soldiers showed a deep understanding of tactical advantages. Visualizing the plan became useless when Hans spotted Lemelin being held hostage by enemy soldiers. It was a consolation to keep these thoughts to oneself as the use of full force remained premature. A glance at the commander made him reconsider and temporarily give up exposing his weapon. The knight's question about possible resistance sounded with notes of curiosity and poorly concealed hope. The hasty denial of any thoughts of resistance was accompanied by a gesture of reconciliation and submission. Understanding the need to avoid additional problems in this situation suggested a prudent line of behavior. Lemelin's surprise at her lord's behavior expressed a lack of understanding of such an unusual submission from a strong warrior. A careful blow to the girl's head prevented her rash attack, saving the life of her reckless companion. The instruction to take all belongings emphasized practical thinking even in the critical situation of captivity. The report of a prearranged carriage gave away the systematic nature of the operation to capture the guest. The commander's constant sunny smile created a dissonance with the threatening nature of the situation at hand. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from the commander's face as he noticed the distinct killing intent in the captive's eyes. An obvious change in the opponent's decision occurred the moment his hand reached for the hilt of his sword. The distinct visibility of the fighting stance allowed Albedo to anticipate the potential actions of the strange traveler. Despite the prisoner's outward calmness, the commander realized the need for constant observation of him. The characteristic gait of people who had trained with real weapons gave away an experienced warrior, even in civilian clothes. Upon further analysis, the commander noticed signs of wielding different types of weapons, something that seemed impossible for the average wanderer. Doubting his own observations, Albedo put it down to fatigue after a long day, refusing to believe in this level of skill. The solemn escort of the Knights of the 5th Squad gave the convoy an official and imposing appearance. The monotonous sound of creaking carriage wheels and the clatter of horses' hooves created a soporific atmosphere of travel. With genuine curiosity, Hans inquired the cause of his young companion's so evident fear. The girl's frank confession of discomfort with the large number of men around her revealed her past traumas. The guy's logical remark about his own masculinity only elicited a silent response from Lemelin. The memory of the first meeting at the slave market explained many of the peculiarities of the girl's behavior. The likelihood of prior forcible capture and sale into slavery seemed high given the circumstances of their acquaintance. Most likely, the defenseless child was a victim of military units engaged in slave trade in the border areas. A firm determination to prevent a similar situation from happening again solidified in Hans's mind as he watched the sleeping girl. Judging by the speed of the carriage, arrival at Pistanzi's main destination was expected by morning, with an additional stop. The possible fatigue of the nights from the long escort was not sympathetic to the captive, who preferred to use the time to rest. With unconcealed indifference to the convoy's problems, Hans decided to use the forced journey to recuperate. The peaceful swaying of the carriage contributed to a quick sleep for the exhausted travelers in need of recuperation. Lemelin's gradual awakening began with the first rays of dawn filtering through the carriage curtains. A sleepy haze enveloped the girl's consciousness as she struggled to open her eyes in the unfamiliar surroundings. Contemplating the sleeping lord, Lemelin pondered his contradictory character that combined harshness and caring. The attraction of danger seemed to be an integral part of this strange man's personality, risking his life. Surprisingly, despite his outward callousness, the gentleman sought to shield the girl from any threats. The sense of security that Lemelin felt around Hans had not occurred with anyone else in her life. One disturbing thought clouded the girl's mind, the possibility of revealing her true nature to her master. The fear of hatred from his only protector if he learned the truth was more frightening than the physical danger. The bright rays of the morning sun shone through the forest thicket that surrounded the road on which the carriage continued to travel. The blinding light caused Hans to wake up quickly, blinking and trying to orient himself in space. The residual fatigue from the grueling battle with the spirit knight was still felt in every muscle of his body. Despite his accumulated experience and acquired hero skills, the guy realized his inability to use them to their full potential. With the current battles, the need to combine different skills was becoming an obvious solution to compensate for weaknesses. Due to the imperfections of such an approach, the body was under tremendous strain requiring long recovery. Working out a more harmonious combination of skills that minimized side effects was becoming paramount. The reasons for going to the village became clearer as Hans pondered the upcoming visit. Without warning, Albedo's face appeared in the carriage window, disturbing the solitude of the passengers. Hans's respectful request for the knight's non-interference in village affairs was made with feigned politeness. The information about the spread of the plague in the target village came as if incidentally from the lips of a cautious traveler. The commander's consternation at the mention of the deadly disease betrayed his unpreparedness for such a threat. Concern for the health of the escorting girl was a convenient excuse for getting rid of the intrusive escort. Albedo's insistence on continuing on his journey was met with skepticism about his knowledge regarding the plague. The self-assertive statement about the ability of the squad's medics to cure any disease demonstrated the commander's arrogance. The pathos declaration of the unbearability of the sight of the suffering of the weak to righteous knights elicited a furtive chuckle from the captive. Hans's barely restrained smile reflected his realization of the absurdity of the virtue claims made. Signs of approaching the village became more and more obvious as the carriage slowed at the outskirts of the settlement. The joyous shouts of the inhabitants at the sight of the knights expressed a desperate hope of deliverance from their troubles. The desperate pleas for rescue were accompanied by a demonstration of the disease affecting most of the villagers. Albedo's orders to his subordinates included finding those in need and checking the neighborhood for monsters. The two captives, well rested from their journey, left the cozy interior of the carriage after the escort. A polite question about being able to look around the village concealed Hans's true intentions to explore the area. The warning from the commander about the proximity of the disease-causing monsters contained a grain of truth and valid concerns. Albedo's insight on the matter was unquestioned, though the real problem lay in the village itself. Addressing the still sleepy companion was full of impatience, given the gravity of the situation and the need for quick action. In parallel with being asked to prepare the gear, Hans analyzed the symptoms in an attempt to determine the true nature of the plague. Characteristic features of green moss disease included progressive formation of vegetative structures on the skin of the patients. Fatal outcome if treatment was delayed was inevitable, emphasizing the importance of timely intervention. Due to the high risk of contamination, maximum caution was required when traveling through the infected area. As they advanced through the village, one of the villagers begged the travelers for a sip of water with visible desperation. Tearful pleas for help for the dehydrated child failed to elicit a response from Hans, who was passing by. In spite of the unhappy woman's sobs, the guy nonchalantly continued on his way, ignoring the requests for help. Lemelin's bewilderment grew as she observed the Lord's cold attitude toward the suffering villagers. The discomfort of the stares of people asking for help made the girl feel increasingly uncomfortable. The realization of the seriousness of the situation was reflected in Hans's irritated look as he watched the events unfold. The instant retrieval of the weapon demonstrated a willingness to defend the companion from any potential threat. With a protective gesture, the boy covered the girl with his body, creating a living barrier between her and the inhabitants. The imperious order to take a step back was addressed to all the patients showing undue interest in his companion. The categorical prohibition to approach Lemelin sounded so threatening that no one dared to disobey. Frightened cries of villagers begging for mercy filled the air after the threatening warning. Lemelin's short order to get water out of the bag sounded unexpected after the previous display of indifference. The sudden change of mind regarding helping the residents caused the good girl to be genuinely happy. Lemelin's movement to reach for the water pouch was stopped by the Lord's intervention. With a swift movement, Hans seized the initiative, taking the pouch from the hands of his surprised companion. With a sharp throw, the guy sent a container of water in the direction of a woman who was begging for help for her child. A condescending tone accompanied the instruction to take the water away, emphasizing the forced nature of this act of mercy. Grateful tears streamed down the woman's face as she suddenly addressed her appreciation to the silver-haired girl. Bewilderment flashed through Hans's mind, for he was the actual giver of the life-giving moisture. The philosophical acceptance of the situation with redirected gratitude reflected the practicality of the protagonist's thinking. Medical information about green moss plague and the contact route of transmission sounded like professional advice. Because of the high risk of infection, the requirement to stay away from the sick was perfectly reasonable. The explicit prohibition on helping sick people left no room for argument or debate. The inner realization of the pointlessness of helping the doomed didn't stop Hans from worrying about his companion's safety. Fears that the girl might be forced into dangerous contact forced preventive measures to be taken. Mention of a possible fee increase served as an additional motivation to comply with safety regulations. A strong warning to stop communicating if infected emphasized the importance of following directions. With a genuine smile of understanding, Lemelin confirmed her awareness of all the requirements and her willingness to comply. Trying to recall game events related to this location occupied Hans' thoughts as he advanced. The inability to recapture a certain element suggested its minor role in the story. Another attempt to thank the gentleman was made by the girl with a sincere desire to express her gratitude. The irritated instruction to forget about gratitude was accompanied by the hope that the begging from the locals would stop. Lemelin's likely motivation to help the sick because of her own past required clear orders to continue traveling. The categorical prohibition to help anyone without express authorization applied to any situation without exception. A philosophical observation about the potential harms of thoughtlessly helping others rounded out the instruction on village behavior. Suddenly Hans pushed the frightened girl straight into the depths of the well, whence she flew down with a desperate cry. The hero's immediate leap after his companion demonstrated the lack of malice in the unexpected act. Upon landing, Hans noted with satisfaction that the location matched his prior expectations and memories. Careful visual analysis of the space inside the well helped assess potential threats and opportunities. After a full tour of the surroundings, came the realization of the unchanged underground space from the last visit. Lemelin's confused question about her current location expressed her complete incomprehension of the sudden change in location. A succinct explanation about sewer passages and their connection to the epidemic shed light on the strange act. The information about the sewer ruler in the form of a huge rat sounded like a warning of impending danger. The unequivocal warning of the deadly danger of falling behind emphasized the importance of strict adherence to instructions. The sudden appearance of the huge rat made the guy lightning grab his weapon with the honed reaction of a warrior. After swiftly killing the monster, Hans turned to his companion with a serious question about her willingness to continue the journey. The unusual nature of the rat was evident in its blood-red eyes and strange blood composed of green moss, confirming a connection to the epidemic. Despite her obvious disgust at the spectacle, Lemelin bravely reaffirmed her desire to follow her master further. With disbelief, the girl looked at the carcass of the dead monster, trying to realize the existence of such monsters in reality. The pointlessness of complaining in the current situation was gradually becoming apparent to the hero's young companion. Satisfied with the answer, Hans handed the girl the dagger with words of approval, causing her to stare in amazement. A clear misunderstanding of the purpose of this gesture was reflected on Lemelin's face as she held the cold weapon confusedly. The boy's impatient explanation of the need to learn new combat skills rang out in response to her surprised look. The girl's timid objection to preferring the crossbow as a more convenient remote weapon was promptly overruled. The logical argument for the need for melee proficiency was in addition to the survival instructions already received. The inadequacy of current experience for survival was emphasized by Hans as a serious flaw that needed to be corrected. Accepting the role of companion required coming to terms with certain inconveniences and the need to learn new skills. Countless horrible mutants began to crawl out of the surrounding darkness, disturbing the brief calm of the dungeon. The herd of aggressive creatures seemed endless as more and more creatures emerged from the surrounding gloom. Clear aggression and a desire to kill came from every monster rushing towards the uninvited guests. Absolute fearlessness was displayed by Hans, heading straight towards the danger with a determined look. One of the monsters with huge teeth made a leap in an attempt to attack the brave warrior. With a light sword motion, the guy sliced the attacking creature apart without slowing his movement. His mastery of the weapon allowed him to deal with each attacking rat without apparent effort. Despite numerous attempts to deal damage, not a single monster was able to penetrate the experienced fighter's defenses. One of the rats slipped past the fighting boy, rushing towards the defenseless girl. Understanding the need for independent survival outside of protection required a baptism of fire for the young companion. An inept attempt to use the dagger resulted in erratic movements, only accidentally hitting the target. The haphazard waving of the weapon caused genuine surprise even to the primitive creature attacking the girl. Hans's mental bewilderment at his panicked reaction to his only opponent was replaced by mild irritation. The memory of an unexpectedly good fight against a knight contrasted with the current clumsiness in simple combat. The important distinction between past and present opponents emphasized the unpredictability of the girl's fighting skills. The psychological factor of a clearly visible enemy with his lust for killing created an additional mental hurdle. The frightening sensations of flesh tearing or a blade penetrating skin triggered a natural fear reaction in inexperienced fighters. The combination of all the intimidating factors often resulted in fear paralysis, blocking the ability to respond appropriately. Thanks to Kadis's skills, Hans's susceptibility to such horrors had diminished, though the first fight was forever etched in his memory. Vivid memories of her own terror at fighting the wolf helped her understand her companion's current state. The innate fighting spirit of the Lemelin race was evident in her actions, though the critical lack of experience was obvious to the observer. The clumsy attempt of her young companion to hold a heavy dagger in her trembling hands against a mere rat elicited pity. Self-learning through one's own mistakes seemed to be the most effective method of preparing for future challenges. Hans's sharp shout of needing to take a long stick from his backpack contained a clear alternative between life and death. Lemelin's obedience showed immediately as she began frantically searching for said item in her pack. The uncertainty caused the girl to interrogate the gentleman as to the correctness of the tool she had found, demonstrating the stick she had discovered. The brief instruction to confidently hold the found object and slam it against the wall sounded cryptic to the uninitiated girl. The miracle of the instantaneous ignition of the stick after striking a rock caused rapturous wonder in the young companion. The realization of the nature of the magic object as a torch came to Lemelin with the immediacy of a child's perception. The peculiarity of this light source required extreme care in handling the precious instrument of protection. The weak plague rodents appeared to have a panicked fear of light, which provided a tactical advantage. An impatient urge to take active action against the monster resounded in Hans's demanding question about the lack of attack. The girl's inner struggle to muster all her courage to confront the monster was readable in her tense posture. The favorable moment to attack came when the frightened rodent temporarily lost its aggressiveness under the influence of light. The realization of the need to overcome fear in order to continue traveling alongside the master was becoming a deciding factor in the decision. The impossibility of perpetual fear and admiration for the master's fearlessness motivated Lemelin to overcome her own limitations. It took the concentration of all available resolve for the girl to perform her first real combat maneuver. A swift rush forward against the hideous creature demonstrated the young warrior's newfound bravery. The precise movement of the dagger that pierced the monster's eye was the first successful combat experience for the inexperienced fighter. A finishing blow to the monster's head guaranteed a final victory over the unpleasant foe. Watching closely the formation of a new warrior was satisfying for Hans as he assessed his apprentice's progress. A hard battle with a small rodent showed the long road ahead for the girl in mastering martial arts. After the first baptism of fire, the travelers continued their journey deep into the mysterious catacombs. The scrupulous count of creatures destroyed, which had already reached 23, demonstrated the methodical nature of Lemelin's character. Confirmation of the identity of the dungeon walls came to Hans as he moved along the familiar corridors. A tactile inspection of the surface by the lad finally convinced him of the correctness of his chosen path. A feverish examination of the contents of the bags began as Hans decided to prepare himself to meet the main occupant of the catacombs. The inevitability of a clash with the lord of this place required careful planning for the upcoming operation. A predilection for red exploding crystals determined the choice of weapon to overcome the next obstacle. A carefully calculated throw directed the deadly stones precisely into the intended target on the massive wall. Hans's protectionist gesture of placing his hand on the girl's shoulder betrayed his concern for his companion's safety. The short command to duck before the explosion left no room for discussion or delay. The warning of an imminent explosion emphasized the critical importance of taking proper cover in the coming seconds. An animal fear gripped Lemeline after the Lord's words that foreshadowed the destructive power of the coming explosion. A deafening rumble and blinding flash accompanied the formation of a massive hole in the ancient wall of the catacombs. The instinctive action of protecting his little companion with his body showed Hans's genuine concern. The shock experienced by the girl after the explosion resembled a temporary exit of the spirit from the physical body. An irritated demand to stop excessive emotional reactions was followed by an instruction to proceed without delay. Lemeline's attentiveness allowed her to notice a decrease in the rat population as she moved deeper into the catacombs. The explanation of this phenomenon by the source of parasite origin sounded commonplace from the mouth of an experienced researcher. Sincere concern for the physical and emotional state of his young charge was hidden behind Hans' outwardly blunt question. Lemeline replied that yes, the backpack was a little heavy, but that wasn't a problem for her. A former slave used to hard work. Hans clarified that he wasn't asking about the weight, but about the smell. How the girl manages to tolerate that awful dungeon stench. The girl with white hair shrugged her shoulders, saying that everything was fine, and she didn't smell any particular odor in these catacombs. The guy frowned, muttering that the main thing was a huge rat lurking somewhere that was a real danger. Hans said thoughtfully, he could have shot and killed the main rat in just one accurate shot using his skills. The problem was that if he did that, all the plague rats would immediately pounce on them, posing a deadly threat. The young man realized that in this case he would find himself in an extremely difficult situation, from which it would be difficult to find a way out. So he asked Lemeline to give him the backpack, explaining that he wanted to get something important for their survival in this dungeon. The skinny guy had prepared bursting arrows whose tips were made of firestone, often used by Paul. Lemeline remarked with red eyes that such arrows would definitely reach, for the heavy tips shifted the center of gravity forward. Hans didn't even understand what the girl was saying, surprised by her knowledge of ballistics, which was unusual for a former slave. The young man irritably asked if she thought he didn't know it himself and told her to watch carefully. It would come in handy in the future. The first arrow was aimed exactly on the hour, and Hans felt the skill of a sure shot inherited from Cadiz. He wouldn't be considered a hero for nothing if it weren't for those outstanding combat skills to hit the target with incredible accuracy. Hitting the target wasn't a problem for Hans. The question was where exactly to shoot for maximum effect. The guy yelled at the damn rat to run away while it had the chance, though he knew the monster wouldn't listen to him. With a bursting arrow, there was a powerful explosion that sent the huge rat flying into the air, emitting a piercing screech. Lemeline looked on in amazement, not understanding how the skinny guy had such incredible fighting abilities. Hans then took a second arrow, which was to accurately hit the next target, outlined by his experienced eye. The young man knew to aim his next shot at 300, where another nest of dangerous creatures was located. The little rat with blood-red eyes watched in horror as the deadly arrow flew towards it at great speed. After the arrow hit, there was a deafening explosion that made the creature squeak in death agony. Hans realized that this was not all, and he needed to continue shelling the dens to destroy as many of the dangerous creatures as possible. In the game, the rats appeared randomly, but here in reality, they all acted the same and were in specific locations. The guy could see exactly where the critters were going, so he aimed his next arrow at the burrow located at 5 o'clock. Another powerful explosion shook the dungeon, destroying dozens of rats and collapsing part of the ceiling of their underground lair. The next devastating explosion occurred at the 6 o'clock position, where a particularly large concentration of plague creatures was lurking. The arrow then flew into the hole located at 9000, causing a new wave of destruction in the maze of underground passages. At positions 7000, 8000, and 11000, explosions also rang out, the entire cave shuddering as if from an underground earthquake. The very last arrow fired by Hans was loaded with a special compound to maximize damage to the main monster. It was flying at such a speed that the little rats couldn't even do anything to prevent the inevitable disaster. This arrow clearly hit one of the rats right in the eye, penetrating deep inside and reaching the critter's vital organs. After the hit, there was a colossal explosion that sent all the remaining rats flying into the air, blown to pieces. There was such a rumble that the frightened Lemeline covered her ears with her hands, watching in horror at the destructive power of her master's weapon. The chief rat, the ruler of the dungeon, from all those explosions finally woke up, enraged by the deaths of his many subjects. The huge monster sniffed its nose with fury at the smell of burnt kin, its blood-red eyes glowing with anger and lust for revenge. The monster was enraged to the extreme and was already ready to fight to the death to avenge the destruction of his underground kingdom. Hans realized with satisfaction that it was time to face the main beast of the cave, the source of the plague that had struck the village. The guy grinned, pronouncing that finally that bad rat had woken up, and prepared for a decisive fight with the Dungeon King. The huge rat immediately assumed an aggressive posture, showing off its huge eyes and intimidating teeth, ready to attack. The monster emitted such a loud squeak that the walls of the cave shuddered, revealing the incredible power of the underground lord. The monster was trying to determine the culprit behind this devastating accident that had claimed the lives of many of his subjects. Soon ahead, the huge rat spotted Hans, who stood with his weapon at the ready, preparing for a decisive fight. The young man drew his companion Lemeline's attention to how hostile this horrible dungeon monster was looking at them. The boy thoughtfully noted the peculiarity of the situation. The rat was left without his many minions, completely alone. Now the monster had no choice but to mourn its inevitable doom when faced with such a dangerous opponent. Hans reflected on the uniqueness of this hidden dungeon, which was quite different from other familiar locations. The skinny young man admitted that under normal circumstances, he would not have visited this place after passing the citadel. With confidence, Hans stated that he had managed to destroy all the monsters, but he couldn't overpower Kirit, the main rat. The young man decided to use a completely different strategy, as conventional combat methods were ineffective here. He had a powerful artifact in his possession, obtained after a grueling battle in the citadel, as his last hope. Guy reasoned about the possibility of summoning Rydok from the ruby, doubting the obedience of the knight's spirit once summoned. Deciding to take a risky step, Hans activated the ruby to summon the ancient spirit of the knight sealed in the stone. A sinister killing energy began to emanate from the jewel. Black-red streams of power filled the space of the cave. Gradually, the knight materialized in this world, taking shape from the mystical energy of an ancient, powerful artifact. Rydok angrily questioned the identity of the one who dared to summon him, voice echoing off the damp stone walls. The summoned spirit appeared in close proximity to the giant rat, initially not noticing the huge monster. The knight eyed the rat with bewilderment, curious about its essence and unimpressed with his first opponent. There was a noticeable green moss on Rydok's noble face, causing the spirit to be disgusted by this unknown substance. Hans noted the disappearance of the invisibility bug after summoning, analyzing the features of the world through the lens of game mechanics. A disoriented Rydok demanded an explanation of his whereabouts and what was happening after his long confinement in stone. In the moment of the knight's confusion, the huge creature swiftly attacked him, taking the spirit by surprise with its attack. With a powerful blow, the rat threw the knight back against the dungeon wall, demonstrating its incredible physical strength. In the fury of the attack, the knight's spirit realized that his opponent was a giant rat unworthy of his attention. With an ancient spell, Rydok summoned his ghostly warhorse from the otherworldly haze and mist. Watching the unfolding battle, Hans shouted words of encouragement to the knight, expressing his faith in his fighting ability. Upon recognizing the guy, Rydok scornfully blamed Hans for his current situation, using extremely offensive language. With feigned indignation, the young man rebuked the knight for disrespecting his master by trying to assert control over him. The spirit mocked Hans' claim to dominance, refusing to recognize the pathetic man's superiority over himself. The skinny guy justified his rights by owning the artifact that is the source of the knight's power and very existence. Rydok flatly denied acknowledging their past duel, accusing the lad of unworthy behavior during the duel. With indignation, the spirit rebuked Hans for using devious and dishonest tactics incompatible with the warrior's code of honor. Realizing the difficulty of subduing the knight, the lad pondered alternative ways to induce the spirit to cooperate. With a sly smile, the young man expressed his doubt in wanting such a weak subordinate, provoking the knight to prove strength. Hans concluded by warning Rydok of the consequences of disobedience, hinting at eternal confinement in this dungeon. The gem on the necklace turned out to be Rydok's heart, the source of his power and existence in the material world. Hans pondered that this artifact could be used as a shackle, restricting the freedom of a knight's proud spirit. The skinny guy turned to Rydok, offering only two options for how to proceed in this situation. The first option involved defeating the rat and then serving Hans as a subordinate spirit. The second scenario involved imprisoning the knight with rats in a dungeon forever, which was clearly worse than the first option. During the battle with the monster, Rydok expressed his doubts about the need to listen to what he felt were meaningless threats. Hans explained the difference between himself and the demon the knight had contracted earlier, emphasizing his human nature. Deciding that the choice was made, the young man motioned for Lemelin to leave, defiantly ignoring the knight's difficult state of mind. Philosophically, the guy noted that real negotiation only begins when one realizes one's true position. Unexpectedly, the knight did call out to the departing Hans, asking him to linger for a short time to discuss terms. Rydok signaled his willingness to massacre the rat if the boy agreed to listen to his offer. Hans inwardly marveled at the arrogance of a spirit who dared to discuss terms with his potential master. The young man decided that a disobedient slave should be punished to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions and power. From his bag, the guy took out a strange crystal and threw it in the direction of the knight with a sharp motion. The crystal shattered on the stone floor, releasing green smoke that began to fill the entire space of the cave. The mysterious smoke spread rapidly, causing unintended consequences for all involved in the underground confrontation. The main rat, after inhaling this smoke, began to rapidly increase in size, turning into an even more dangerous opponent. It turned out that the magic stone had a specific strengthening effect that enhanced certain types of creatures. This magic item was particularly effective at affecting monsters like Kiret, increasing their power many times over. As a result, the rat became dozens of times bigger and stronger, turning into a true underground monster of incredible size. The monster's muscles had grown to unimaginable proportions, making it virtually invincible in the confined space of the cave. Now the giant creature was literally shaking the ground of the cave, destroying all obstacles in its path to its opponents. Redok stared at the transformed monster in disbelief, mentally doubting his ability to defeat such an enemy. The knight expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the situation, using strong expressions unworthy of a representative of a noble class. With determination, the spirit swung his huge weapon, preparing for an unequal battle with the monstrous foe. First, the knight dealt with the small rats that swooped down on him from all sides, demonstrating his excellent sword skills. Redok then turned his attention to the main monster, urging it to fight using abusive language. Redok was considered a glorious knight, known for his feats and valor even in the world of spirits and ghosts. In the game mechanics, he was one of the most honorable knights with special abilities and high-level skills. However, in this real world, the concept of chivalric honor was very different from the idealized notions of the past. The local knights were willing to do questionable things despite their noble status and belonging to the order. Hans decided to strip Redok of his honor completely, thinking it an interesting experiment and a fitting punishment for the spirit. The lad found it most amusing to observe the moral dilemma of a proud knight under such difficult circumstances. In this way, Hans wanted to test what compromises an ambitious knight could make for his own salvation. With a sneer, the young man turned to Redok, noting the spirit's obvious inability to deal with his strengthened opponent. The guy decided to go down to the battlefield to the fighting men to better control the situation from close range. Hans landed masterfully below, displaying the skills inherited from the hero of Cadiz, to the surprise of those present. With feigned concern, the skinny young man asked the knight if he needed help fighting the giant monster. Redok immediately responded with a scathing refusal, flatly forbidding to interfere and insisting on solving the problem himself. Hearing this, Hans ironically wished the knight good luck, using a colloquial expression to emphasize his skeptical attitude. The irritated spirit reminded the lad of the incompleteness of their personal conflict, using an insulting reference to his conscript. Redok then turned his attention back to the giant rat, focusing on the upcoming battle with the monster. With a powerful blow, the knight severed part of the monster's limb, eliciting a piercing squeal of pain from the wounded creature. Seizing the moment, Redok swiftly changed position, displaying impressive speed and maneuverability in battle. After a successful first strike, the knight realized the need to continue the attack, planning a series of subsequent deadly lunges. With great force, the spirit swung his massive weapon, preparing to deliver an even more devastating blow to his opponent. Rapidly approaching the giant monster, the knight unleashed another crushing blow with his blade. The attack also severed the rest of the rat's arm, greatly limiting the monster's combat capabilities. The huge creature collapsed to its knees in unexpected pain, clearly not expecting such an effective and swift attack from its opponent. Redok began to feel a surge of confidence and strength, realizing his tactical superiority over a seemingly invulnerable enemy. Watching the fight, Hans reflected on the considerable difference in strength between himself and the knight, marveling at the ease of defeating the monster. Guy wondered about the rat's status as a secret boss, doubting the consistency between the difficulty level of the battle and the monster's reputation. The young man respectfully noted Redok's impressive strength demonstrated in this unequal fight with the subterranean monster. Unexpectedly, the rat rose from the crushing blows, and the smaller creatures around it helped it repair the damage. The monster's ability to regenerate allowed it to heal from such serious injuries in no time at all. Redok responded by stating his determination to continue attacking the enemy until he was completely destroyed, despite his regeneration. An even more powerful aura began to emanate around the knight, showing his seriousness to continue this epic battle. Looking at what was happening, Hans realized the fundamental error in the knight's tactics, doomed to defeat without knowledge of the enemy's features. According to the guy's observations, Kireta's monster had the simplest possible battle strategy based on constant regeneration. However, Defeating him without knowing all the tricks and peculiarities of the battle mechanics was almost impossible for any opponent. The main feature of the monster was to use subordinates to regenerate infinitely. It could only be defeated by exhaustion. Another important trait of the monster was resilience, giving it a significant advantage in long battles with any opponent. When stamina dropped below a critical level, the monster's health did not decrease for a short period of time, giving it time to recover. As long as the plague rats existed, Kiret's health remained virtually infinite, rendering normal tactics useless. Rydok, lacking this critical knowledge of his opponent, effectively lost the battle before it even began, despite the force. Eventually exhausted by the futile attacks, the knight fell to his knees before the monster, realizing the futility of his efforts. The spirit could not forgive himself for this humiliating defeat, directing his anger at his own inability to overpower the cunning opponent. The peculiarity of the monster's resilience allowed it to be used over and over again, so it was required to destroy it before it could fully recover. Deciding to engage, Hans threw something straight at the rat, demonstrating his knowledge of the weaknesses of this difficult foe. The thrown object flew at an incredible speed and accurately hit the monster's open wound, causing an unexpected reaction. The rat's limbs suddenly exploded and burst into bright flames, demonstrating the effectiveness of the guy's chosen tactics. Rydok watched Hans's actions with bewilderment, not understanding what exactly the young man was going to do against the monster. Rydok had already activated Kiret's resilience, and the monster's critical 3 seconds of invulnerability had already expired in the intense battle. This meant that the monster could no longer repeat its defense trick until it had fully recovered its strength and energy. This very moment represented the perfect time for a decisive strike that could finally dispose of the dangerous monster. Realizing the impending threat, the rat prepared to counterattack, using its remaining resources for one last desperate attack. Hans inwardly exulted, realizing that he could now easily take down the weakened creature, deprived of its primary defense. The decisive clash between the two adversaries has begun, determining the outcome of the entire long and grueling confrontation. The huge monster with horrible teeth and burning eyes emitted a piercing squeak as it tried to intimidate the attacking enemy. Hans tried to endure this mental strain by adopting the correct fighting stance for the final strike on the monster. Turning to his opponent, the guy noted the rat's obvious attempt to buy time to regain critical functions. However, the young man was not at all interested in these tricks. He resolutely swung his weapon, preparing for the final blow. With a swagger, Hans reminded the monster of the many previous victories over it in his adventure-filled life. Lightning pushed off the ground, the guy made a swift jump, showing incredible agility and speed. Approaching the monster's huge head, Hans prepared to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent's most vulnerable spot. With obvious irritation, the guy declared his fatigue from the protracted battle and the need to end this confrontation. With maximum force, the young man swung, aiming for the monster's vulnerable shoulder, where the creature's important artery ran. At the perfect moment of attack, the rat began to squeak in unbearable pain, realizing the inevitability of its ultimate defeat. A blinding yellow light slithered across the monster's body, completely blocking its ability to regenerate tissue and repair itself. Hans finally destroyed the rat with majestic confidence, demonstrating his superior knowledge of the mechanics of a boss fight. After the victory, the guy reached down to the ground to retrieve his magic crystal used earlier in the battle. The astonished knight inquired about the way Hans had managed to defeat the dungeon monster, which was considered invincible. With disappointment, the young man rebuked Rydok for not meeting the high expectations placed on him during the ordeal. Disdainfully ordering the spirit back into the amulet, Hans expressed his unwillingness to see the knight fail to live up to his expectations. In response, the knight began to beg for leniency, realizing the humiliation of his position and his dependence on his master's decision. Analyzing the situation, Hans realized that the spirit's attitude towards him had surely changed after demonstrating his true abilities. Having triumphed, the lad summoned his little companion Lemelin to tell her what had happened and his future plans. Hans noted the need to immediately address the plague in the village by destroying the source of the contamination in the dungeon. He asked the girl to come downstairs to him as soon as possible to continue his important mission. Deciding to act quickly, Lemelin simply jumped down without thinking of the consequences of such an impulsive act. Upon landing, the girl was surprised to realize the painfulness of her fall, clearly not expecting such an unpleasant result. Hans looked at his companion in bewilderment, mentally wondering why he couldn't have descended more carefully. Guy hurried Lemelin along, explaining the lack of time to delay and the need to move on without delay. Embarking on the next phase of the plan, the young man began methodically placing some strange sticks into the ground of the dungeon. Each stick Hans shoved quite deep, as if trying to reach the very root of the cave or the spring beneath it. It was with satisfaction that the lad announced the discovery of the object sought to solve the village epidemic. Moving closer to the large mountain of dead rats, Hans scrutinized the remains of the defeated plague creatures of the dungeon. Mentally, the young man noted that everything that was happening was reminiscent of the harsh trials of the Black Ring of Bantha, familiar to him. This mysterious entity, he believed, was the cause of the destruction of normal human existence in these lands. Guy determined that the main factor in causing the plague to begin in the village was the poor quality of the monster-infested water. With his decision made, Hans began removing the earth with his dagger again, making his way to the source of the infestation beneath the surface of the cave. A plague rat that settled in the sewer system poisoned the village's entire water supply, becoming the source of a deadly epidemic. Local residents have fallen ill en masse due to drinking contaminated water, unaware of the true cause of their suffering. Lemelin turned to Hans with curiosity, asking about the purpose of the red stone, to which the boy replied about preparing for a purification operation. The young man explained the difference between the red stone already familiar to the girl and the white magical stone with sacred purifying properties. According to him, cleansing the water with a firestone was supposed to force the contaminated liquid outward, freeing the channels of toxins. The white stone was then supposed to purify the exiting water, neutralizing the harmful impurities and pathogens remaining in it. Lemelin couldn't believe her eyes, perceiving what was happening as a true miracle of magic beyond ordinary comprehension. Previously, the girl was sure of the guy's complete indifference to the fate of the villagers, considering him cold and heartless. An episode came to mind when Hans pointed his gun threateningly at a poor woman asking for water for her child. Now the silver-haired girl realized her mistake. The master was actually trying to eliminate the true source of the problem. Lemelin timidly inquired about the possibility of assistance in this important matter, but received the expected refusal from her lord. Though the girl was slightly upset, she was already used to this state of affairs and her secondary role in their journey. The only option available to her remained the silent observation of the master's work, his confident and precise movements. She noted with sincere admiration how diligently Hans was trying to deal with this difficult problem while saving the village. The girl simply followed her master, scrutinizing his every action with undisguised interest. For a moment, Hans felt uncomfortable with so much attention on his movements, preventing him from concentrating on the task at hand. The young man sighed heavily, realizing the need to keep his companion occupied somehow in order to complete the work he had begun in peace. After some hesitation, he still dared to ask if the girl really wanted to help in this endeavor. The guy warned of a possible encounter with a few rats on the way back upstairs and offered to deal with them himself. This strange suggestion sounded like an order to go and deal with the dangerous creatures right now without delay. An inner fear gripped the girl at the thought of facing the black rats on her own without her master's protection. At that moment, Lemelin remembered the red-haired Flop's wise words about losing herself in submission to all-consuming fear. The realization came suddenly. She can't stay in the shadows forever and constantly follow her master without taking initiative. Hans urged the girl to show self-reliance and independence, to prove her worth as a companion on this dangerous journey. Surprisingly, Lemelin didn't even bother to listen to further explanations, and immediately went to accomplish the task at hand. The boy was genuinely surprised that he didn't have to convince his young companion, who was used to constant guardianship and protection. Mentally, the girl noted the absence of the slave seal on her body. She was now following her master purely of her own free will. She realized that if she continued to show passivity, her master would definitely consider her a useless burden on the road. Lemelin realized that Hans had never asked her to do something impossible, always assessing her actual capabilities. Despite her fear, the girl was determined to go and fight the rats, overcoming her natural fears and doubts. Her main motive was her unwillingness to be abandoned again, so she felt an obligation to prove her worth to her master. The girl is determined to become useful to her master, proving her worth on this dangerous journey. The only way to fulfill this intention was to go to battle with the plague rats, overcoming his fear. Destroying one creature after another, Lemelin realized that there wasn't much left to complete the task at hand. Her appearance and look was strikingly different from the former timid girl. Now she looked like a real experienced assassin. During this time, Hans continued to do the difficult job of clearing the polluted water using his magic stones. The boy reflected on the fact that he had never allowed the girl to fight on her own before, always protecting her from danger. The young man noted with satisfaction that his companion had grown noticeably and was much more capable than she had been before. The current situation presented the perfect opportunity to test how Lemelin would behave when faced with danger alone. Hans remembered how diligently she had followed his instructions, despite her initial clumsiness and inexperience. The guy was now confident that her combat skills were enough to successfully face the smaller enemies of the dungeon. At a critical moment, he called the girl to him, wanting to give important advice before another encounter with monsters. Hans warned that focusing too much on defense could lead to missing the moment to attack effectively against the enemy. Lemelin gratefully accepted this valuable hint from her lord, and immediately got into a more confident fighting stance. Soon a huge scary rat jumped on her, ready to tear the inexperienced fighter apart with its sharp teeth and claws. Thanks to Hans's timely words, the girl was prepared for the attack and confidently took the optimal fighting stance. With a precise motion, she aimed her dagger straight for the throat of the attacking rat, demonstrating her increased accuracy and speed. As the battle continued, Lemelin methodically destroyed these hideous creatures one by one, preventing them from getting any closer. After the long battle, the girl was visibly tired and began to breathe heavily, her movements becoming less precise and quicker. At this dangerous moment, one of the monsters suddenly approached her from the back, preparing a sudden deadly attack. Focused on the enemies in front of her, Lemelin didn't even realize the initial danger from the blind spot. Hans, who was watching intently, intervened in the duel with lightning speed, protecting his weary companion from the imminent threat. A momentary distraction could have cost the girl her life, but the Lord's timely intervention averted disaster. With surprise, the boy wondered why she continued to fight the huge rat, clearly outmatched in strength. Lemelin simply replied that she was honoring his request to take care of these creatures, showing absolute obedience. Soon, all the rats were defeated and lay dead, testifying to the success of the task at hand. Hans had carefully fastened a sturdy rope on the girl, so that he would be able to rescue her quickly if necessary. He warned of the likely arrival of new rats, which had to be contained until they rose to the surface. With amazement, Lemelin wondered if she would have to tackle this daunting task alone without the Lord's support. The guy didn't bother to answer that question, silently continuing his work of preparing to evacuate the dangerous dungeon. He threw the hook to hook onto the edge of the well on the outside and provide a solid path for the climb, then asked in surprise if the girl really thought he was capable of leaving her here to her certain death. Lemelin admitted that her master was completely different from the people she had previously dealt with before meeting him. She trusted Hans completely now, confident in his good intentions and care despite his outward sternness. The girl was willing to divert the monster's attention at her master's command, considering it her duty to do so unconditionally. While waiting for the attack, she didn't immediately notice the huge pack of rats already running in her direction from different sides of the dungeon. To her surprise, Lemelin killed them all with unexpected ease, despite their considerable numbers and aggressiveness. Looking around after the battle, the girl was amazed to realize how numerous the enemies she had defeated were. Suddenly, Lemelin noticed deadly daggers flying into the attacking rats from above, striking the creatures dead. Puzzled, the girl tried to understand the origin of this unexpected help, looking around for the source. She soon realized that it was her master who had taken such care of her, helping her deal with the superior enemy forces. Upstairs, Hans used the inherited strength of the mighty Gerbier to pull the girl out of the deep well. The young man harnessed the warrior's gigantic strength, confidently pulling the rope upward with surprising power for his physique. The guy noted that it had become quite easy for him to perform such actions, as he had learned how to use this power effectively. Lemelin slowly began to rise into the air from the bottom of the well, holding tightly to the taut rope with her small hands. Ridiculously, she dropped her dagger on the ground, not expecting such a swift start to the climb out of the underground labyrinth. Hans very quickly grabbed the tussle and began to pull powerfully, displaying uncommon strength borrowed from the legendary warrior. The girl literally flew up from the bowels of the well, so sharply and vigorously did the lad lift the life-saving rope with the tension. Luckily, Hans managed to catch this little fragile girl with his hands, preventing a possible fall and injury. Turning to his assistant, the guy sincerely praised her for a really good job done in the dungeon. Kireth's magic stone was a valuable trophy obtained after a hard battle with a huge rat, a dungeon lord. Another accomplishment was the subjugation of the Stroppy Rydok, a powerful knight for whom the lad was now master. As he pondered the future, Hans wondered how valuable his little silver-haired companion would be to him. He considered that the girls belonging to the Feather Tribe could turn out to be more disadvantages than advantages. Focusing on the task at hand, the young man picked up another red stone and began smashing it against the edge of the well for a specific purpose. The lad realized that the necessary preparations had already been fully completed, and it was time for decisive action. Now it was time to finally put an end to the terrible problem that had condemned the villagers to suffering and agonizing death. Hans threw a red stone down the well, which immediately began to emit a bright magical glow as it fell to the bottom. At the same time in the village, a local priest was desperately trying to cure the unfortunate villagers of a mysterious and deadly disease. He used all the available magic to help the suffering people, but his efforts did not bring the expected results. The magical powers of the priest seemed to break and shatter into small, useless shards when in contact with the mysterious plague. The girl doctor watched with surprise and despair, realizing that even ancient magic was powerless against this affliction. One of the women of the village asked with horror if inevitable death was her only fate in this situation. A concerned girl approached Commander Albedo, reporting the catastrophic treatment situation of the affected residents. The knight asked incredulously if there was really absolutely nothing that could be done about this terrible disease by any means. At this critical moment, everyone suddenly felt a strong earthquake under their feet, shaking the entire village to the ground. Suddenly, behind their backs, people saw a huge fountain of purest water gushing from the ground with incredible force. No one in the village understood what was happening, where this water was coming from, or why it was gushing out with such power. The sick woman, turning her eyes to heaven, exclaimed that heaven had granted them water and forgiven them for their unknown sins. The priest turned anxiously to Captain Albedo, pointing to something strange appearing in the sky above the village. These unidentified objects turned out to be brazen and ugly monstrous rats thrown outward by the flow of water. Albedo immediately commanded that all villagers be protected from the new threat, mobilizing the knights to fight. Hans noted with satisfaction that everything had happened exactly as he had expected when planning the operation. The lad was confident that the knights could handle the black rats that would fall out of the well along with the water. Turning to Lemelin, the young man hurried her along, urging her to move faster for the next part of the plan. The bright sun heated and blinded my eyes so much that it was difficult to distinguish anything in the surrounding space. Meanwhile, Lemelin had already managed to gather the necessary flowers, anticipating that everyone involved in the events would soon arrive here. Soon Albedo approached and grudgingly inquired as to their whereabouts and activities during the emergency. Hans nonchalantly replied that he had already spoken of his intention to look around, recalling the prior arrangement. The lad understood the need to maintain authority in order to maintain normal relations with the commander of the night squad. Lemelin was so engrossed in catching the beautiful butterfly that she was completely oblivious to what her lord and knight were talking about. Albedo bluntly asked if the water breaking through the well was the result of their actions, suspecting a non-random coincidence. The guy evasively replied that if the reason was to kill the monster, then most likely it was indeed their doing. The knight, analyzing the scale of the explosion, realized that the defeated monster was huge, and marveled at the ability of his subordinates to overpower it. Albedo realized with growing horror the impossibility of objectively assessing the true skills of this strange skinny guy. Recognizing Hans's superiority, the commander requested his help to deal with the disaster that had befallen the village. In response, the young man suddenly declared his desire to let the girl pick more flowers, ignoring the basic request. The knight did not understand the inappropriateness of such a response in a critical situation, and was genuinely surprised by the strange behavior of his interlocutor. Hans explained that the knights would deal with the plague rats on their own, not requiring his direct participation in the fight. Guy expressed confidence that the knights available to Albedo would be enough to defeat the monsters. Instead, the young man suggested that they focus on curing the green moss disease that affected the entire village without exception. He mentioned a recipe he had accidentally read out of a book on diseases, suggesting that he try an unconventional method of treating the plague. Turning to the thoughtful Lemelin, Hans hurried the girl along, reminding her to be proactive in gathering healing flowers. Albedo admitted his despair as even sacred magic proved powerless, agreeing to try any methods. The captain promised that if these flowers really became a cure, he would have his subordinate knights make it. Hans agreed with a smile, mentally noting that there was no reason to refuse the offered help. Soon they returned with the harvested flowers, ready to begin the next phase of saving residents from a deadly disease. The boy decided to visit the village headman first to explain the whole situation and get official approval for his actions. The headman, an elderly man, was also suffering from the green moss disease. His condition was grave, but not hopeless. The old man politely invited the visitors in, showing hospitality despite his ailing condition. He sincerely thanked the guests for visiting their distressed village at such a difficult time for all the residents. Suddenly, recognition flashed in the headman's gaze, and he asked one of the visitors in amazement about his identity. The headman turned to the girl and excitedly said that she was the blonde savior from the legends. The old man told of the existence of an ancient prophecy in their village that had been passed down from generation to generation for many years. According to this legend, on the day the white savior arrived, all misfortunes and sorrows were to be washed away forever. That was what the prophecy had said, and now its words seemed to have begun to come true in front of the astonished villagers. Those present looked at each other thoughtfully, pondering whether this fragile girl could really be the predicted savior. Hans mentally noted that Lemelin was indeed of the Feather tribe, and if she was a true savior, she would be much more useful. Guy remembered rescuing her from the slave market, doubting she had any special abilities worthy of a legendary figure. Meanwhile, the village headman fervently thanked the savior, promising that the villagers would never forget her invaluable help. The embarrassed girl sadly admitted that she hadn't really done anything special to save the village and its people. In response, the old man assured with a warm smile that he had been saved the moment he saw her, believing in the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. Lemelin became visibly uncomfortable with such an enthusiastic compliment from an unfamiliar adult male. Practical Hans interrupted the emotional moment by inquiring about the availability of any suitable utensils in the headman's house. He started rummaging through his bag, pulling out the ingredients needed for the treatment with the dexterity of an experienced alchemist. He explained that he was going to make a cure that could rid all the inhabitants of the dreaded green moss disease forever. The young man cited ambroxite flowers grown on polluted water, and water purified by holy stones as ingredients. According to him, these ingredients were enough to create an effective cure for the mysterious ailment affecting the village. Hans explained that you just have to mix the ingredients together and thoroughly grind until you get a homogeneous healing mixture. Lemelin marveled at how a cure for a deadly disease could be so easily prepared. A cure that was difficult to even know about. The girl rejoiced immensely, realizing that now they would finally be able to help all the suffering inhabitants of the unfortunate village. Having done his part, Hans sat outside and waited patiently for his subordinate to finish preparing the healing potion. Pensively, the lad pondered the fact that some important trigger seemed to have been activated by their actions in this place. Lemelin, noticing her thought-immersed lord, decided to share the happy news of the results with him. With a genuine smile, she reported that thanks to the joint help of the knights, the disease in the village had been completely defeated. The girl warmly thanked Hans for his invaluable help to the residents, considering him the real hero of the story. The boy modestly replied that he had absolutely nothing to thank him for, denying his key role in saving the village. The naive girl didn't even realize the true reason for the gentleman's modesty, mistaking it for a show of nobility. Albedo watched from the side the unusual couple, the silver-haired girl and her mysterious thin companion. As he drew closer, the knight admitted that he seemed to have seriously misjudged his initial judgment of Hans's character. With respect, Albedo noted that the guy turned out to be a really good person, rescuing the weak and needy. Hans politely thanked him for the praise, though inwardly he remained indifferent to such assessments of his actions. The knight continued, calling meeting them a true blessing of fate that changed his views on many things. Mentally, the boy noted that such enthusiastic thanks were not at all what he really wanted to receive. Hans pondered where was his well-deserved material reward for all the effort and risk taken to save the village. He felt a certain amount of annoyance, realizing that despite all the work he had done, he hadn't really gained anything of real value in the end. At this moment, the head of the village, an elderly old man, addressed the girl again, calling her savior with special reverence. The headman said he wanted to give Lemelin a traditional dagger that had been kept in their village for generations. According to ancient custom, when the white savior comes, this sacred artifact should be given to her. With deep conviction, the old man declared his complete certainty that the predicted savior was now standing before him. The girl was again unbearably embarrassed by such high praise, and Lemelin embarrassedly confessed her lack of special greatness. Hans was instantly interested in the gift and decided to take a closer look at the mysterious object, anticipating its value. The boy was surprised to recognize the real Silver Sword of Silence, the last reward available after completing the main story. While the functionality of the weapon didn't quite match the effort expended to obtain it, its value remained high. For the inexperienced Lemelin at the moment, there was nothing better than this powerful weapon, perfectly suited to her skills. Hans strongly advised his companion to accept this valuable gift, realizing its importance to their onward journey. The silver-haired girl hesitated at first, but then she noticed the extraordinary brilliance and beauty of the weapon, and resistance melted away. The practical fellow was already contemplating the possibility of trading the sword for some decent reward when the opportunity arose. Hans felt somewhat uncomfortable with the way the villagers exalted the girl while constantly belittling her companion. Without further ado, the lad turned to his companion, announcing the need to move on in the direction of the capital. Soon the wagon, loaded with belongings and accompanied by knights to guard it, moved on down the winding road. The route took us through a variety of terrain, including even rugged mountain passes and dense forests. Along the way, the travelers encountered a serious rubble pile of huge rocks that needed to be removed in order to continue on their way. Hans lifted the huge boulder with surprising ease, once again demonstrating the extraordinary strength inherited from the hero. After clearing the way, the company continued their journey, again seated in a comfortable carriage for rest. Suddenly, one of the knights called out to Captain Albedo, urging him to pay attention to something visible on the horizon. The travelers were pleased to notice that they had already approached the majestic big city, the final destination of their journey. The capital city of Pistanzi did look impressive, a majestic city with stunning architecture and impregnable walls. Arriving at the main palace room, The group moved solemnly on the luxurious red carpet towards the throne room. Suddenly, the Albedo Knight began to speak, determined to prepare his companions for the important audience ahead. The commander warned the lad that His Majesty was now in an extremely anxious state, due to events on the borders of the kingdom. According to the knight, some great evil has arisen in the borderlands, threatening the stability and security of the entire state. Before entering the throne room, Albedo asked Hans if he was going to remove his mysterious helmet in front of the monarch. The lad introduced himself with dignity as Cadus, the traveling knight who saved the citadel, which drew respect from those around him. Albedo noted with understanding and apology that he now realized the peculiarity of his interlocutor's true knightly appearance. On the sly, Hans explained that he simply couldn't control his facial expression, so he preferred to hide it. The excited Lemelin couldn't believe that they were actually going to meet the king of this powerful nation himself. The boy reminded himself to be extremely cautious, realizing that any wrong word could just get his head blown off in this dangerous place. As they approached the royal throne room, the guards greeted and respectfully welcomed the unusual visitors. Arriving to meet His Majesty, the travelers froze as the massive doors of the throne room began to slowly open. In the center of the lavish, insanely beautiful hall sat the king, surrounded by courtiers and guards in ceremonial robes. Albedo solemnly announced to the ruler the heroes who had been brought in to save the citadel, the traveling knight Hans and his companion. Hearing this, the king's face instantly changed and his expression became unexpectedly aggressive, which alerted those present. Seeing the fragile silver-haired girl and some strange guy in front of him, the monarch asked incredulously about the actual salvation of the citadel. The ruler scrutinized the unusual guests, as if he could not believe that these were the people who had performed such a heroic deed. Hans bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude for the honor of the invitation and the opportunity to meet the great monarch. Lemelin unhesitatingly repeated her master's actions, also expressing her gratitude, though inwardly she felt extremely uncomfortable. The girl felt very confused, being in the presence of such an important person, and not understanding the rules of palace etiquette. The king covered his eyes thoughtfully, pondering something important and making some difficult decision regarding his visitors. After a pause, the monarch turned to the traveling knight, asking for knowledge of Razgrad's existence, pronouncing the name with significance. Hans mentally translated the term Raz, meaning ancient, Grada, meaning fortress. The sum total yielded a name full of hidden meaning. The boy strained to think of the right answer, realizing the importance of his every word in such a dangerous situation. It came to mind that the creature he was to deal with was described as completely invulnerable to conventional weapons. A great demon whose name means ancient fortress, Razgrad. This information instantly lined up in Hans's mind. According to known history, there was a separate hero who had defeated the dragon, and now it seemed to be about him, who had already died. The guy soberly assessed the situation. Fighting this dragon in its current state would be tantamount to suicide. With feigned modesty, Hans declared his inability as a small mercenary to handle such a powerful dragon. The king noted the strangeness of the situation with surprise, emphasizing that he had not yet said a single word about the specific assignment. The resourceful lad explained his hunch with a simple premonition regarding a possible dragon-related errand. Majesty smiled enigmatically, acknowledging that the assignment did involve killing a demon, but with some reservations. The monarch explained that he had summoned Hans only to ask for help, not for a suicide mission against this diabolical creature. According to the king, the hero capable of slaying this dragon had already been determined in advance, and Hans's task was otherwise. The ruler emphasized that the only request for the lad is to become an assistant to this chosen hero in the upcoming mission. At that moment, someone new approached the throne, respectfully addressing the king and attracting the general attention of those present. The monarch immediately turned toward the arrival, clearly interested in the information he was about to impart. Albedo spoke up, noting that although the lad described himself as an ordinary mercenary, the captain had personally seen his incredible abilities. The king calmly replied that he understood perfectly well what the knight wanted to say, but still retained certain doubts. The ruler confessed that it had never been possible to fully understand who this mysterious guy named Hans really was. Albedo added that apart from coming from a family of ordinary people, absolutely nothing credible is known about the Wanderer. Majesty mentally noted the strangeness of the situation. The stranger knew perfectly well the palace etiquette and the rules of behavior at court. The king wistfully remarked that he had seen many mercenaries come to court on various occasions over the years of his reign. According to his observations, they all fell into two categories, either trembling with fear of the grandeur of the court or ill-mannered and rude. The monarch turned to Albedo, recalling that the knight had previously mentioned this mercenary's less than impressive combat skills. The captain regretfully confirmed this information, though his look betrayed some doubt in his own words. Majesty reassured the knight, noting that it was no cause for concern. The main virtue of the guest was his honesty. The ruler suggested that the wanderer was no ordinary mercenary, so the king decided to act in a special way. A concerned Albedo cautiously inquired about the implications of the lad's possible failure to conform to royal expectations. After pondering the matter, the monarch only philosophically remarked that in that case it would make for a very sad story for everyone. At this time, Hans and Lemelin awaited the decision of their fate in the palace's luxurious corridor decorated with ancient tapestries. The friendly maid respectfully informed guests to contact her immediately if they had any needs. Soon, obliging servants brought insanely beautiful and exquisite desserts, skillfully decorated by court pastry chefs. Lemelin, naturally, was immediately interested in the sweets, and the hungry girl even drooled at the appetizing sight of the treats. Hans graciously allowed his companion to enjoy the royal treat, seeing her undisguised desire to sample the desserts. The lad himself decided to sit down, take off his heavy armor, and rest a bit after the long and tiring journey. Reflecting on the situation, Hans roughly understood what the king wanted from him, analyzing the political situation in the kingdom. According to his guesses, the ruler was going to send the two to fight a demon dwelling near the border town of Cheslo. Logic dictated that if the demon wasn't dealt with, Cheslo would suffer far more damage than the capital city of Pistans. The guy involuntarily recalled his first experience with the game when he followed the storyline of assassinating the king to seize power. This time, however, Hans didn't see the need for such a drastic solution, especially considering the reward offered for his help. Lemelin, while enjoying the delicious dessert, overheard the phrase about killing the king, and was inwardly horrified at such thoughts of the Lord. Suddenly heavy footsteps were heard in the hallway, and someone with a strange energy approached the waiting room. The sensitive girl instantly sensed the powerful presence of this mysterious man even before he appeared in the room. Frightened, Lemelin instinctively moved closer to her lord, seeking protection from an unknown but clearly powerful force. In a trembling voice, she warned Hans that someone extremely strong was approaching, whose aura could be felt even through the walls. The boy wondered about the girl's abilities. He had heard of her good intuition, but to sense energy through walls. Hans was frantically going over in his mind what strong character could have appeared in this city, according to the plot of a game he knew. Given the setting, it was logical to assume that all significant characters should be on the frontier rather than in the capital. A sudden realization came to the lad. This could only be the very hero the king had chosen to fight the dragon. Hans prepared himself to see who would enter through those doors, mentally going over possible characters from his memories. The doorknob began to turn slowly, creating a tense anticipation in both guests of the royal palace. When the door finally opened, the imposing figure of the incoming man, radiating strength and confidence, appeared in the doorway. Hans strained to remember who this character was, and finally identified him as Ferox Heslin, the famous hero of the kingdom. The guy continued to menacingly regard the newcomer with a serious look, carefully hiding his surprise and confusion. Ferox, without further ado, directly asked the lad if his name was really Hans, the name so much talked about at court. Among the many heroes of the Black Ring, Bantha is the one that most effort was put into creating this character, a true master of weapons. The hero ceremoniously introduced himself, giving his name, and reported the order he had received from His Majesty regarding the joint mission. Hans respectfully noted that he had heard of the famous hero before, showing an awareness of his exploits and reputation. Ferox only smiled modestly, asking him not to even think of calling him such a high-flown name despite his fame and glory. The character explained that he acts simply because of a unique chance in his life, not out of a desire for fame and honor. Hans wondered if this guy's characteristics had changed compared to the game, and if so, the situation hadn't improved significantly. The boy politely introduced himself as a traveling knight doing mercenary work, and introduced the girl accompanying him, Lemelin. The silver-haired girl bowed respectfully, saluting such a strong man and showing respect for his status as a hero. Ferox called his name once more, and expressed his sincere pleasure in meeting the unusual pair of travelers. Hans mentally noted that Ferox was a typical developing game character whose potential was revealed gradually. The character was famous for his slow rate of progress, which severely limited his effectiveness in critical situations. In Hans' opinion, in his current state, it was absolutely impossible for Ferox to grow to the point of killing a demon without significant skill development. Deciding to test the hero's abilities first, the companions went to the training ground and stood opposite each other. Hans turned respectfully to the famed warrior, preparing for a showdown to assess each other's abilities. Ferox modestly asked to be called simply by his first name, avoiding titles and showing his lack of pride despite his status. Guy reported the need to check something important, implying an assessment of the combat skills of a prospective associate. Ferox prepared himself for a practice fight, carefully observing the movements and stance of his mysterious opponent. On the training field, the two warriors froze in anticipation, scrutinizing each other before the showdown. Hans suddenly burst from his seat with such speed that in a fraction of a second his figure had almost disappeared from the sight of those around him. Lightning approaching the hero, the guy portrayed a threatening expression on his face and prepared to strike. Hans's gaze was focused on his opponent as much as possible, reflecting complete concentration on the upcoming maneuver. A real training battle broke out between the two warriors, showcasing their skills, reactions, and tactical thinking. Ferrex carefully analyzed the guy's movements, noting his impressive speed and precision in his attacking actions. Noticing the sword rising to strike, the hero realized the risk of missing the blow required an instant defensive reaction. Fortunately, Ferrex was able to put up a block with his wooden sword in time, preventing his opponent's successful attack. The hero decided that this was the perfect moment to counterattack, while the guy was in a relatively vulnerable position. The opponents continued to exchange blows, carefully waiting to see who would be the first to make a mistake in this tense standoff. Hans pondered with some frustration. Was this really the limit of the kingdom's famous hero's capabilities? After activating Kata's power, the guy began to emit a bright yellow energy, greatly increasing his combat potential. Carefully monitoring the battle, Hans picked the perfect moment and spotted a vulnerable spot where he could strike effectively. Ferrex closed his eyes to better concentrate and feel the flow of the battle, relying on senses other than sight. When the hero opened his eyes again, they were already glowing with a bright blue light, indicating the activation of a special battle technique. Ferrex detected a special energy flow, thanks to which he concentrated perfectly on his opponent's movements. This technique helped him anticipate Hans's actions with his enhanced magical vision, reading intentions. As a result, the hero repelled the seemingly irresistible blow of the wandering knight with surprising ease, shocking the latter. Hans was sure he had picked the perfect moment to attack, but reality proved different, ruining his tactical calculations. The boy realized with growing respect that this opponent was not at all as simple as he had originally assumed, having underestimated him. At the climax of the duel, someone's sword was spectacularly tossed into the air and landed on the ground with a thud. To his surprise, Hans actually lost this training battle, though he used a good portion of his abilities. With involuntary admiration, the lad admitted that he was indeed amazed at the demonstrated power of his supposed associate. Ferrex politely asked that next time he be treated properly, not underestimating his combat potential and skills. Hans realized that the hero's powers were far beyond anything he could have imagined based on his gaming experience. Contrary to the lad's initial fears, Ferrex has shown incredibly rapid skill growth that seemed impossible. After the intense training battle was over, the two warriors stood side by side, trying to regain their breath and strength. Lemelin watched their exciting fight closely, analyzing techniques and assessing the strengths of both opponents. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and expressed their admiration for what they saw by clapping their hands loudly and drawing attention. The silver-haired girl visibly flinched as she didn't feel a human approaching for the first time, which was unusual. The stranger noted with admiration that the skill demonstrated would be recommended by the legendary master Lartaripin himself. It turned out that they were approached by a man named Joseph, not previously introduced to the newly arrived guests of the palace. Ferrex explained in an apologetic tone that he had forgotten to introduce the merchant Joseph, who had joined their expedition as a supply and coachman. Joseph himself said hello in a friendly manner, expressing pleasure at the acquaintance, his long braids standing out among the courtiers in particular. Hans responded to the greeting with restraint, though his face showed that he was not particularly pleased at this unexpected encounter. Then the conversation suddenly turned to the story of a girl who had an amazing gift to heal people of any ailment. Thanks to her mysterious and extraordinary powers, this healer could cure even the most severe and hopeless cases. Gradually, the girl attracted the attention of many people in need of healing who came to her from all over the world. However, her miraculous gift had a terrible price, each healing gradually consuming the girl's own life force. Possessing an incredibly kind heart, the healer could not refuse the suffering people in their desperate requests for help. As a result, her life force was at one point running low, bringing the young healer to a sad end. It turned out that the girl's real name was Evelyn, and she was lying in her bed, over which her loving brother was weeping with grief. A weakened Evelyn noticed that her brother was once again hiking the mountains for medicinal herbs, trying to save her fading life. Seeing that he was not well either, the selfless girl decided to give him even the last shreds of her vitality. Concerned, she warned her brother of the dangers of his actions, begging him not to even consider continuing the risky endeavor. Evelyn tried to assure her family man that she was all right, although her condition was becoming critical by the day. But the brother, with tears in his eyes, could clearly see that her words were completely out of keeping with the bitter truth of her situation. After this touching story, the carriage driven by Joseph set off, taking the heroes on a new dangerous mission. The merchant unwittingly overheard the conversations going on inside the carriage between the two lads discussing important matters. Ferrex was convinced that a religion called Vitalis Source could heal his gravely ill little sister. The hero emphasized that this teaching is a true national treasure of their country, cherished for centuries. At the mere thought of saving his little sister who wouldn't get out of bed, Ferrex was inspired to become a true warrior. After listening to the story, Hans thoughtfully noted that many people go through a similar path to becoming heroes, but this guy clearly had a special talent. Ferrex modestly narrated that on one momentous day, he had unexpectedly become a hero of the country, having learned of this status from the king himself. According to the monarch, to harness the power of the Vitalis Source, the hero will need a special relic, a mystical soul vessel. This priceless relic was currently in the possession of the great demon Razgrad, making it almost inaccessible to ordinary mortals. That was why Ferrex was absolutely convinced that it was up to him to defeat the demon. Despite all the dangers and risks, the hero noted with dismay that there was little time for long preparations and training due to his sister's condition. The problem was the critical condition of his younger sister, whose health was deteriorating with each passing day. According to the grim predictions of the healers, Evelyn had 3 months to live at most, which made her brother rush to find a cure. Hans mentally assessed the situation, realizing that it would take at least 6 months of intensive training to defeat such a powerful opponent. Despite this, the hero resolutely stated that if there was even the slightest opportunity to win, one should definitely take it. Hans was immediately skeptical, clearly realizing that the chances of success on such an expedition were virtually non-existent. In his grim estimation, the hero's sister will 100% die before the mission is completed, rendering all efforts futile. According to the plot known to Hans, afterwards the unfortunate guy discovers that he has given the demonic power he received from a defeated enemy to his sister. Then, unable to bear the loss and the realization of the futility of all efforts, the hero will go mad and begin to mercilessly kill absolutely all demons. In her madness, Ferrex will scream that her sister wouldn't have died if it weren't for the cursed demonic force that destroyed her fragile body. Finally losing his mind, he will live the rest of his life in madness, obsessed with revenge and unquenchable grief. The tragedy was that Evelyn could not be saved by conventional means, and even Vitalis' source magic could not guarantee success. In the silence of the carriage, Ferrex himself wondered agonizingly if he could actually accomplish this heroic feat. Meanwhile, Hans pondered whether he should take advantage of this hopeless hero's situation for his own purposes. The only thing the guy truly wanted to do in this world was pick up a decent applause ending to the hero's life journey. Ferrex's situation seemed very tempting to make this dream a reality, providing ideal circumstances. The protagonist's fighting ability exceeded all expectations, his motivation was clear and solid, and his character seemed just perfect for what he was up to. So Hans suddenly turned to the hero, wondering if he would choose a faster way to get to the demon, if such a way existed. The guy added an important condition. Even if this path would be insanely dangerous to Ferrex's own life, would he take that risk? The hero replied without hesitation that the danger didn't matter, as he was already prepared to fight the great demon despite any difficulties. Hans insistently clarified if Ferrex was willing to do anything, even if he had to kill the demon anyway to accomplish the goal. The noble hero firmly replied that he would agree to any path, only if it would not bring harm to the country or lead to the death of the kingdom's inhabitants. The boy assured his interlocutor that such a development would certainly not happen, assuaging the noble warrior's doubts. With a sincere smile on his face, Ferrex concluded that in that case, he really didn't care what path to take to reach his goal. Hans mentally turned to his newfound partner, deciding that there was nothing wrong with becoming allies in advance in this dangerous endeavor. Hans turned to the girl, reporting a strange feeling of someone's presence nearby that alerted him. The lad realized that even if he didn't mention knowing the shortcut, a sudden change of route might arouse suspicion of his awareness. A puzzled Ferrex clarified what other presence he was referring to, clearly not understanding what his enigmatic companion meant. Instead of a direct answer, Hans suggested that the hero concentrate and try to feel the unusual energy on his own. Lemelin understood the Lord's hint and closed her eyes and tried to listen to her surroundings calmly and carefully. Soon the girl reported that she seemed to hear some unknown, unusual sound coming from an easterly direction. After a moment, the silver-haired companion clarified that the sound was actually coming from the northeast, to the right of their current position. At Hans' command, Joseph immediately stopped the carriage, allowing the travelers to check out the source of the mysterious presence. It was explained to the merchant that the team had sensed someone's presence in the area, so it was necessary to personally check the suspicious area. Hans called Lemelin to accompany him, preferring not to leave the girl alone with unfamiliar traveling companions in such a situation. Before leaving, the guy tossed his companion a strange crystal, wondering if she knew how to use it properly. Soon the whole company was out of the carriage, looking around warily for the source of the disturbing sensation. Not far away, some mysterious witch hiding behind the trees was watching everything carefully. Upon noticing that she had been discovered, the mysterious figure panicked and fled, trying to hide in the dense forest thicket. With her red hood, she resembled a heroine of a children's fairy tale, a real Red Riding Hood lost in the forest. In her haste, the fugitive unexpectedly caught her foot on a protruding tree branch, disrupting her balance and coordination. Unable to stay on her feet, the mysterious red-robed girl fell straight into the mud, staining her clothes. She lay helplessly on the ground, not even able to get up, paralyzed by fear and the aftermath of her unfortunate fall. Turning back, the girl was horrified to see that she had been haunted all this time by some sinister spirits lurking in the fog. These creatures looked extremely vicious, resembling real bloodthirsty wolves, only with unnaturally white fur. Among them stood out a huge creature, several dozen times the size of an ordinary wolf, obviously the leader of the pack. The monstrous creature began to growl ominously, urging the rest of the pack to immediately attack the defenseless victim. With each passing second, these white monsters grew larger and larger, as if they were materializing from the surrounding fog. Not wanting to wait for the girl to be able to escape, they decided to attack lightning fast, leaping at the defenseless victim from all sides. At the critical moment, a heavy axe suddenly flew in from somewhere, stabbing straight into the head of one of the attacking monsters. The girl couldn't believe her eyes and turned around in amazement to see her unexpected savior. Hans calmly noted the creature's features, a faint mist enveloping their bodies, creating a ghostly effect. He described these monsters in detail, their fur glistening in the moonlight, and their cold blue eyes giving away their supernatural nature. Guy identified these monsters as fog runners, renowned for their malice and danger to travelers in these lands. After assessing the battlefield, Hans realized with satisfaction that he had accidentally activated a hidden episode of the game that opened up new possibilities. Thanks to his timely intervention, he managed to help a strange girl and save her from certain death in the clutches of monsters. The rescued woman was extremely surprised that someone came to her aid at such a dangerous moment in this abandoned place. Looking closely at the girl, Hans noted that she looked completely harmless, a strange contrast to the dangerous monsters. Suddenly, the unknown artifact began to glow brightly, causing the frightened stranger in the red hood to shudder in fear. It turned out that it was Lemelin who had activated the crystal she had received from the Lord, emitting a special magical glow now. Hans informed his companion that her assignment was to look after the little stranger while he dealt with the monsters. The two girls looked at each other warily, not knowing how to behave with each other in this suddenly strange situation. Guy mentally assessed that by his calculations, Lemelin's current combat skills were enough to handle such a threat. With interest, Hans noted that this was the perfect opportunity to test how strong he had become in this new incarnation. Fully concentrating, the guy prepared to continue stripping the misty monsters attacking from all sides. A huge pack of large mist creatures surrounded them, gradually closing the circle and preparing for a coordinated attack. The guy understood that he could not confront all enemies face to face at the same time. Special tactics and maneuverability were required. Thinking back to previous fights, Hans mentally went over the creatures he knew. Deluk Anthro was one of those he had fought. Homel and Rydak were also on the list of creatures that the guy had already managed to win against in past battles. At one point, he even fought a huge well rat, successfully exploiting its weaknesses to achieve victory. However, Hans knew absolutely nothing about these misty creatures, which made the upcoming battle much more difficult. The guy decided that in the current situation, there was no time to look for their weaknesses. He needed to act quickly and decisively. Having made a strategic decision, Hans firmly pronounced that if they did not go to him, then he would go to them himself. With a lightning-fast push off the ground, the guy began to run swiftly towards the monsters, taking them by surprise with his boldness. During his first attacks, Hans focused on studying his opponent's features, noting their movements and reactions. The main feature of these creatures was that after a failed attack, they would retreat and disappear into the mist without a trace, becoming invulnerable. Guy quickly formulated a battle tactic. We need to be able to kill them first before they can dissolve into the saving fog. Realizing this strategy, Hans plunged his sharp sword straight into the head of one of the monsters, choosing the most vulnerable point. The monster instantly died from the precise blow, and real fountains of strange glowing blood began to spurt from its wound. Turning around lightning fast, Hans assessed the situation, trying to determine which enemies posed the greatest immediate threat. In front of him, he saw the monster approaching at a critically short distance, ready to sink its fangs into his flesh. Without wasting a second, the guy clenched his fist with maximum force, concentrating energy for a powerful punch. With one precise and powerful fist strike to the monster's stomach, Hans threw it back, neutralizing the immediate threat. After that, he swiftly turned around, ready to instantly strike the next approaching monster from the pack. Swinging his magical weapon, the guy summoned a bright yellow energy that enveloped the blade and amplified it many times over. Hans performed all the movements as easily and professionally as possible, with such speed that the monsters did not even have time to react. The rescued red-hooded girl looked on with genuine horror, having never seen such skill before. The surviving monsters approached the two defenseless girls, as if they were hesitating whether to attack or avoid the fate of their fellow monsters. Lemelin tensely pondered what she should do in this dangerous situation, remembering her master's advice on fighting techniques. The girl paid particular attention to the angry, glowing eyes of the approaching monster, trying to predict its movements. Suddenly, the monster took a decisive step forward, clearly choosing the two defenseless girls as its next target. The monster looked incredibly aggressive. Thick fog emanated from everywhere around it, and a sinister purple fire blazed in its eyes. At a glance, Hans determined that this was the leader of the entire pack, vastly superior to his kin in strength and size. The guy immediately assessed the situation. This monster was the biggest, strongest, and meanest of the entire pack, a true alpha male. Hans realized that if the ringleader disappeared into the fog, there was a high risk of being ambushed, so it was necessary to overpower him with one crushing blow. Decisively rushing forward, the guy tried to deliver a powerful blow to the monster with his deadly sword, expecting a quick victory. However, the enemy was more cunning. The huge monster lightning grabbed the guy's weapon with its powerful teeth, neutralizing the attack. In a critical situation, Hans decided to use a special skill of the legendary hero Gerbier, activating the hidden potential of his body. Holding his sword firmly, the guy concentrated all available strength, preparing for a decisive maneuver against the powerful opponent. After that, he activated another level of energy, fully charging his weapon with mystical power for a crushing blow. So powerful was this magical flow that the glow spread far beyond the blade itself, illuminating the misty forest. Meanwhile, two proud warriors, Joseph and Ferrex, were walking through the forest in search of their suddenly vanished companions. As he approached the scene, Ferrex wondered with bewilderment where his strange partner was headed alone. When they came closer, a totally unexpected picture appeared before their eyes. Hans had hung a crying strange girl from a tree for some reason. The little babe in the red hood was crying bitterly and begging for help, clearly frightened by the inexplicable event happening to her. Ferrex took the situation extremely seriously, reminding him that he had absolutely no time for such distracting incidents. With indignation, the hero demanded an explanation, asking what Hans was doing with this little stranger in such a strange manner. Clearly angry, Ferrex insisted on explaining the entire situation in as much detail as possible, unwilling to put up with riddles. Hans mentally resented the insolence of the hero who dared to get angry and demand an explanation from him at such a critical moment. With contrived calmness, the guy replied that he was just trying to buy time without going into details about his strange behavior. A confused Ferrex did not understand the meaning of these words, and irritably asked what his mysterious companion was even talking about. The hero clenched his fist, showing his readiness to strike if necessary, if the situation was more dangerous than it appeared. Hans coldly reminded him that he had asked earlier if they could get there faster, and Ferrex himself had absolutely agreed to everything. Remembering his words, the hero inwardly recognized the guy's rightness, although this recognition was clearly not given to him easily in this situation. However, Ferrex rightly pointed out that he did not know exactly what would be required, so his current outrage was understandable. Still not trusting the situation, the hero asked the mercenary to repeat again exactly what he proposed to do with this strange girl. Hans preferred to bide his time, giving the hero a chance to calm down on his own before continuing his explanation. Joseph, a wise merchant, intervened in the heated dialogue, urging Ferrex to remain calm in this confusing situation. At the same time, he supported the hero's request to clarify the situation in more detail, so that everyone present could understand what was happening. Unexpectedly, Hans declared that the little stranger was actually a witch, hiding her true nature. Ferrex asked incredulously how the guy could know that, since the girl didn't look like a traditional witch at all. The heroes looked at the captive carefully, pondering that her appearance really didn't fit the image of a sinister sorceress at all. The girl herself was in complete shock at the realization that her secret had somehow been revealed, even though she had carefully concealed her identity. Ferrex, showing his prejudices, began to tell me that witches are very bad creatures who are rumored to eat people. The hero noted with indignation that instead of destroying the dangerous creature, Hans was somehow trying to protect it from just retribution. Tensely gazing into the girl's face, the scarred hero noticed that there was probably something behind this boy's strange behavior. The shrewd Joseph assumed that the little witch knew a faster way to get to the demon, which would explain Hans's actions. Guy confidently confirmed this hunch, stating that they needed to travel to the mysterious city of witches to reach their goal more quickly. Revealing his plan, Hans explained that the captured witch was a decoy that would lead their group to a hidden witch's lair. The conversation revealed that the young witch's name was Stella, though she tried to hide her true name from the travelers. The frightened Stella stared in horror at the strong warriors surrounding her. Realizing that her secret was completely out, Hans firmly ordered the decoy to be silent, threatening to cover her mouth with a rope if she continued to speak or try to conjure. Desperate, the witch began to cry and pretend to be an ordinary little child, hoping to elicit sympathy from her captors. Ferrex, despite his doubts, admitted that he didn't understand the whole plan, but he trusted his unusual partner and was willing to follow him. Turning to Hans, the hero suggested that detailed explanations be deferred for later, after the successful execution of the intended plan. Suddenly, Lemelin froze alertly, catching a strange sound that an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to detect amidst the forest noise. Not only her, but the scarred hero reacted instantly, turning his head sharply in the direction of the approaching danger. Both sensed that something unknown and potentially dangerous was rapidly approaching their location. Hans noted that he himself felt nothing, but judging by the reaction of the satellites, someone was indeed coming towards them at a great speed. Soon, the entire forest began to shake, filled with strange smoke and powerful magical energy permeating the space around it. The source of this phenomenon appeared to be an adult witch, flying swiftly on her broomstick through the forest thicket at incredible speed. The stranger in the pointy hat shouted Stella's name loudly, clearly showing her connection to the captured young sorceress. It turned out that the arrival was the youngest of the 5 sages of the witch city of Skova, occupying an important position in the hierarchy. Her full title sounded like Aisha, Lord of Fantasy, indicating specialization in a special type of illusionary magic. With horror, Aisha noticed Stella surveying the plight of her young tribeswoman hanging from a tree. The wise witch saw her younger colleague bandaged and suspended from a tree like primitive predator bait. The serious witch became enraged, calling her abusers freaks and resenting their insolence in tying up the innocent pretty witch. Without hesitation, the noble Ferrex volunteered to meet the threat, ready to protect his companions from the magical assault. Hans mentally noted the predictability of the hero's behavior, who stepped forward absolutely when he thought he should, following the code. As he reasoned about trust, the lad remembered that in the past, heroes had betrayed him, destroying his faith in the nobility and honor of warriors. He made a promise to himself that if this scarred hero was killed by a witch, he would finally stop trusting anything in this strange world. Aisha looked extremely serious and menacing. Standing up on her broom, she created a huge blazing fireball ready to destroy her opponents. Ferrex, realizing the need to take this powerful blow upon himself, carefully watched the angry witch's every move. Suddenly, Hans turned to the hero, clarifying that his task was not to kill the enemy, but to somehow fix the situation. The scarred hero, instantly grasping the hidden meaning behind those words, confidently replied well, showing a complete understanding of the task. Meanwhile, Aisha shouted threateningly that she would make everyone die for causing Stella humiliation and suffering. The witch continued to hold the formidable fireball emanating from her hands, the energy of which could be felt even from a distance. Taking command, Ferrex commanded his comrades to stand behind him, preparing to take the first blow to his shield. The group realized that the upcoming battle was going to be extremely hard, considering they were facing a serious witch after a grueling battle with the mist creatures. Hans had clearly ordered his assistant Lemelin to keep a close eye on Stella, lest the little bait witch escape in the turmoil of battle. Hans had thoughtfully failed to warn that the situation could become extremely dangerous if the fireball suddenly bounced off the hero's shield. The boy mentally assessed his chances, realizing that he could basically attack this witch alone using Cadus's skills. However, since Ferrex had volunteered to confront the threat, Hans had no reason to stop the hero or hinder him. He soberly realized that if the hero failed to defeat the witch, he would have to completely abandon his plans to kill the demon Razgrad. Aisha once again shouted a threat, promising that now all of Stella's captors would be killed by her powerful magic. This time the witch moved from words to action, unleashing impressive firepower in the direction of her opponents. Ferrex stood motionless as he watched a huge amount of blazing fire rapidly approaching him from all directions. The hero's body was suddenly covered in blue protective energy as he adopted a fighting stance, preparing to meet the magical attack. At the last moment, he pushed himself off the ground with lightning speed, demonstrating incredible speed and maneuverability in battle. Instead of retreating, the hero drew closer and closer to the fire elemental, as if ready to walk right into the center of the magical flames. Feryx was not at all intimidated by this deadly fire, his face expressing absolute confidence in his own abilities. With his powerful weapon, he literally dissected the fire elemental, cutting the magical flow into harmless fragments around him. Aisha noticed with a condescending smile how insanely brave or just plain crazy this man who had challenged her was. Despite the magical tongues of flame enveloping him, Feryx moved as if he were in an ordinary ashtray rather than a fiery hell. After releasing such a powerful magical charge, the witch landed on the ground to recover some of the spent energy. Aisha was clearly worried about Stella, realizing that the little witch needed to be brought home alive and unharmed despite everything that was going on. Suddenly, Feryx emerged unharmed from the fire, surprised to see a real witch in front of him for the first time in his life. The scarred hero was surrounded by his own powerful energy force, protecting him from most magical influences. This special defense made Feryx almost invulnerable. Against such a warrior, ordinary battle magic was almost useless. With full seriousness, the hero once again stood in a fighting stance, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the powerful witch. Instantly, he sprang from his seat and rushed forward at top speed, lightning fast to reduce the distance between himself and his opponent. The astonished witch exclaimed, "Is the hero trying to destroy himself? When faced with her magical power, he will surely lose his own life." Wasting no time, Aisha began to use the three elements, fire, water, and air, simultaneously, creating an impenetrable barrier of elemental magic around her. With arrogance, the witch demanded that a mortal kneel before her, and the great magic passed down through the generations. After gathering enough energy, she simultaneously channeled all three elemental powers towards the approaching hero, with deadly power. However, Feryx was not at all intimidated by this. He continued to move forward swiftly, regardless of the potentially deadly danger. The hero extremely sharpened all his senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, completely concentrating on his goal. Thanks to a special technique, it was as if he was breaking the witch's magical streams into small, harmless pieces with a single movement of his sword. Demonstrating incredible skill, Feryx dashed forward through all the elements without slowing down or changing his chosen direction. Carefully analyzing his comrade's actions, Hans realized that this was a special innate ability of the hero, making him an exceptional warrior. The essence of this unique gift was the ability to do in 1 second what would take other people 3, a kind of acceleration of time. Aisha couldn't understand how this man had gotten in front of her so quickly, realizing with horror that she was indeed a legendary hero in front of her. While the witch was in confused thought, Feryx had already swung his deadly weapon, ready to strike the decisive blow. Fortunately for Aisha, she barely had time to place a protective magical barrier in front of her, separating her from the hero's sharp blade. With undisguised surprise, Aisha asked what such a strong and dangerous warrior was doing in this wilderness chasing witches. Without wasting any time, she used a special magic that created a flash of light so bright that it was capable of blinding any opponent. Thanks to this sneaky trick, the witch was able to jump back from the approaching guy, gaining precious maneuvering space. Feryx instantly realized that this was just another tactical ploy by the witch, and did not allow himself to be disoriented by the technique. Trying to buy time, Aisha loudly asked why the hero had done such a terrible thing to innocent little Stella by tying her up. The honest warrior immediately replied that, first, it was not he, but his companion who had captured the little witch in the forest. However, the angry sorceress did not want to listen to explanations and summoned a fiery blood force, once again promising a painful death to all. This ominous magical energy enveloped the nearest large stone first, scorching it to an incredible temperature. The stone became insanely hot, then began to transform into something strange and threatening, changing shape in front of the astonished onlookers. Soon, a huge fire and stone monster with a large weapon in its hands, created by the sorcery of an enraged witch, appeared in front of the heroes. At the sight of the new threat, Feryx mentally determined that it was probably a materialized fire spirit created from elemental magic. The hero decided that in such a situation, there was no point in further controlling and restraining his true fighting abilities. Moving lightning fast from his position, Feryx displayed a speed beyond the reach of the ordinary human eye. The fire spirit looked like a true incarnation of volcanic lava, emitting deadly heat for several meters around it. However, the scarred hero was not frightened by this new threat at all, and he resolutely rushed forward, straight at the fiery creature. When the two forces collided, there was a true collision of energies, creating a powerful blast wave around the opponents. Feryx once again enveloped his body in protective energy and prepared to strike a decisive blow, concentrating all his power into his blade. With literally one powerful swing of his sword, the hero slashed the fire elemental, splitting its essence into two powerless halves. Aisha watched in horror, unable to believe her own eyes. No one had ever before been able to destroy her fire servant so easily. Ferrex's gaze didn't even flinch for a second, showing absolute confidence in his actions and complete control of the situation. After destroying the fiery creature, the hero landed gracefully on the ground, ready to continue the fight with the main opponent. The witch was in deep shock, pondering that this was a completely inhuman power, surpassing any magic known to her. A slight smile appeared on the hero's face when he heard those words, taking them as the highest form of recognition for his skill. Realizing that it was time to finally deal with this witch, Feryx once again activated his incredible speed power. He rushed lightning fast to the sorceress, who in desperation began to use strange gestures with her hands, summoning a new defense. Aisha realized that she had no choice but to create a protective barrier to save her life. A powerful blue energy began to emanate from her outstretched arms, forming into a structured magical pattern in front of her. The sorceress quickly increased the size of the shield to take full cover under its protection from the approaching strike. As a result, a huge protective dome resembling a bee honeycomb with its hexagonal geometric structure appeared in front of the hero. Aisha confidently stated that no matter how strong the opponent was, he would not be able to overcome such a powerful magical barrier. Feryx actually hesitated for a second upon seeing this impressive defensive structure, analyzing its properties and possible weaknesses. With a slight irony, the hero noted that it was quite amusing to see a magical shield that couldn't actually stop real power. Having made his decision, he stood in a special fighting stance, preparing to smash even such a powerful magical barrier with one concentrated blow. The hero's movements became so rapid that his figure almost dissolved into thin air, retaining only a blurred silhouette. With incredible speed and precision, he delivered a crushing blow to the magic dome, concentrating all the energy into one point. Literally thrusting his weapon into this shield, Feryx attempted to create a crack in the perfect magical structure. The hero exerted absolutely all the strength he possessed, realizing that this is the decisive moment in the confrontation with the powerful witch. Thanks to the hero's incredible push, the first shard appeared in the flawless structure of the magic dome, breaking its integrity. After that, the protective dome finally shattered into small pieces, scattering around the stunned witch like crystal spray. Aisha was in utter shock, unable to believe her eyes. Her strongest defense had been destroyed by a mere mortal. Putting the tip of his sword to the throat of the defeated sorceress, Feryx said with dignity that there was no one he could not defeat. Seizing the moment, the companions pulled little Stella off the rope, freeing her from her humiliating position in the tree. Once free, Stella instantly ran to her older witch sister, seeking protection and comfort after the stress she had been through. Aisha hugged the younger witch gently, trying to reassure her with words that everything would be okay now and no one would ever hurt her again. Watching this scene, Hans sarcastically remarked that although the reunion looked touching, they were woefully short on time. The older witch hissed angrily that this was why the kidnappers had decided to help with their weapons, forcing cooperation by force. The boy coldly explained that all they needed was a guide to the mysterious city of witches, inaccessible to ordinary travelers. In a serious enough tone, he added that they were not interested in other nonsense, only in getting things done quickly. The witch felt the murderous energy emanating from the strange mercenary, wondering who he really was. She realized with horror that she could see no limits to his strength, no hint of any weakness, as if she were facing a non-human being. Aisha speculated that this mysterious guy was probably a much bigger monster than the scarred hero she had just fought. The sorceress seriously considered whether it was really worth taking such dangerous creatures to the sacred city of witches, risking the safety of her kin. Hans, noticing her hesitation, began to exert psychological pressure, demanding a quicker decision and not to waste precious time. Realizing that she had no way out, the witch grudgingly agreed to the proposal, deciding to escort the uninvited guests to her town. Soon, the whole sprawling company was already moving towards the mysterious city of witches, led by two magical guides. Sitting in the carriage, Hans watched Aisha carefully, noting that her cane seemed to be a very handy magical tool with many functions. The lad pondered the head witch, who always traveled with this particular mysterious object that clearly had a special meaning. Aisha physically felt the mercenary's gaze on her and immediately turned around warily, ready for another confrontation. Moving a little closer to the wagon the mysterious fellow was in, the witch decided to clarify his true intentions. She bluntly asked what these strangers in the closed witch city really wanted, suspecting ulterior motives behind the simple explanation. Hans mockingly replied with a counter-question as to whether he should answer such a silly question, increasing the distrust between the parties. Aisha explained that she simply cannot understand the real reason why ordinary people would even want to visit their isolated city. The witch added that she must be prepared for possible threats if travelers pose a danger to the inhabitants of her sacred home. Hans realized that there was a reason for the witch's words, and that her suspicion had a reasonable basis. However, he decided to lie to the witch, saying that all they needed was access to a portal located in the witch city. The witch was genuinely surprised by this answer, re-interrogating if she had heard correctly about the portal unknown to her. The rest of the companions, including Ferox, also looked puzzled when they heard about the portal first mentioned in the conversation. Aisha asked incredulously if the group was really going to their town just for the mysterious portal, without explaining anything. Hans firmly confirmed this, adding that he had no reason to explain his motives or give further information. The witch mentally marveled that these outsiders seemed to know absolutely nothing about the actual purpose of the witch city. She realized bitterly that ordinary people probably had no idea what witches actually did in their settlement. Aisha bluntly asked if the strangers really wanted to go to their town, to which Hans did not hesitate to answer in the affirmative. The anxious witch clarified if they were prepared for anything that might happen upon arrival, clearly hinting at hidden danger. The guy coldly replied that it didn't matter, she just had to lead them there, to which the witch agreed, warning that it was their choice. Once an agreement was reached, the wagon continued on amongst the night forest, steeped in an ominous silence and fog. Ferox mentally analyzed the situation, realizing that the original plan was for Lemelin to die after defeating the demon. However, Hans confidently stated that if they could use the portal, the girl could be saved, which caught the hero's attention. Joseph ventured to ask Ferox if he thought it was right to hunt a demon when he had a more pressing problem with his seriously ill younger sister. Noting that the story sounded incredibly sweet and touching, the merchant got an unexpected response from the hero that he thought it was just a sweet lie. The puzzled Ferox did not understand what lie was being spoken, which further increased the atmosphere of distrust and secrecy among the travelers. The scarred hero remarked thoughtfully, wondering how the mysterious guy knew everything so well about things hidden from others. With some annoyance, Ferox added that even if asked to explain in detail, Hans probably wouldn't say anything. From the hero's observations, the strange mercenary definitely prefers to act rather than talk, which creates additional difficulties. Ferox noted that this mercenary didn't seem to care at all about morality, fame, or public recognition. With his behavior, Hans resembled those who strive solely for maximum practicality and efficiency, ignoring the emotional aspects. Joseph concluded that the mercenary might be the exact opposite of the noble Ferox in outlook and values. The merchant worried that since the hero likes clarity in everything and Hans prefers secrets, a conflict between the two could ruin the whole plan. Joseph discreetly expressed his apprehension that having traveled all this dangerous journey for a great reward, they could not afford to fail. Ferox replied that it was too late to retreat now, and he would not hide his wariness of the situation. The merchant once again asked if everything would be all right, to which he received a brief affirmative answer that did not dispel his doubts. Joseph realized more and more clearly that the mysterious mercenary was definitely hiding something from them that could affect the outcome of the entire mission. Meanwhile, the wagon continued to move very fast through the dense forest in the direction indicated by the witch guides. Suddenly, Aisha turned to the driver, firmly demanding that the carriage be slowed down immediately without explanation. Puzzled, Joseph did not understand why he should stop in the middle of the forest without seeing any danger or obstacle ahead. The witch explained that they had already arrived at their destination, and if they went any further, they would simply fall into an invisible magical abyss. Joseph did not believe this strange statement at first, doubting the truth of the sorceress's words about the hidden danger. The sudden braking caused the wagon to shake violently, so that even the witch, accustomed to magical movements, was seasick. After struggling to regain their balance, the travelers finally arrived at a mysterious place hidden from human eyes by a magical veil. Still doubting, Joseph asked the witches if they were sure the group had arrived at exactly the right place, seeing no sign of the town. Aisha explained that the magical fog made it completely impossible for ordinary people to see anything at all, but assured them that they were indeed at the target. The witch said that visitors should wait until she removed the protective barrier, hiding the city from prying eyes. Aisha began to cast an ancient spell, calling upon the nature spirit and the guardian to gain access to the hidden settlement. Her voice sounded melodious as she asked for a breath of wind to disperse the fog that hid the mysterious witch city. Continuing the ritual, the sorceress prayed to the moon's resting light to illuminate the path and grant them magical insight for safe passage. Completing the spell, the witch asked for nature's blessing so that the forest could breathe in peace, opening access to the hidden world. After the last words were spoken, right before the eyes of the astonished travelers, the thick magical fog began to dissipate, revealing a true miracle. The scarred hero froze in amazement, realizing that the sight before them looked incredibly beautiful and magical. The elder witch proudly announced that the legendary witch city was finally before them in all its magical splendor. The settlement looked like a real magical place, skillfully hidden from human eyes behind a shroud of sorcery and ancient spells. As the travelers passed inside, all the local witches began to look curiously at the unusual visitors who had disturbed their seclusion. The chief witch, the supreme ruler of the city, was in her private chambers at this time, awaiting news from her subordinates. Aisha immediately went to her and respectfully reported that great sage, she had already finished her assigned job of escorting the guests. The sorceress explained that she had brought travelers passing by who were insistent on meeting the High Witch in person. Sage immediately took a keen interest, wanting to know who had dared and managed to reach their hidden settlement. Aisha explained that the strange guests wanted to use a magical portal located in a sacred place in the witch's city. Hans mentally noted that this city was home to all 6 of the most powerful sage witches who had created this sanctuary. According to his observations, the inhabitants revered Eliana as the first and supreme sage with unquestioned authority among the tribeswomen. As a show of hospitality, everyone present magically began pouring fragrant tea into elegant cups. Eliana politely remarked that the guests were probably tired from the road, so the tea offered would help restore their strength after the long journey. To dispel any possible suspicions, the High Witch defiantly sipped from her cup, showing that the drink was perfectly safe. Ferox pondered with real suspicion whether it was safe to drink tea made by witches known for their poisonous potions. The hero was so focused on this thought that he was temporarily unable to think about anything else while analyzing the possible risks. Hans realized at this point that his companion was clearly concerned that the tea served by the witches might be poisoned or enchanted. Guy noted that although humans and witches are outwardly similar, in inner outlook and values they are too far apart. According to his observations, even in their movements, manner of speech, and perception of the world, the two races were radically different, creating an unbridgeable gulf. Noticing the guest's hesitation, the older witch asked Hans with a sly smile why he didn't suspect them. Drinking the offered tea so easily, the guy didn't even realize what he was talking about at first, as he hadn't given much thought to this simple gesture of hospitality. The head witch explained that people usually don't drink the tea they are offered for fear that it is poisoned or contains magical ingredients. With bribing sincerity, the lad replied that he merely wished to show his confidence in his hostesses in order to establish good relations. Eliana remarked thoughtfully that if her girl had led them here, it meant she trusted these strange strangers for some reason. The older witch once again questioned her subordinate if that was indeed the case, looking for confirmation of the guest's safety. Having received a favorable answer, the sage suggested to move on to the main topic of the visit without wasting time on further ceremonies. Eliana clarified if it was true that the guests had come to their city only to use the witch's sacred portal. With obvious regret in her voice, the High Witch said that there was no way the travelers would be able to do that at the moment. Hearing such an unexpected rejection, Ferox instantly began to show signs of irritation, barely containing his growing anger. Joseph had not expected such an emphatic answer either, especially after such a long and dangerous journey to his destination. Noticing the sudden change in the guests' moods, the Supreme Sage laughed softly as she watched their serious, disappointed faces. But right away, she decided to reiterate that there was really no way they could use the portal right now for objective reasons. Eliana explained that there were several important restrictions preventing the use of the magical passageway at this time. Showing interest, Hans decided to ask directly what it was about the restrictions that were preventing them from accomplishing their goal in the Witch City. Unexpectedly, the High Witch spoke the name of the demon Razgrad, clearly familiar with this threat looming over their world. After these words, everyone present instantly realized that this was the demon that the group of heroes were going to kill. Hans and Lemeline calmly finished their tea, showing complete trust in their hosts, unlike their wary companions. The entire group waited attentively for further explanation from the High Witch, hoping to learn details about the impossibility of using the portal. Summarizing the situation, Eliana explained that due to the need to protect the city from the demon Razgrad, the large number of fairies needed to operate the portal had been activated. According to the sage, to use the magical passage, travelers would need to wait at least 3 days until the magical balance was restored. Hans inwardly realized that much of this explanation, an outright lie, invented by the witches to achieve some hidden agenda. However, the guy was calm, because the development of the situation exactly coincided with the game scenario, which meant that everything was going to go strictly according to his plan. After the general meeting, Hans and Aisha found themselves alone, moving through the long corridor of the residential part of the building, decorated with magical symbols. The witch explained that a separate room had been prepared for each member of the group, even though they hadn't had any outside guests over for a long time. She apologized that many of the rooms were being used for other purposes, so she asked that the potential inconvenience be appreciated. Hans mentally noted the witch's obvious desire to divide the group, though they weren't even trying to hide this transparent plan. Pretending not to notice the catch, the guy politely thanked for the warning, adding that the group really needed a rest. The sorceress replied with relief that everything would be arranged as their honored guests wished, showing ostentatious hospitality. Unexpectedly for Aisha, Hans suddenly called out to her and expressed his desire to talk to her alone, without any witnesses from his group. The girl was clearly shocked by such an unexpected offer, not understanding the true motives of the strange guest. Showing confidence, the guy offered to have this conversation right in his room, which sounded rather ambiguous. Aisha replied without much enthusiasm, but with forced agreement that they could probably really talk like that. At that moment, the witch suddenly heard, as if someone invisible was addressing her and ordering her to reply that she understood everything. Obeying that strange voice, Aisha replied to Hans that she would definitely come as soon as she was done with her business. Leaving her guest, the young witch followed the corridor and found someone waiting for her around the corner, hiding from view. It turned out to be the High Witch Eliana, holding a strange magical orb emitting a flickering light. Aisha immediately expressed outrage, asking what the head witch was doing here, and if she had overheard their conversation with their guest. It turns out that with this special magic ball, the High Witch can see and hear everything that is going on in any corner of the city. Eliana explained that she was worried because there wasn't much time left until the moment of necessary sacrifice, and thanked her subordinate for her help. The older sorceress asked meaningfully if Aisha now knew exactly what she had to do with the uninvited guests. The young witch dutifully replied that the supreme sage could care less. She was well aware of her duties. Satisfied with the answer, the head witch declared that in such a case, all previous disagreements were irrelevant. Despite her outward agreement, Aisha felt some inexplicable sadness inside, doubting the rightness of the actions to be taken. Having gathered her courage, she asked the High Witch directly if she really wanted to carry out the terrible deed she had planned. Clarifying her question, Aisha asked if Eliana intended to send all the strangers to the mysterious Belladonna, which clearly meant something sinister. Without a shadow of doubt or remorse, the head witch confirmed that this was the plan that would soon be implemented. Noticing her subordinate's moral hesitation, Eliana asked her not to look at her with judgment, reminding her that Aisha knew herself. They had no choice. The High Witch explained that if the sacrifice was not made, all the witches in their community, including the youngest, would be in danger. Out of desperation and inner conflict, Aisha clenched her fist so hard that nail marks appeared on her palm. Eliana continued to press on, reminding them that there were fewer and fewer witches. Many had fled these parts, unable to withstand the oppression of the demon Razgrad. With grim determination, the High Witch warned that if they did not make the required sacrifice in 3 days, their city would be completely destroyed. Eliana concluded her monologue by asking rhetorically if Aisha wanted to take responsibility for the deaths of all their people. Being young and inexperienced, Aisha began to visibly shake from the emotional strain and gravity of the mission assigned to her. Eliana softened her tone, admitting that she herself didn't want that outcome. But circumstances had driven them into a completely desperate situation. The High Witch noted that the strange guy seemed to have let his guard down, at least towards Aisha, which creates a convenient opportunity. The elder sorceress once again urged Aisha to simply take this crucial step, on which the fate of their entire city depended. With a visibly frustrated look, the girl forcedly agreed, replying that in that case she would really have to follow through with this horrible plan. The head witch reported that shortly before the meeting, she had confirmed her suspicions with a magical window of clairvoyance showing true intentions. According to her, this mysterious guy named Hans had clearly come to their town for a specific purpose, not just happened to be in the neighborhood. Eliana reasoned that since Hans seemed to be the clear leader of the group, the purpose of the others must coincide with his intentions, and checking them separately was unnecessary. The High Witch mentioned another strange sensation associated with visitors, but decided it wasn't worth worrying about in the current situation. Trying to encourage the girl, Eliana reminded her that this would be her first full night as a worthy sage, and not to worry so much. Aisha replied with a distinct lack of enthusiasm that fine, whatever you say, demonstrating outward submission with inward resistance. Clenching her fist, the young witch bitterly regretted that she had brought these innocent travelers to the city in vain, condemning them to a horrible fate. She mentally reminded herself that she too was one of the witches, the protectors of their ancient city, responsible for its preservation. But her conscience tormented her with the question whether she could condemn the lives of ordinary people to such a terrible fate for her own well-being. Hans's mind flashed back to the last episodes of memories that he had mentally lived through seemingly 1,000 times in preparation for this moment. He noted that he too had passed through this familiar place then, matching his game memories with uncanny accuracy. Everything in the room, including the arrangement of the furniture, was exactly as he remembered from his past gaming experience. However, the guy had a strange feeling. What was happening was not like normal memories. It seemed more real and tangible. Hans realized that this place represented real reality, not just the game simulation he was used to. Immersed in thought, he suddenly heard a quiet movement behind him that disrupted his train of thought. Turning around, the boy was surprised to ask Lemelin why this girl still hadn't left his room as planned. The silver-haired companion simply replied that she had stayed only because she considered herself his slave, accustomed to always being at his side. With some irritation, Hans reminded her that she had a private room and that was where she needed to go now, not stay here. With obvious frustration, the girl asked if they couldn't be together, even in this strange and potentially dangerous place. The guy decided to stump her with a philosophical question. If she thought he could just throw her away, then why was she still here with him? In the imagination of the impressionable Lemelin, suddenly arose an unpleasant picture of her master kissing this mysterious witch Aisha. Noticing the strange expression on the girl's face, Hans sincerely wondered what she could be thinking about, creating such bizarre images in her head. Determined to end this situation, he firmly escorted her out of the room, repeatedly ordering her to go to her room and not interfere with his plans. Left alone, Hans plunged into deep thoughts, analyzing the current situation and planning the next steps of his operation. To improve concentration, the guy ate some weird spherical candy elixir that enhances mental powers. Shortly thereafter, a tentative knock sounded at his door, heralding the long-awaited visit his plan called for. Aisha came to him, the very witch, the fantasy lord, who he knew from the game was a rather important character in the unfolding story. The boy mentally noted that meeting her tonight would allow him access to a secret route unavailable to ordinary travelers. Hans assumed the witch had come to him for a reason, but to tell, or accidentally give away, information about a hidden passageway critical to his mission. With feigned surprise, the girl asked him why he suddenly wanted to talk to her alone, trying to ferret out his true motives. Trying to keep her tone casual, she added that she had just decided to inquire about the reason for such an unexpected invitation. Continuing the game, Aisha said with feigned nonchalance that, so be it, she would lie down on the bed for a more comfortable conversation. Hans politely replied that this was her home after all, and she could do whatever she wanted, showing respect for the mistress of the town. The girl asked with feigned indignation if the guy really didn't mind her presence on his personal territory. Continuing the game of misunderstanding, Aisha asked what exactly Hans wanted to talk to her about, pretending that the initiative was coming from him. She reminded him that she remembered his request for her to come here, even though it was actually in accordance with the witch's secret plan. With slight irony, Hans asked if she had suddenly decided to give him some sort of debt for past events, hinting at Stella's rescue. The girl explained that she had heard from her younger sister about being rescued in the fog, and added that it was a long night anyway, suggesting a leisurely conversation. Hans was well aware that all of this witch's words were just elaborate lies, part of a well-rehearsed role to achieve a hidden agenda. The boy remembered that Stella had then played the role of a mere bait for people, and not at all an innocent victim of circumstances. The little witch had the ability to control mist monsters, which made her far more dangerous than she seemed at first glance. So there was no way she could have been in any real danger at the very moment she was supposedly saved by Hans. It was all part of the plan. Continuing her game, Aisha arrogantly remarked that the guy should thank fate. Great sages like her rarely give blessings to mere mortals. With a hint in her voice, the witch noted that they had so much time ahead of them, and wondered what the two of them could even do together. Hans instantly caught on to her plan to get close to him, probably to further magic or gain important information. Soon they found themselves sitting near a cozy, crackling fireplace, illuminating the room with a soft, mysterious light. Both silently contemplated what they should do next, hesitant to make the first move in this strange situation. It was noticeable that at first the witch didn't even quite understand why she had come here, although she was formally carrying out an assignment from the Supreme Sage. Deciding to defuse the tense atmosphere, Aisha suggested that for starters, the guy could, for example, put his hand on hers, showing trust. Hans tentatively reached out with his hand, showing slight uncertainty and even some squeamishness, which did not escape the experienced sorceress's attention. His hand slowly reached for the witch's arm, creating a moment of tension and anticipation, as if breaking an invisible barrier between the two worlds. Noticing his hesitation, Aisha patronizingly said that if he was suddenly in pain, he could tell her right away. With feigned surprise, the guy asked if this was her first time doing this, hinting at her inexperience in such matters. He added that he sensed her distinct lack of practice, as if she didn't have her hand in such intimate situations yet. The witch was momentarily embarrassed that the guy had so easily revealed her inexperience, disrupting her carefully constructed image. Trying to salvage the situation, she loudly objected that it wasn't true. This sort of thing was commonplace for a witch, and began vigorously massaging the guy's arm. With ostentatious confidence, Aisha asked if he now had confidence in the rightness of her actions, trying to restore her shaken credibility. Hans nonchalantly replied that she was just asking him to speak up if he was hurt, which only made her more embarrassed. After realizing her mistake, the witch realized that at a key moment, she had simply lost control of the situation, betraying her inexperience. Hans mentally noted that apparently this was really the first time Aisha had ever been alone with a guy in a situation like this. He remembered that in the game, this witch was quite a popular character among players, attracting attention with her mystery and beauty. The guy admitted to himself that in a way he was even glad to be alone with her, having a unique opportunity to study this complex character. Encouraged by the development of the situation, Hans simply smiled, though such an expression of emotion was completely out of character for him under normal circumstances. Losing her guard, Aisha dares to confess that this is really the first time she is alone with a guy in a romantic setting. With unusual gentleness, Hans replied that it was a pity, putting into these words an unexpectedly sincere regret. The witch couldn't understand why the guy suddenly said something like that, trying to figure out the true meaning of his words. Noticing her confusion, Hans explained that he just found her so charming. It was amazing how she had avoided male attention until now. This unexpected compliment made the witch madly embarrassed, not used to such words from representatives of the opposite sex. Aisha continued to blush and be embarrassed by what this mysterious guy was doing and saying, completely ruining her carefully thought-out plan. Noticing such a strong emotional reaction, Hans mentally wondered why she was reacting so strongly to ordinary signs of attention. The embarrassed witch confessed that in the green years of her youth, she had a special respect for her older witch sisters, considering them role models. Nostalgically, she added that back then she looked up to them as true models of behavior, striving to live up to their high standards in everything. In her memories, Aisha saw herself as a little girl wondering if the older sages would play with her if she too attained their status. Driven by this dream, the young witch sat long and hard over magic books, studying secret spells and magic formulas. One day among the ancient volumes she found a book with the unusual title, "What a Witch is Doing in a Human Forest," which immediately caught her attention. When the curious girl opened this mysterious tome, she was amazed at what was written there. Stories completely forbidden to their society. As it turned out, the book described a real romantic story between an ordinary man and a witch who broke all the laws of her people. Now, remembering this forbidden book and its contents, the adult Aisha was involuntarily embarrassed, because she found herself in a similar situation described in that volume. Hans noticed the girl's emotional reaction and inquired as to the reason, suggesting that perhaps he had said something that reminded her of some legend. Developing the topic, the guy mentioned a legend about a warrior who received the first blessing from a witch in his life, which attracted the attention of the interlocutor. He added that thanks to this magical gift, the warrior had gained incredible honor all over the world, to which the surprised girl asked how he knew all this. Hans casually lied that he had learned the story from a book, since he likes to spend his free time reading various folios. Aisha asked suspiciously how such information could even appear in a human book. After all, it was an inside secret of the witch community. The boy pretended not to understand her surprise, noting that it was just an old legend, of which there were many in the world, and not worth paying much attention to. With deliberate naivete, Hans inquired what it would take to get the witch's blessing, supposedly unaware of this critical element of the story. At this moment, a suspicious raven with unnaturally bright eyes was watching everything carefully through the room's window. With sudden seriousness, Aisha said she would do anything to protect her city and her family from outside threats. The guy, pretending not to notice this change of mood, stealthily began to approach the girl, shortening the distance between them. Gathering his wit, the witch asked him if he really wanted to know about this mysterious blessing mentioned in the legend. Turning to the guy once more, the girl decided to clarify the seriousness of his intentions, giving one last chance to back away from the dangerous line. Hans, continuing his game, incomprehensibly interrogated what she was talking about, pretending to be completely naive on the matter. Determined, Aisha bluntly asked if he could give up an hour of his power and his body to perform the mysterious ritual. In a soothing tone, she added that he should just trust her and not worry about anything. Everything would be done right. Soon they were together on the bed, and the girl said with feigned confidence that he could safely leave everything else to her alone. She emphasized that she herself would take care of everything that would happen next, alluding to her experience in such magical rituals. Hans smiled inwardly at the fact that he had to give apparent command of the situation to the girl, as had been his plan. Meanwhile, the strange raven with unnaturally violet eyes continued to watch intently, as if relaying information to someone else. The same pentagram as the High Witch was clearly visible in the bird's eye, indicating a magical connection between the two. Watching through the raven's eyes, the head witch noted with satisfaction that she had been worried for nothing. Aisha was coping with her mission quite successfully. Eliana mentally recognized that although the younger sister was a bit clumsy in such matters, she was the hardest working of all the sisters, trustworthy. In another room, the head witch was whispering to the captive Feryx that no matter how heroic he would still fall under their spell like everyone else. With arrogance, she asked the hero in her magical embrace if it wasn't true that humans were actually such weak and vulnerable creatures. At the same time, the third witch was also successfully bewitching the gullible merchant Joseph, completely disabling him from resisting their plan. The fourth witch tried to get close to Lemeline, who instinctively sensed danger and fearfully huddled in a corner of the room, resisting the magic. Eliana said ominously that the man must be sacrificed when a certain time came, according to an ancient pact with the demon. Observing the situation, Hans noted that although the young witch acted rather clumsily, she still managed to successfully get him on the bed. The head witch noted with satisfaction that the captive did not even offer proper resistance to her charms, a testament to the power of their magic. The guy realized that, in other words, the witches had mistakenly thought they had done well, and he was completely under their control. If the course of the game remains the same, the boy pondered, lying in the witch's arms and recalling a scenario he knew from past experience. Now that the older witches were sure that this inexperienced girl was able to charm him, they let their guard down, creating the perfect opportunity. By his calculations, Eliana should have soon ceased surveillance with her magical raven, deeming the operation successfully completed. The High Witch had indeed decided that there was nothing more to see here. An important phase of the plan had been accomplished, and the victim was securely trapped. As Hans had expected, the mysterious bird soon flew away from the windowsill, ceasing its magical observation of what was happening in the room. Noticing this, the boy realized that now it was finally time for his own secret plan, for which he had been patiently waiting, to come to fruition. Aisha wondered why he was suddenly smiling so suspiciously, noticing the sudden change in his expression. Without further explanation, the guy immediately started to free himself, removing the girl from him with a firm but not rough movement. The witch didn't understand at all why so suddenly the guy's mood had changed so drastically, ruining the atmosphere of intimacy between them. With unexpected dexterity, Hans took the initiative. He gently flopped her down on the bed and was now on top of her, in control of the situation. Aisha felt insanely stiff and began to get very nervous, realizing the loss of control over the progress of her mission. The guy said soothingly that it was okay. He just wanted to talk to her about something important first before moving on. He knew that the special medicine he had prudently drank before coming to the witch's town was protecting his mind. This potion was made from a rare medicinal herb and had a powerful immunity effect against all forms of magical suggestion. Thanks to this elixir, the guy was completely immune to any charms or spells, which gave him a huge advantage. Aisha started screaming in panic that it was impossible. No one could resist their magic without having been previously trained by special means. Hans interrupted her gently, asking her to calm down and reiterating that they just needed to have a serious talk at this critical moment. With solemnity in his voice, the lad declared that he would begin with the main thing. He was the messenger of the god who had come to their aid in their hour of need. He added that his true goal, to destroy all demons and their minions, restoring the balance in this world, disturbed by the dark forces. The witch couldn't believe her ears. Thinking a messenger of a god sounded like complete nonsense. No one in their world believed in such myths. Doubtingly, she reminded him that a mere human could not physically kill a great demon, and asked if he really thought it was possible. With absolute certainty in his voice, Hans replied that he knew for sure it was possible, and he had all the knowledge and skills needed. When Aisha heard this, her eyes seemed to glow with a glimmer of hope that she had long ago lost in the endless struggle with the demon. She saw real, unwavering determination in the boy's eyes, quite unlike bluster or empty promises. The witch sensed that he was most likely telling her the complete truth, against all logic and her previous beliefs. Confused, the girl confessed to having a very bad feeling about the whole situation and the events to come. Hearing this, the guy suggested that she should now have a real talk, putting aside all the games and pretense to find a better solution. The two of them sat down on the bed together, ready for a serious conversation that could change not only their fates, but the future of the entire witch city. Aisha was still digesting the shocking information in her head, trying to piece together all the fragments of this strange story. Finally gathering her thoughts, she bluntly asked him if he was really going to fight that horrible dragon demon. With genuine interest and genuine concern in her voice, the witch asked how exactly he was going to kill this invincible great demon. Hans confidently told her that victory was possible if they teamed up with the hero Ferrex, who had the necessary skills and strength. He added that he still needed her, Aisha herself, to make the plan successful, which was a completely unexpected twist for the witch. Clearly not expecting such a development, the witch asked in bewilderment how she could be useful in the fight against an invincible demon. Hans explained that he had chosen her out of all of them because he thought she was a rational being, able to think clearly even in a crisis. The girl didn't even realize what exactly that meant or why he thought she was rational, since she had never seen that quality in herself. Guy explained that she was the only one in this city still willing to stand up to Razgrad, despite everyone's resignation to fate. That was why, in his opinion, Aisha represented the only hope for this entire city and its people, though he himself was unaware of it. Hearing such an unexpected characterization, the girl experienced great excitement and anxiety, unaccustomed to such responsibility. Hans continued sternly, saying that most witches had long ago given up actively fighting the demon, and she herself was well aware of that. He noted with bitterness that even the great High Witch could not definitively find a way out of this seemingly hopeless situation. Guy emphasized that it had been a long time since the witches had lost the will to resist before the daunting power of this demon. Aisha was truly terrified, realizing that this mysterious stranger somehow knew about their inner problems and fears. Hans began to put moral pressure on her, asking if he should continue to tell her about how a great demon controlled the witches, forcing them to live in constant fear. With brutal bluntness, he stated that he knew they couldn't even step freely to the side because of this demon, turning into its hostages. The guy's facial expression became insanely aggressive, the emotion on his face reflecting real anger towards those who had let this situation get this far. He continued that the witches are currently afraid to move forward, burdened by both the main threat and the realization of their own helplessness. Because of the all-consuming fear, they are really not even able to take a small step forward towards their liberation, preferring to sacrifice the innocent. Driven to despair by his words, Aisha emotionally asked what in that case he would order them to do if he knew everything better than them. Defensively, she tried to argue that it couldn't be thought as if they hadn't even tried anything against the demon in all these years. The guy started to squint when he noticed the tears in this proud girl's eyes, but decided not to soften his stance at this critical moment. He replied sternly that he didn't know exactly what they were doing there, but he knew one thing for sure: they hadn't succeeded, and the result spoke for itself. With brutal bluntness, Hans added that whether she liked it or not, this was a reality you couldn't turn away from if you wanted to survive. He emphasized that witches will eventually face imminent impending annihilation, and he is just interested in making sure that doesn't happen. With a sudden softness in his voice, the guy uttered the simple but powerful words that he could save them, which sounded like a real revelation. He promised to make sure that this place would be their town forever, but emphasized that in order to do so, she must help him in his mission. Aisha realized the bitter truth. For a long time, they witches had lived in paralyzing fear, thinking there was no way out and resigning themselves to the inevitable. Deep down, she knew she just wanted to hear that there was hope for them, even if she hadn't admitted it to herself before. However, to hear those words from such a cold and calculating person, and not from the witch sisters, was strange and unfamiliar to her. Though his words were cold, even cruel, it was unpleasant to hear the bitter truth anyway, especially from a stranger. Gathering her courage, the witch warned him that she didn't trust him at all at the moment, despite the logic of his words. At that moment, a sudden realization came to her. This was what his real plan had been all along, not sacrifice. Hans shocked her by stating that they would be intentionally victimized, just as the witches had planned, but with a very different outcome than the witches had envisioned. Perplexed, the girl countered that perhaps he didn't know the basic, "When you are sacrificed, it is impossible by definition to survive." The guy coldly replied that it didn't matter. If only one person from the higher witches were sacrificed, the whole demon problem would be solved. Aisha tensed up a lot when she heard these shocking words that contradicted everything she knew about sacrifices. Noticing her reaction, Hans asked with feigned surprise why she was so surprised, since he had said he had received a heavenly revelation of the way of salvation. He explicitly stated that it was necessary to kill Belladonna, who secretly rules this entire city, manipulating even the High Witch. The girl thought that if analyzed, this guy's behavior does seem somehow strange and inexplicable. She noted that he seemed to know about everything, including the existence of the once great sage Belladonna, of whom almost no one spoke. Aisha remembered that this witch wasn't teaching anyone else. And after all, she was the one who had originally put their city at the mercy of this demon. Though her mind knew it was probably pointless to trust a stranger, her intuition told her otherwise. To her surprise, she actually felt some unexplainable emotions towards this mysterious guy. Something deep inside told her that he really could be trusted, despite all the logical arguments against it. In her eyes, contrary to common sense, he looked like a reliable and nice guy who could keep his promise. Aisha was embarrassed that such strange thoughts were visiting her at all, realizing that she just wanted to believe in the possibility of salvation. In the morning, all guests and hosts were invited to a sumptuous breakfast, laid out with an obvious desire to impress. Ferox thanked his hosts with sincere politeness for their attention and hospitality, charmed by their welcome. He noted with admiration that everything that was happening seemed like a fairy tale. So perfect and magical was the witch's world. The head witch Eliana, noticing that the hero had soiled himself while eating, carefully reached out to hand him a napkin. Hans noted with satisfaction that everything was going exactly as expected. Eliana had successfully attached herself to Ferox, charming him. At the other end of the table, another witch was addressing Joseph, giving food advice, saying it would taste so much better if you dipped it in soup. Guy noted that Malene had already successfully attached herself to Joseph, completely capturing his attention and disposition. His assistant Lemelin also did not escape the magical influence. Another of the witches was paying special attention to her. Attached to the silver-haired girl was the witch Solana, third in seniority among the sage sisters of the city. Hans mentally noted that he wished the fourth witch, Kama, was here as well. But she was unlucky enough to be part of this plan. During breakfast, the guy was looking closely at everything that was going on, analyzing the dynamics of the relationship between guests and hostesses. For a moment, their gazes crossed with the witch Aisha, creating a moment of unexpected connection between them. The girl immediately looked away in embarrassment when she realized their gazes had met, trying to hide her confusion. The guy jokingly remarked on how good her reaction was to lighten the atmosphere and hint at their secret pact. Hans noted to himself that, judging by the witch's behavior, her sympathy for him was really growing. But it was not good to leave things as they were. He realized that if he finished the meal without a single conversation, then it would become clear to the other witches that Aisha's charms hadn't worked on him. Glancing at her, the guy noted that she was clearly hesitant and unsure of how she should act in this awkward situation. Determined to save the day, Hans determined that there would be nothing better than to start flirting defiantly with the girl himself in front of everyone. Aisha turned around with feigned anger and asked what he wanted, playing his part in this impromptu performance. Unexpectedly, the guy bluntly stated that she was very beautiful, grabbing the attention of the rest of the guests. As the game continued, he started smiling and talking with genuine admiration about how she looked insanely good, with those earrings accentuating her eyes. When Aisha heard the unexpected compliment, she was visibly embarrassed, unaccustomed to such words to her. Eliana began to scrutinize the younger witch's earrings, as if noticing the accessory on her ward for the first time. Trying to deal with her embarrassment, the girl began to tell me that she had gotten these earrings during her adventures outside the city long ago. As she continued talking, she mentioned that she had gotten them at a discount, and asked the guy with genuine curiosity how he was so knowledgeable about such feminine things. Hans, without answering the question, suggested that she take a walk after breakfast so that she could show him the city and its sights. Emphasizing the romantic nature of the proposal, the guy specified that he wanted the outing to be just them, him and her, with no witnesses. Eliana, the older witch, commented approvingly that they could have fun, but the important thing was not to linger too long, hinting at evening plans. Aisha looked maddeningly confused when she heard this suggestion, completely unprepared for such a public development. The embarrassment seemed to start a real heat radiating out of her, noticeable even to those sitting around the table. Trying to salvage the situation, she grabbed the guy's arm and with contrived determination told him to get up. She would walk him around town. They began to leave the hall very quickly, hurrying to leave the company of prying eyes and whispering witches. The young men left the room so swiftly that the door slammed behind them with a rather loud and sharp sound. Once outside, the strange couple ran very quickly across the stone bridge, moving away from the main building of the city. Taking a breath, the witch turned to the boy with obvious indignation, asking what he had even done with his unexpected behavior. Hans asked, with genuine incomprehension, what this was even about, and what he had already managed to do wrong in front of her. The girl reproached him that he could have warned of his intentions in advance, to which the boy reasonably objected that he could not say aloud that he was not affected by her charms. Aisha was immediately upset when she heard those words, taking them as a rebuke to her magical inadequacy. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she looked like she was very much surprised by something. Looking behind Hans's back, Noticing this change, the guy turned around and asked what was wrong and what was surprising her so much at this moment. It turned out that Lemmelin had been standing behind the tree the whole time, having come from wherever she had come from and silently watching their conversation. Hans wondered with some annoyance at the girl why she was following him at all, disrupting his plans. The silver-haired companion simply replied that she was doing it simply because he was her master, and she was concerned for his safety. The boy wondered if this was possible. Once under the spell of a witch, a person usually does not move away from her. But this girl seemed to be immune to magical influence. He mentally noted that he had never heard of her race not succumbing to enchantments, though they were wielders of powerful weapons and outstanding talent. Analyzing the situation, Hans suggested that perhaps to balance the game mechanics, they were made very vulnerable to magic, causing their entire race to be on the verge of extinction. Aisha worriedly asked what to do now, as she could already sense Solana's approaching magic that could reveal their plot. Deciding to act quickly, the boy turned to the girl and ordered her to return immediately so as not to interfere with their secret plan. With a guilty look, Lemmelin asked if today wasn't going to be the traditional morning workout she was so used to. Hans firmly replied that no, there would be no practice today, so she should leave and not draw too much attention to them. Aisha, who was observing this, intervened in the dialogue, noting that he was being overly rude to this devoted girl, showing such concern. At this tense moment, someone else unexpectedly approached them, noting with a smile that Hans was actually very kind to his companion. It turned out to be the witch Solana, who admitted that she had heard from the girl about how much the main character cared for her. With some mockery, she added that creatures of this race were usually shunned by many, but apparently not everyone was so prejudiced. Solana, one of the powerful witches known for her skill in the magic of the stars and fate, was here to see them. Hans and Aisha realized that they could be in serious trouble now because of the sudden appearance of a powerful witch. As they froze on the bridge, they realized that the situation was unpredictable, and there was no telling how this unscheduled visit would turn out. Solana asked with curiosity in her voice if she and this unusual girl really did train together often, as she had heard. The guy responded to this quite calmly, confirming that yes, this practice did indeed exist between them. The witch remarked with undisguised interest that she would like to know a little more about these trainings than just the fact that they existed. Hans mentally noted that as far as he remembered, the original plan had been for Solana to take Lemmelin with her to the magic room. Apparently something in the script had changed, and now they had to improvise, adjusting to the new circumstances. Deciding to take the lead, the guy turned to the girl and said she needed to get ready to spar to demonstrate their training process. He was well aware that today was apparently going to be a particularly hard day, requiring him to be as focused and careful as possible. While everyone prepared for the sparring as best they could, the guy started warming up as well, warming up his muscles for the upcoming practice bout. A concerned Aisha whispered to Hans to ask what he was even thinking of doing now, clearly not understanding the strategy of his mysterious ally. The boy suddenly wondered if it had ever happened that such a powerful Solana had ever had her spells fail when interacting with an object. The girl replied with pride for her older sister that he obviously took her for someone else. Solana was the most capable witch in the field of charms. Hearing this, the guy said thoughtfully that this was how it was, adding that in that case what was happening was rather strange and inexplicable. The shrewd Aisha immediately realized the implication and bluntly asked if he meant to say that this girl wasn't really under the witch's spell. The fellow replied with philosophical calmness that he himself did not know for sure what was going on with his companion. Hearing such a confession, the girl was madly surprised, not understanding how he could not know such elementary things about his own companion. Hans explained that information about the Lemmelin race is still far too scarce, even in rare sources, making it difficult to fully understand its capabilities. Meanwhile, the girl was seriously preparing for sparring, donning special protective gloves for the practice bout. She completely changed her everyday clothes, donning a special workout suit that is more comfortable for active movement. Lemmelin looked fully prepared to get into a sparring stance against her master, as they had done many times before. Suddenly, Aisha called out to the guy, asking him to wait a moment before starting the demonstration fight to discuss an important point. With concern in his voice, the witch remarked that if the girl really wasn't enchanted as he assumed, it would cause them a huge amount of problems. To this, the guy succinctly replied that they would now test it experimentally so they knew exactly what they were dealing with. Aisha stated emphatically that she wanted to be part of this audit as well, not wanting to be left out of the problem. Hans did not object to her participation, but inquired as to how exactly she planned to conduct this inspection. The girl explained her plan. She would cautiously ask Solana while sparring if the girl was under her spell or not. She reasoned that this way the older witch wouldn't suspect her of anything, since the question would be asked naturally, in the context of what was going on. Hans agreed with this sensible plan, but warned that if she sensed the development of any problem, they should stop asking immediately. His concern didn't escape Aisha's attention, who asked with a slight smile if he was really worried about her, to which the guy objected irritably, asking if she was listening to him at all. The girl assured him that she would do it right, clearly flattered by this slight show of concern on his part, after which she couldn't help but laugh at him, noting how cute he talked when he was embarrassed, which embarrassed the guy even more. Hans tried to maintain his dignity by saying that he didn't care, and she could think what she wanted. But his slightly flushed ears betrayed his true feelings. Determined, Aisha set out to fulfill her part of the plan, to carefully find out from Solana if the mysterious silver-haired girl was truly under her spell. Meanwhile, Hans and Lemelin continued to prepare for sparring, which was to be not just a demonstration, but a key element of their rescue plan. Lemelin was fully prepared to spar with her master, having thoroughly warmed up and focused on the upcoming fight. Hans, standing opposite his companion, sensed that the atmosphere before this fight was completely unfamiliar, filled with an underlying tension. The thought flashed that perhaps it was because the girl was under Solana's spell after all, though Lemelin's behavior contradicted that. Deciding not to jump to conclusions, the guy reminded himself that he needed to figure things out first. And meanwhile, the girl realized if she didn't show her best skills, these witches would take her master away. Adopting a fighting stance, the guy turned to the girl, suggesting that she launch an attack if she was already fully prepared for a demonstration fight. Without wasting a second, Lemelin Lightning quickly tore from her seat and delivered the first swift strike aimed at the guy. As expected, the gentleman was able to block this blow, but inwardly noted that she moved quite fast for her age and build. Hans was sure that he would definitely manage to dodge the next blow, but was pleasantly surprised by the skill of his little student. Determined not to give up after a failed first attempt, Lemelin immediately rushed into a second counterattack, giving her opponent no time to think. She swung her weapon with determination, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the guy, putting all her strength and technique into it. Unexpectedly, she saw a strange yellow glow begin to emanate from her master, changing the usual course of the training battle. Hans decided to use his skills of the other heroes he possessed, so a powerful energy began to gather around him, impressing observers. He swung his weapon so hard that the ground literally began to break beneath him, creating small cracks in the surface. A great mist rose after the blow, caused by the incredible power of the attack, temporarily hiding the fighters from the attentive eyes of the watching witches. Lemelin was startled, not understanding why all of a sudden her master was acting so violently in what should have been a normal demonstration fight. Trying to get her bearings, she looked into the distance, but realized with dismay that she could see absolutely nothing through the thick veil of artificial fog. The girl decided to use the special skills her master had taught her during her previous training in extreme conditions. Just as she began to focus to feel his energy, suddenly the guy materialized behind her back at an incredible speed. In one swift motion with his palm, he covered her face completely, preventing her from seeing what was happening around her. He pinned her to the ground with such force that the little girl was completely immobilized, unable to offer any resistance. Squinting her eyes, beside her she saw her master holding a weapon, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy at any moment. Suddenly, Hans quietly but sternly ordered her not to make a single sound, lest their conversation be heard by outsiders. After that, he took out the very magic pill he had prepared in advance to protect himself from the witch's charms. Demonstrating complete trust, Lemelin obediently opened her mouth, ready to swallow what her master gave her without asking too many questions. Before giving her the pill, the guy seriously asked her to answer honestly what she was doing here now and why she came. With genuine bewilderment, she replied that she actually had a regular morning workout scheduled with him, just like every day. After listening to the answer, Hans realized that in principle everything agreed with his assumptions. The girl was indeed not enchanted by witches, unlike the others. Meanwhile, Solana and Aisha watched the sparring of the two people from afar, analyzing every movement of the participants of the unusual fight. Taking advantage of the moment, Aisha decided to cautiously ask some important questions to her older sister Solana, according to their secret plan. With feigned nonchalance, she wondered if Solana had always been successful in casting spells on objects of influence. To Aisha's surprise, Solana suddenly admitted that sometimes she did make mistakes, adding suspiciously that she couldn't believe her younger sister was asking about it at a time like this. Aisha wistfully remarked that she felt only half successful in her magical abilities, especially since charm magic was all about making the other person fall completely in love. To the younger witch's surprise, Solana replied lightly that she didn't really care about that. There were times when enchantments just didn't work on some creatures. The older witch confirmed that right now, for example, charms were completely ineffective on this little silver-haired girl, no matter how hard the powerful witches tried. Aisha was genuinely surprised to hear such a frank admission, and questioned how it was even possible that powerful spells had no effect. Solana explained that the very fact that the girl had left the witch and returned to her master only proved the ineffectiveness of magic in this case. In the experienced witch's opinion, this meant only one thing. Lemelin was holding on to her master of her own free will, and natural obsession was stronger than any magic. Watching the girl, Hans realized what was becoming increasingly obvious. This girl really didn't succumb to the charms, unlike the rest of the group. Nevertheless, doubts did not leave the guy's mind. If still the young companion was under Solana's spell, she did not realize her actions, and the memory of yesterday's events should be erased. Lemelin didn't understand at all such strange behavior from the Lord during what should have been a normal training session. Finishing the quiet conversation, Hans emphatically ordered his young companion to forget the entire dialogue as if the conversation had never happened, which confused the silver-haired girl even more. However, as always, Lemelin obediently obeyed the instruction without asking too many questions about the motives behind such strange behavior. Resuming sparring, Hans asked with obvious bewilderment why the young warrior was aiming for the sword and not the trainer herself, which was an ineffective tactic. With childlike directness, Lemelin replied that she simply could not aim at her master, whom she had sworn to protect, not attack. Hans was puzzled by this response, since in sparring the point is precisely that hierarchical boundaries are temporarily erased. Guy explained that the question wasn't whether the girl could theoretically injure the host, but how was she going to train effectively with such restrictions? Lemelin replied with concern in her voice that no, she could not physically attack the Lord, as if some invisible force was restraining her hand from striking. Hans noted with disappointment that in that case, whoever the young companion fought in the future, the enemy would simply be killed unless she was capable of perceiving the duel as a real threat. Guy added that he couldn't take Lemelin anywhere with him when the girl was in such a hesitant state, given the dangers of the upcoming mission. Hearing this, the silver-haired warrior assured the Lord with real anxiety in her voice that she could absolutely do anything to avoid being left behind. Hans replied defiantly that in that case one should prove it with actual actions, not just words, demanding a demonstration of combat skills. As the sparring continued, everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, Hans analyzing the situation, and Lemelin worrying about the future. The little companion realized that since arriving in this strange city, the anxiety had only increased, giving rise to new fears and worries. What frightened Lemelin the most was the thought that the Lord might leave here, finding a more suitable companion among the powerful witches. The girl was determined to be as helpful as possible, so that would never happen, even if she had to overcome her own limitations. At this moment, Lemelin realized that she had to concentrate as much as possible and show everything the way the Lord wanted, beyond what was normally possible. Watching the girl, Hans was extremely surprised by the incredible energy that suddenly began to emanate from the young companion, changing the very atmosphere around her. The boy realized with amazement that Lemelin was trying to replicate his own sword technique, copying the movements with surprising accuracy. The young warrior remembered that a special race had a rare ability that could be used to maximize speed and strength at critical moments. Suddenly, Lemelin's frail body began to encompass a large number of bright lightning bolts, indicating the activation of hidden potential. Hans, looking at this incredible transformation, was in a real shock, not expecting such abilities from his quiet companion. The guy watched in amazement as the girl was literally enveloped by bright yellow lightning and powerful energy, comparable to the strength of a real warrior. The silver-haired girl, lightning fast, disappeared from her spot, so fast that it was impossible to keep track of the movement. The guy was completely unaware of what was going on during this unusual sparring session with his young companion. Right in front of the experienced warrior, there was a huge impact, from which the small figure could not be seen, only a powerful glow. The young warrior deftly fooled the Lord and suddenly found herself behind him, showing incredible agility. The little companion realized the need to act faster to impress the witches watching the sparring. The frail figure resolutely rushed forward with the unprecedented speed and confidence of an experienced fighter. Turning around, the young warrior couldn't believe what he was now witnessing from his usually quiet and obedient companion. The young man saw the little companion approach with a determined look, ready for a real battle attack. The girl swung her weapon, but the experienced fighter managed to repel this unexpectedly powerful attack at the last moment. The young mentor felt a powerful force emanating from his student, and realized that the sparring had to be stopped immediately. With a strong movement, the young man grabbed the girl and pinned her to the ground, trying to somehow calm this uncontrollable flow. Watching what was happening, the experienced fighter realized that it wasn't just about increasing speed, but something deeper. The young man directly asked his companion if she was using magic, or what exactly was currently demonstrated on the battlefield. The young warrior replied negatively, but the mentor couldn't believe what he heard after the superpowers he had seen. The girl honestly admitted that she herself did not understand the origin of the amazing fighting power that was manifesting now. The two sorceresses watching were amazed at what they saw, not expecting such abilities from the little stranger. The elder witch noted with interest that members of this unusual race were indeed famous for such speed. The magical mentor asked the young warrior if she had any other abilities besides those shown in battle. The young warrior pondered how strange it was that members of this rare tribe used magic at all. The experienced sorceress confidently stated that she recognized the magical nature of the techniques immediately, even with non-ideal technique. The older sister intrigued the audience with the news that there was a way to test the girl's true potential. Unexpectedly, the wise sorceress asked the young man what it was like to be a messenger of a god, taking him by surprise. The wanderer was stunned to hear the secret information he had only trusted the young witch with during their nightly conversation. The young man cast a menacing glance at his companion, realizing that she had given away all the secrets to her older mentor. The younger sorceress apologized guiltily, explaining the impossibility of resisting when the older one already knew what had happened. The traveler pondered that after entering through the secret passage, the situation developed just as in the anticipation. The young man tensely analyzed where a mistake might have crept into the perfectly thought-out plan of action and battle. The little companion turned anxiously to her mentor, seeing the deep thoughtfulness and obvious worry on his face. The young warrior realized that he had never visited a magical settlement with this unusual girl in previous battles. From the moment he met his silver-haired companion, the young man hadn't realized how much familiar events could change. The experienced fighter wondered if there was some new element, like dungeon combat, unknown before. The older sorceress smiled enigmatically and asked the pensive young man what he was thinking about so intensely. The young warrior pondered the impossibility of fixing the situation, seeing the current situation as the worst-case scenario in the witch's episode. The only way out seemed to be a radical solution: to destroy every single sorceress, despite the recent alliance. Hans snapped out of his seat lightning fast to attack the first witch, seeing no other solution to the dangerous situation. Activating the hidden power, the young man rushed forward at an incredible speed, surrounded by bright yellow energy. Opposite stood Solana, calmly emitting a blue glow from her palms, showing no fear of a sudden attack. A strange force began to materialize in the sorceress's hands, resembling thin, glowing threads of incomprehensible purpose. Approaching his opponent, Hans puzzledly tried to determine the nature of the unknown magic, preparing to repel the attack. The blue energy suddenly braided the young man's body with sparkling threads, completely restricting his movements and stopping the attack. Strange scars began to appear across his face, which were immediately healed by those mysterious glowing threads. Guy recognized Solana's unique healing magic, invisible to ordinary sight and available only to experienced mages. Hans angrily asked the sorceress if she was testing him in this strange way, perplexed by what was happening. Solana calmly replied that she was only healing the young man's wounds, though she had originally really wanted to test his strength. The warrior didn't understand the witch's sudden benevolence, expecting a catch instead of unexpected help and support. The sorceress bluntly declared her disbelief in the messenger of the god, seeing through the carefully constructed legend of the alien. However, Solana recognized that their goals were absolutely identical, which set the stage for an unusual alliance. The witch offered to pretend as if she hadn't noticed anything, allowing the warrior to continue with his planned plan of action. Hans saw this offer as an opportunity for a mutually beneficial relationship, greatly improving the current situation. Solana asked to keep the silver-haired companion to test the unusual magical abilities displayed in battle. The sorceress insisted that Lemelin go with her to investigate a potential of great interest. Upon reflection, Hans reluctantly agreed, deciding to trust the witch under certain safety conditions. A satisfied Solana smiled, asking the young man to take care of his younger sister during their temporary separation. Aisha huffed in embarrassment at her older mentor, asking her not to say such nonsense in front of a stranger. Soon, the young man and the pink-haired witch were alone, heading down a forest path for an important conversation. During the walk, Aisha decided to apologize to Hans for unwittingly revealing his secret to his older sister. The warrior magnanimously replied that there was nothing to worry about, as the situation had been resolved even better than expected. The young sorceress anxiously asked if there was really no danger in Solana figuring out their plan. Hans confidently stated that a common goal with a powerful witch made them allies rather than adversaries. Aisha bitterly recounted how most of the sisters chose to submit to the demon instead of fighting for freedom. The witch recounted the grim practice of offering sacrifices to the mysterious Belladonna, plunging the city into fear. The young man noticed how sad and aggressive his interlocutor became at the same time at the mention of this topic. Hans cautiously asked if Aisha really thought the other sorceresses were inactive in the face of the threat. Guy wondered if she thought the sisters had simply chosen a different path to fight a common enemy. Aisha asked in surprise, wondering if Hans thought the sisters were preparing for all this without her knowledge. The young man asked if the witch had told her sisters about her secret meetings with him, to which he received a negative answer. Guy philosophically noted that perhaps the other sorceresses didn't share their plans either, wanting to guard against feelings of despair at the sudden collapse of hopes. Hans assumed that Aisha's sisters didn't want Aisha to experience such emotions, and so preferred to remain silent. The warrior confidently stated that the older witches did so solely out of a desire to protect their younger sister from danger. The lad knew that according to the history he knew, the supreme ruler of the city was secretly preparing a rebellion against Belladonna and Razgrad. The sacrifices, according to him, were to buy precious time to gather the necessary resources for the coming rebellion. Unfortunately, Hans realized that the demon would completely crush the rebels before they could even begin to take active action, dooming the plan to failure. Aisha suddenly interrupted the young man's musings, noting that sometimes it seemed as if the interlocutor knew absolutely everything in advance. Not wanting to reveal all the cards, Hans just smiled enigmatically, keeping a halo of mystery around his person. The boy recalled yesterday's conversation when he called himself a messenger of a god, confirming his awareness of hidden events. The witch ironically remarked that it was worth pretending to believe since the young man knows what happens next in the story. Hans confidently confirmed his knowledge of future events, displaying an unwavering confidence in his gaze. The young man predicted the next major event, an imminent attack by the mysterious witch Camellia, who was rarely spoken of. Hearing that name, Aisha felt a real sense of dread, confirming her fears about the power of said sorceress. Soon, the unusual couple approached a lone cabin mysteriously located deep in the woods. As they approached the entrance to the strange dwelling, they both felt an unusual energy emanating from within the wooden walls. Aisha worriedly warned that one shouldn't just walk into this place without an invitation from the hostess. Ignoring the warning, the lad decided to test the strength of the door by gently pulling on the ancient handle. The witch inside the lodge was at this moment resting sweetly after long hours of working with ancient folios. Camellia had fallen into slumber only after carefully studying magical books, searching for a way to rid herself of demonic influence. Awakened by the sudden intrusion, the sorceress immediately felt the energy traces of the two uninvited guests at her doorstep. Instantly recognizing Aisha and the strange stranger, Camellia prepared to defend her home from the potential threat. A green glow began to spread around the witch, a sign of the awakening of her unique magical power. The distorted space-time created by Camellia was a realm of eternal polar night, dangerous to the uninitiated. Uninvited guests who entered without permission automatically became participants in magical trials, often fatal. Hans felt a sudden change in the reality around him, completely not anticipating such a strange transformation of space. The young man found himself in a trial where he had to fight an opponent chosen by magic itself from his past. Suddenly, the guy sensed the presence of a ghostly knight ready to deliver a fatal blow with his magic blade. At the last moment, the warrior managed to dodge the attack, thanks to his honed reflexes and combat skills. Hans speculated that the unusual phenomenon might be due to his disparate abilities from different heroes. The young man had to deal with the ghosts of those whose powers he had once absorbed, using them for his own enhancement. With horror, the guy realized the impossibility of what was happening. Deprived of all abilities, he became an ordinary person in the spirit world. Before the now defenseless, Hans stood the mighty heroes whose power he had taken, hungry for just retribution. The spirit of the legendary Cadiz swung at the lad, preparing a fatal blow with his ghostly blade. Hans concentrated, realizing that knowing the nature of the test unlocked a way to successfully pass the magical test. Remembering Cadiz's strategy, the young man decided first and foremost to remain calm in the face of danger. In the test of self-control, the most important thing is not to react to external attacks and not to give in to emotions. The guy realized that even if a task seems impossible, there is actually always a solution. The warrior pondered how to pass the test with the inability to retaliate against ghostly opponents. Suddenly, the familiar strength of Cadiz returned to him, confirming the correct strategy and bringing back the ability to fight. Hans prepared to endure a hard battle, sensing the return of lost abilities and skills. The ghosts of all the heroes whose power he had taken earlier appeared before the young man, hungry for just retribution. The warrior decided he could skip Paul, focusing on the more dangerous opponents first. Hans identified the most difficult opponent as the mighty Gerbier, whose strength posed the greatest threat. With horror, the lad noticed that behind all the spirits stood the real body of the former owner, watching the battle. The young man resented the audacity of a ghost who dared to appear after all that had happened between them in the past. Gathering all his strength, Hans decided to attack the strongest opponent first, not giving him the advantage of the first strike. Gerbier looked extremely aggressive, clenching his teeth and preparing for a lightning attack on his hated enemy. Guy realized that this formidable opponent could be defeated by knocking down and unbalancing an experienced fighter. The fight had seemed incredibly difficult at first, but now, with the restored abilities, the situation looked completely different. Hans concentrated on blocking the powerful blow of his heaviest opponent, waiting for the moment to counterattack. With a skillful move, the young man redirected his attack into the ground, forcing his opponent to lose his balance and open himself up for a decisive strike. The warrior remembered that he now wielded the power of Cadiz, allowing him to control his opponent's power, upsetting his balance. With a swing, Hans slashed the huge man's ghostly body with astonishing ease, scattering the first enemy. Next in line was Paul, hero number 2, known for his cautious battle tactics. The guy remembered that this opponent would never attack first, preferring to wait for initiative from the enemy. Knowing Paul's weaknesses, the young man noted his vulnerability to close combat while specializing in ranged attacks. Hans decided to use this advantage by attacking suddenly at minimum range, not giving his enemy a chance to react. The warrior successfully utilized the enemy's blind spot and instantly destroyed the second ghost with his sharp blade. Last remained the most mysterious enemy, the real owner of the body, causing the young man particular concern. Hans tensely pondered what to expect from this final opponent, about whom so little was known. Intuition told the lad that this mysterious rival posed the greatest threat of all the ghosts. The warrior sensed some sinister energy emanating from the former owner of his current body. With a decisive blow, Hans cut off the spirit of his past master, hoping to rid himself of this haunting ghost forever. The strange owner tried to say something inaudible before disappearing, but the words were completely unintelligible. After the last blow, the guy felt a growing unease, realizing that the ordeal wasn't over yet. Reality changed again, and the young man found himself in an even stranger place than before, filled with a greenish mist. Up ahead, Hans saw a mysterious girl who was slowly approaching, emitting a powerful magical aura. The boy tensely prepared himself for the new confrontation, trying to understand the nature of the upcoming ordeal. Camellia noticed with amazement that 5 different souls coexisted in one alien body, which seemed impossible. The third of the sages, a covenant watcher with green hair, scrutinized the unusual guest. Camellia said thoughtfully that outwardly the alien looked like a normal human, but his true nature raised questions. Hans answered evasively that he could not definitely classify himself as an ordinary person because of his special mission and abilities. The boy mentioned that he had arrived in the city according to an ancient prophecy, immediately catching the experienced witch's attention. Camellia was instantly interested at the mention of a prediction that had long been rumored among the older sorceresses. The young man resolutely declared himself a messenger who had come to the city to defeat a demon threatening the entire community. Hearing this, the witch declared the trial over and asked the real name of the mysterious warrior. Suddenly, the guy said his true name, Evan, which surprised even himself. At this time, Aisha languished in anticipation, sitting outside the magical lodge surrounded by ancient trees. The young witch hoped that despite all the difficulties, the ordeal would prove successful for her unusual companion. Aisha wondered at her own concern for the boy's fate, even though she knew logically that she should have stopped him. Suddenly, a bright green energy began to emanate from the ceiling of the lodge, signaling the completion of the magical check. 2 energy entities, yellow and green, appeared from the portal that formed, materializing into familiar figures. Hans returned accompanied by Camellia, having successfully completed all stages of the test with no apparent injuries. Aisha could hardly hide her joy at the sight of the unharmed boy, feeling inexplicably relieved at his return. Hans noticed this emotional reaction and pondered the reasons for such obvious concern on the part of his recent adversary. Camellia noticed her younger sister's strange behavior as well, glancing questioningly at Aisha. Embarrassed, the pink-haired witch hastily assured that nothing much had happened, avoiding the stairs. After successfully passing the tests, the boy was granted the right to be in the witch's sacred lodge, inaccessible to outsiders. Camellia asked the young man directly what exactly he needed from her. Ready to hear the true purpose of the visit, Hans replied without hesitation that he now needed a special artifact for a crucial mission. Guy explained that he could use this magical item to destroy Belladonna, freeing the city from enslavement. Upon hearing of the intention to destroy her former mentor, Camellia collapsed into her chair, stunned by the audacity of the plan. To the surprise of those present, a smile gradually appeared on the witch's face, as if the long-awaited news had brought relief. The sorceress agreed to help if destroying Belladonna was indeed the bold alien's goal. Citing fatigue, Camellia allowed the desired artifact to be taken and asked her guests to leave her abode as soon as possible. On the ancient table lay a great number of magical trinkets of various purposes and origins. Confidently, Hans took the artifact, feeling the ancient power emanating from it. The object, known as the necessity for star victory, represented a key element of the intended plan. The magic tool created by empowering a shooting star had the ability to create an impenetrable shield. Satisfied that all preparations were over, the guy suggested that Aisha visit one last important place. After gathering the necessary items, the unusual couple began to prepare to leave Camellia's mysterious dwelling. Aisha asked irritably why the young man hadn't told her in advance exactly where they were to go. Hans impatiently replied that there was no time at all, and if the witch did not want to go, he would continue on alone. Aisha, not wanting to be alone, followed the mysterious warrior despite her displeasure. Walking down the quiet street, the witch persistently questioned her companion about the final destination of their strange journey. The companions continued pacing through the dense forest, avoiding conversation and maintaining a tense silence. The sepulchral silence between the travelers emphasized the complexity of the situation and the uneasy relationship that had developed between them. Deciding to break the awkward silence, Aisha repeatedly asked where exactly they were going in such a hurry. Hans suddenly replied that he just wanted to look at the beautiful natural scenery, surprising his companion. The surprised witch was indignant, asking if this was really a good time for idle strolls. Suddenly the girl stopped, unable to hide her bewilderment at her companion's strange behavior. The boy turned around puzzled, not understanding what exactly had confused the witch and why she had stopped following him. Aisha asked in disbelief if they were seriously going to a certain place solely for the sake of viewing the scenery. Hans patiently explained that before a decisive battle, it was necessary to get his thoughts in order for concentration. The lad hurried his companion insistently, emphasizing the necessity of quickly accomplishing what he had planned and returning home. Soon the strange couple came to an insanely beautiful waterfall falling from high cliffs into a deep lake. After climbing to the top, the travelers stopped at a massive rock, observing the breathtaking panorama of nature. The warrior noted with satisfaction that in real life, observing nature was far more beautiful than any descriptions. Realizing that there was one last action left, Hans reached for his hiking bag with its mysterious contents. The guy pulled out a strange object, which immediately surprised his curious companion, who was watching him closely. Aisha asked interestedly what the strange iron ball was in the hands of her mysterious companion. The young man succinctly confirmed that it was indeed an orb, without going into detail about its purpose. The witch sank into thought, questioning whether an ordinary metal ball could be of such importance to the plan. The attentive girl noticed some paper attached to the balloon and inquired about its purpose. The guy nonchalantly explained that it was a scroll with a prayer necessary to successfully kill the powerful belladonna. Aisha bitterly noted that the young man had lied when he had earlier claimed to have received divine revelation from above. Ignoring the rebuke, Hans resolutely picked up the prayer ball and with a strong motion tossed it straight into the churning waters. The object flew several kilometers, demonstrating incredible throwing power, and disappeared into the depths of the lake. With a satisfied nod, the boy realized that all preparations for the decisive battle were now finally complete. The magic ball with an ancient prayer dipped into the water and began its journey to the roots of creation, activating the spell. In a calm voice, Hans announced to the girl that it was time to head back to town for the next phase of the plan. Aisha wondered if the young man was being too careless with the ritual, risking incurring divine punishment. The lad confidently replied that there was no need to worry, as his god favored brevity and efficiency of action. Meanwhile, the mysterious orb continued to sink deeper and deeper, moving towards the center of the sacred lake for activation. Back home, Aisha sat pensively on her bed, pondering the unexpected discoveries of this strange day. The witch admitted to herself that she never thought to find a power capable of standing up to a great demon, but she was wrong. With bitterness, the girl realized that the sisters had never given up. They just hadn't initiated her into their secret plans of resistance. Suddenly, Aisha's musings were interrupted by a quiet voice calling out to her in the seemingly empty room. Hans suddenly asked if Aisha had thought about the future after defeating the demon and belladonna. The young witch realized that she had never pondered this before. Immersed in the current problems of survival, the girl honestly admitted that for a long time she thought about only one thing: how to survive in this dangerous confrontation. Guy wisely noted that in that case, the witch definitely needed to think about life after victory. The young man philosophically added that it is hope that makes one live and becomes the force that drives one forward in difficult times. The warrior earnestly asked Aisha not to give up hope and try to fulfill her deepest dreams. Hans' words evoked a strange, previously unknown emotion in the sorceress that made her heart beat differently. The impressed witch asked what exactly she should do to bring a brighter future for the city. Soon all possible preparations in the witch's city were successfully carried out according to a carefully laid out plan. It was time to move on to the most important event for the sake of which the wanderers had traveled such a long way. Hans walked resolutely to the grand doors inside the luxurious room, preparing for the important meeting. The boy gently grasped the door handles and carefully opened the massive casement, peering inside the room. Entering the room of his comrade Ferrex, the young man found the hero in a strange state of what looked like torpor. With a slight irony, Hans noticed that his friend seemed to really enjoy the witch's hospitality and magic. The scarred hero sat completely frozen, not even reacting to the appearance of his longtime companion and friend. The warrior said thoughtfully that he would have looked exactly the same if the witch's spell had worked on his mind. The boy noted that the stronger a person's will was, the more pronounced the reaction the magical influence caused. Eliana, who had unexpectedly walked through the door, confirmed this thought, calling Ferrex the most stubborn person she had ever met. The head witch explained that the hero's obsession with his younger sister was a weakness that was easily exploited. The high sorceress noted with satisfaction how easily the man who did everything for his sister's sake was unable to resist the magic. Hans sadly recognized that his sister really did mean everything in his friend's life, making up the meaning of existence. Eliana replied sharply that this city was absolutely everything to her as well, so she felt no pity for strangers. The guy philosophically remarked that there was no need for pity, because everyone had their own point of view and priorities. The sage witch nodded contentedly, noting the young man's understanding and declining to help with any further plans. Eliana wondered why the wanderers had come this far, knowing the inevitable imprisonment in the dreaded prison. Hans simply replied that he was doing everything because of a promise made to a comrade in a difficult time of adversity. Guy explained that Ferrex had absolutely no time left, alluding to his sister's tragic situation. The High Witch found this devotion interesting, showing some respect for the alien's moral fiber. With a sinister smile, Eliana wished for a restful sleep and began to use her powerful magical power. Suddenly, everyone present was teleported to a completely different location, losing their orientation in space. Waking up, Hans struggled to open his eyes, trying to realize what had happened and where he was. Gradually coming to his senses and assessing the situation, the guy realized the true state of affairs after the magical displacement. With bitterness, the young man realized that this was the final stage of a dramatic episode, the culmination of the whole witch story. The warrior identified the location, the famous dungeon prison Cradle of the Abyss, known for its insurmountable defenses. Next to the prisoner was his little companion Lemelin, also transported to this horrible place of confinement. Hans tried to wake the girl, who finally struggled to open her tired eyes after a magical sleep. Waking up, Lemelin asked the Lord in surprise what this strange place was, quite unlike the cozy city of witches. On hearing of the prison, the faithful companion thought fearfully that her master might have committed some misdemeanor. After the silver-haired girl, the scarred hero also awoke, disoriented and weakened by the magical displacement. The merchant Joseph woke up from his conversations as well, rubbing his temples and trying to figure out what had happened to the group. Hans turned to all the companions, calling for them to stand up and explaining their current situation in the underground prison. Ferrex asked hopefully if the imprisonment was part of the comrade's cunning plan and not a fatal mistake. The guy confidently confirmed, adding that if you wait a bit, someone will come and free the whole group. An intrigued Joseph wondered if the companion had a secret assistant among the witches, which would explain the situation. The warrior replied cryptically that given certain circumstances, one could say so, otherwise what was happening could not be explained. His companions clearly did not understand Hans's words, glancing around worriedly and doubting the success of such a risky venture. With a confident smile, the guy asked his friends not to worry, assuring them that they all knew the future savior perfectly well. Soon, a frail young figure cautiously descended the stone steps of the prison, holding the keys to the cell. Aisha, determined to help the guy against all odds, looked annoyed at having to go down so deep into the dungeon. Earlier, the witch stood in her room, looking thoughtfully at the sword Hans had left behind, resolving a difficult moral dilemma. The girl scrutinized the guy's armor, as if trying to better understand the mysterious owner through his belongings. Fully assembled, Aisha was ready to take all of the warrior's supplies, including the heavy hiking backpack with artifacts. Suddenly, there was a question behind her back as to whether she was really going to help these strange strangers again. The older witch sister entered the room, making Aisha wince in surprise and fear of exposure. Solana calmly assured her that she had no intention of stopping her sister or interfering with the intended rescue plan. A surprised Aisha asked confusedly why the older sorceress had come then, if she had no intention of obstructing. Instead of answering, the sister held out a mysterious cloak, asking that it be given to the captives for the journey ahead. Thanks to Aisha's help, the heavy prison doors were soon opened, freeing the prisoners from their magical confinement. After receiving his belongings, Hans put on his familiar armor with visible pleasure, preparing himself for the upcoming mission. The final touch of the warrior's image was his famous helmet, hiding his face and giving mystery to his figure. Joseph, trying on the cloak given by Solana, jokingly remarked that such a luxurious thing could be sold for a lot of money. Upon hearing this, Aisha indignantly declared that people were so stupid as to be willing to sell magical protection, and demanded that the gift be returned. The merchant hastened to calm the angry witch, assuring her that he was only joking and was not going to part with the valuable cloak. A serious Feryx turned to his comrades, asking to be allowed to ask just one important question before embarking on the dangerous venture. The hero directly asked Hans if he could really trust this witch, on whom the fate of the entire group now depended. Aisha indignantly recalled her help, rightly resenting such distrust after all she had done. Hans stated emphatically that it was better to trust Aisha anyway than to risk staying in a magical dungeon forever. The guy emphasized that the girl trusted him and risked absolutely everything for their rescue and the success of an important mission. With nobility, the warrior added that he would never abandon a man who trusted him, affirming the most important principle of his code of honor. Feryx still couldn't believe he was forced to work together with a witch, the eternal enemy of noble knights. Despite their doubts, the group continued through the gloomy corridors of the ancient prison, following the guide's directions. When they reached the key point of the underground labyrinth, the travelers suddenly stopped, amazed by the sight. Aisha solemnly announced that they had reached the center of the famous Cradle of the Abyss, the heart of the magical prison. The companions saw a huge stone pillar standing in the middle of the circular hall of the underground dungeon. The attentive Joseph noticed an unusual keyhole skillfully carved right into the surface of the ancient pillar. The witch confirmed the observation, explaining that the group would need special keys to access Belladonna's altar. Aisha clarified that there are a total of 4 different keyholes, each with its own unique mechanism. The merchant shrewdly noted the location of the wells on the sides of the world, which reminded him of the ancient legend of the first witches. Hans complimented that when the cradle was created, the witches had posted powerful guards on the 4 sides of the world. Aisha marveled at the lad's extensive knowledge, adding that each of the 4 guards kept their own unique key. An optimistic Feryx suggested that the whole group tackle each guardian in turn, using combined forces. Hans objected strongly, explaining the need to split up to save time so as not to alert Belladonna. Unexpectedly, the warrior turned to Aisha, ordering her to return home immediately and not participate in the dangerous mission. The indignant witch angrily inquired the reason for such a categorical demand, not wanting to leave her comrades. Guy explained that using magic inside the prison could be perceived as the start of a witch revolt. Hans warned that if that happened, the great demon would arrive with his army and all witches would be inevitably destroyed. After listening to the arguments, the girl reluctantly admitted the guy was right, though her heart resisted the decision to leave the group. As Aisha looked at the departing warrior, her heart felt heavy, realizing the danger of the mission ahead. The witch was surprised to realize that she had deep feelings for this mysterious guy, but she couldn't change anything. According to ancient records, in the north dwelt the guardian of the wind, the mighty Celestus, able to control the air currents. The eastern side was defended by the guardian of the rock, the impenetrable Theranox, whose body was as hard as a diamond. The southern border was guarded by the shadow guardian, the elusive Rufin, capable of dissolving into darkness and attacking from ambush. To the west ruled the guardian of magma, the blazing Phyrex, surrounded by an impenetrable ring of liquid fire. Hans considered the most annoying opponent to be the northern guardian Celeste, a winged panther, elusive due to its high speed. The guy was counting on the fact that even if the hero and Joseph couldn't defeat this guardian, the problem wouldn't become critical. The confident warrior reminded himself that he would never have come here without the proper means to win. Suddenly the little companion asked what would happen if their plan failed in this dangerous place. Hans realized that the girl was aware of the guard's power, but judging by her worried look, was worried about something more. Noticing Lemelin's unusual state, the boy sensed that there was some other reason behind the question. The warrior bluntly asked the little companion why she thought the situation was more dangerous than originally thought. Lemelin worriedly admitted that everything seemed normal at first, but gradually the bad vibes became stronger and stronger. Hans, hearing this, remembered the game mechanics. When entering a dungeon with a magic character, negative mana affects the state. The guy realized that if the girl was really sick from the magical effects, it was already hard to consider her just an ordinary slave. The group continued to advance through the eerie abyss, feeling the mounting pressure of the ancient prison's dark energy. Suddenly, Lemelin was confronted with a sight that astonished even an experienced warrior. Insanely high walls of incredible beauty led to the abode of one of the legendary guardians guarding the key. Hans called out to the girl, telling her not to stand idly by and to come up faster, preparing for the upcoming battle. The silver-haired companion obediently responded and hurried to carry out her master's command without delay. The girl ran to Hans, who had already managed to open the massive doors leading to the mysterious guardian's lair. Once inside, the travelers saw only endless rocks and impenetrable darkness hiding a dangerous enemy. Guy immediately commanded the girl to prepare for battle, sensing the approach of a powerful being in the darkness. In a second, Lemelin transformed, becoming insanely serious and collected. Realizing that there was an uphill battle ahead, the little warrior resolutely picked up her crossbow and special burning arrow, preparing to fulfill an important role. Hans explained that in absolute darkness, they would face imminent doom, so the girl must continuously shoot. Wasting no time, Lemelin fired the first burning arrow from her powerful crossbow into the darkness of the den. The magic projectile began to shroud the room in a bright light, allowing the fighters to make out something in the surrounding gloom. The arrow slammed into the ground, spreading a halo of light around it, gradually cutting through the darkness of the ancient lair. Thanks to the light, the first guardian appeared before the warriors, a powerful being who had been hiding in the darkness. Rufin's shadow guardian resembled both a lion and a wolf, with a body composed of materialized darkness. Hans noted with satisfaction that his theory was confirmed. The creature used shadows for offense and defense. The fearsome Rufin's specialty was the ability to move through shadows unhindered, like a ghost. The lad quickly realized that it was possible to control the guard's movements by illuminating strategic points in the lair. Hans decided to entrust the lighting to his little companion, whose marksmanship was ideally suited to the task. The warrior himself took on a more serious task, directly defeating the shadow monster in close combat. Rufin, being the living embodiment of shadow, reacted painfully to bright light, backing away from illuminated areas in panic. The dark beast decided to attack the guy, taking advantage of the moment when the arrow's light began to fade. Preparing for a deadly battle, Hans decided to use a magical amulet and summon the spirit of Knight Rydok. Instantly, a ghostly silhouette of a warrior began to emerge from the amulet, materializing into a full battle figure. Seeing the shadow monster in front of him, Rydok was confused for a moment, having never met such an opponent before. Quickly adapting, the spirit knight immediately summoned his warhorse, preparing for a crushing attack. The knight ironically remarked that last time there were plague rats, now a shadow wolf, strange enemies for a master. Hans evasively replied that it was just the way it was, and asked his subordinate to help fight the powerful guardian. The guy remembered that first of all he needed the blue key of the Western Guardian to further his goal. Combining attacks with the bright light of Lemelin's arrows, the warriors were able to pierce the Shadow Wolf's defenses with deadly blows. After a difficult battle, Hans obtained the first key needed to open one of the 4 wells of the center pillar. The victory was much easier than the guy could have originally imagined, thanks to the smooth work of the whole team. Rydok noted with concern that he felt a powerful negative energy, wondering about the nature of this strange place. The Lord explained that this was the Cradle of the Abyss, an ancient prison created by witches to hold particularly dangerous creatures. Upon hearing the origin of the place, the knight was instantly enraged, realizing that the energy sensed belonged to the hated witches. Lemelin, noticing the sudden change in the formidable warrior's mood, was instinctively startled by his sudden hostility. The knight solemnly pronounced that the destruction of evil, the sacred duty of every true defender of justice. Unexpectedly, Rydok offered to share his power with the girl, addressing the small silver-haired companion. Lemelin stammered heavily, sensing the knight's strange energy, not knowing how to respond to such a suggestion. After a brief hesitation, the girl decided that it couldn't hurt to help, and timidly stepped forward, ready to accept the gift. Rydok reassured soothingly that he would not harm the child, showing an unexpected side to his stern character. The knight proudly added that a true protector always protects the innocent, especially children in a dangerous situation. To transfer power, Rydok transformed into a bright fireball, pulsing with energy and heat. The mysterious blob of fire turned to the guy, asking for permission to ask just one important question. Hans inquired with undisguised interest as to what the powerful spirit was so concerned about in this strange place. The blob of energy alarmingly noticed that the space was soaked with the souls and blood of the many sacrifices made within these walls. The knight admitted that he had never before encountered a witch of this level of power, capable of thousands of sacrifices. Fireball directly asked if the guy was really going to defeat such a powerful opponent by himself. Rydok hastily clarified that the question was not asked out of fear, but purely out of professional interest of a seasoned warrior. Hans abruptly cut off the useless reasoning, demanding that he not ask stupid questions that distracted from the mission. The guy warned that if he died, a witch would become the owner of the magic pendant, which could not be allowed. Calming his companion, the warrior added cryptically that he had no plans to lose, as the stronger ally had already headed elsewhere. The puzzled spirit of the night tried to figure out exactly who the guy was referring to when he spoke of a creature stronger than himself. Hans irritably asked not to start a battle just out of a desire to prove superiority, calling it pointless. Fireball conciliatingly replied that he was only trying to act prudently in such a dangerous situation. Barely had the group entered the next room, a massive earthquake began, shaking the ancient walls of the prison. Rydok, back to his usual form, swiftly rode his ghostly horse toward the new danger. The knight turned to his unseen opponent with a battle cry, mocking attempts to run away from such a warrior. Smugly, Rydok reminded himself that he had fought countless different monsters in his long life. The experienced warrior philosophically observed that the hardest thing about fighting enemies, lack of information about their weaknesses. The knight added that there is no easier hunt than one where one knows in advance how to defeat a particular monster. Hans kept pace with his impetuous ally, preparing to provide the necessary support for the coming battle. Loyal Lemelin, as always with crossbow in hand, prepared to help her master in battle against a new foe. Together, this unusual group was a true fighting tandem, capable of defeating any enemy in the way. They set themselves up as determined as possible to fight the huge monster, armed with only a rock, but ready to fight to their last breath. Hans instantly activated the purple stone, which little Lemelin split into 2 equal parts with a precise shot, showing excellent coordination. This tactic was familiar to the companions from previous battles, so the warrior and the girl acted coherently, without unnecessary explanations. Suddenly, the red stone exploded with a deafening rumble, creating a powerful blast wave that blinded everyone present with a bright flash. With a properly timed blast of magic stone, the group was able to rip the monster's huge arm from the magma, weakening it considerably. The young man mentally noted that at first he had thought Lemelin was an ordinary girl of the Feather Tribe, but now he saw how misleading that impression was. Lately, the silver-haired companion had been showing incredible learning ability, grasping any new skills and knowledge on the fly. Despite using the simplest weapons, the little warrior's marksmanship was not inferior to the legendary marksman Pavel Kodvan with his blue eyes. Lemelin worriedly asked Mr. Hans if he thought something had gone completely off the original battle plan. In front of the huge monster, the majestic knight Rydok suddenly appeared, ready to challenge the monster face to face without a shadow of fear. The boy curtly commanded the girl to provide cover for him while he diverted the attention of the enraged magma creature. A startled Lemelin questioned with horror whether she would really have to perform such a dangerous task entirely on her own. Hans confidently told his little companion not to worry, for he had absolute confidence in her abilities and in the success of her plan. These words incredibly surprised the young warrior, who was not used to such confidence and trust from her demanding master. Lemelin was greatly embarrassed by the unexpected praise, which sounded a real treat to her ears, filling her heart with an unusual warmth. Meanwhile, the giant monster began to gradually recover, gathering magical energy around it to regenerate the lost parts. The monster's severed arms slowly regenerated as magma stones one by one returned to their places, forming the limb. There wasn't much time left before the monster's arm was fully restored, which threatened the companions with a new, even more powerful attack. Compounding the problem was the fact that the monster had become much more aggressive after its injuries than it had originally been, seeking revenge for the pain. Rydok warned that according to ancient knowledge, the monster would regenerate again and again until its core was completely destroyed. Hans shouted irritably to the knight, asking why he was ignoring his order to aim solely at the monster's leg and not other parts. The warrior replied that he had presumptuously thought he could cut down the entire enemy in one blow, but now promised to follow the original plan. The young man was clearly unhappy that the cocky knight Rydok dared to act on his own, ignoring the carefully crafted strategy. The ghostly warrior, realizing the mistake, promised to once again demonstrate his true strength to this stone monster, but already following the instructions. The two warriors rushed forward, gaining maximum speed to get close to the monster's core and strike a decisive blow. The giant creature put out its powerful fist, preparing to crush the defiant opponents in one crushing blow without the slightest mercy. The monster swung forcefully at the annoying humans, who seemed nothing more than pesky insects eager for destruction. However, due to its colossal size and slowness, the monster missed, giving the fighters a critical time advantage. Rydok, finally realizing the importance of coordination, decided to proceed strictly according to the plan that had been previously developed by the experienced commander Hans. The ghostly knight shouted loudly to the young man that he was fully prepared for a decisive attack and was waiting for the signal for a synchronized attack. The warrior commanded his faithful ghost horse to also prepare for the decisive throw that would decide the outcome of the battle. Hans decided to use the hero Gerbier's magic amulet to temporarily increase his physical strength for a critical hit. The fighters synchronously attacked the monster from two opposite sides, delivering powerful blows to the monster's legs. Following the original plan, the stone creature had not expected such a coordinated attack, feeling it becoming increasingly difficult to keep its balance on its damaged legs. The final chord was a precise arrow fired by little Lemelin, which struck the monster's second leg, finally rendering it unstable. Lemelin is ecstatic at her incredible marksmanship, proud of her accurate hit, for her skills as a marksman have once again proved crucial in battle. A second later, a powerful explosion shook the space, causing the monster's massive stone legs to shatter into thousands of shards. Deprived of support, the monster can no longer keep its balance, so its huge body begins to inexorably fall under its own weight. The giant creature fell to the ground with a deafening rumble, causing such a violent shaking that the entire world seemed to shudder. However, this did not mean victory yet. Now came the final part of their elaborate plan to destroy the Guardian. Ghost Knight Radok realizes that the crucial moment has come to demonstrate the full power of his fighting skills and magical strength. The warrior begins to infuse his legendary weapon with a powerful energy that makes the air around the trident glow and spark with magic. Having completed his preparations, Radok throws his shining trident forward with incredible force, aiming for the vulnerable spot of the defeated monster. With staggering speed, the magical weapon cut through the air, leaving behind a bright trail of energy, rushing towards the target. The trident swiftly stabs into the stone monster's body, penetrating deep inside and damaging vital energy streams. Hans, using the unique power from Gerbier's amulet, instantly assesses the situation and realizes the moment has come to strike the final blow. With a mighty sweep of his arm, the warrior amplifies the knight's attack, causing the trident to penetrate even deeper into the monster's body, striking its core. The stone guardian lets out one last deafening roar, and then his body crumbles, leaving a shining key among the rubble. At the same time, resourceful merchant Joseph is desperately battling his guards in another part of the ancient prison of the Cradle of the Abyss. The merchant demonstrates unexpectedly skillful weaponry, deftly manipulating his spear as if he were a seasoned warrior, rather than an ordinary merchant. Using clever tactics, Joseph successfully slashes the brazen lizard with his spear, showing wit and unexpected bravery. Somewhere nearby, a guy smilingly notes that the winged cougar he attacked resembled a magical fairy with its grace. The noble hero Ferrex, fighting a fire lizard, philosophically observes that there is never an easy path in this world. The merchant pragmatically points out that their mission is going to take some time anyway, and one must accept that inconvenient fact. When the warriors spot the main lizard with real flames coming out of its body, they realize there is a challenge ahead. The heroes instinctively clutch their weapons harder, preparing for a brutal battle with the most dangerous foe they've encountered. The hero with the scar on his face strongly suggests dealing with the monster as quickly as possible, without wasting the group's precious time. Prudent Joseph reminds them that their priority should remain safety, not speed of completion. Ferrex reasons that if these monsters are so strong, then Hans might have an opponent of comparable or even greater strength. The experienced warrior recognizes that while the likelihood of their deaths is low, the risk of serious injury in battle cannot be ruled out. The hero is adamant that Hans must be helped to defeat the Great Witch, even if the plan has to be slightly disrupted. Joseph notes with a mischievous smile how amusing it is to see a rugged warrior so worried about some ordinary guy. Ferrex replies gravely that Hans has knowledge beyond his own reach, making the young man a valuable ally in the mission. The hero adds that such awareness, more than good reason for the guy to stay alive at all costs. The noble warrior realizes that he is primarily acting for the ultimate goal, to defeat the great demon Razgrada. Meanwhile, dozens of small fire lizards begin moving swiftly towards the travelers, preparing for a massive attack. The first of these skittish creatures jump sharply to the side, trying to confuse opponents with unexpected maneuvers and distractions. But the experienced Ferrex is rapidly approaching them, shortening the distance enough to use his weapon effectively. A characteristic blue aura appears around the hero, testifying to his strength and status, but does not scare the opponents at all. The warrior calmly watches as the vicious lizards charge at him, but the sight does not evoke a shadow of fear or doubt in him. Worthy of his title, the hero easily dispatches the vile creatures, slashing them one by one with lightning-fast movements. After another victory, Ferrex continues to slay the remaining monsters with a smug grin, never slowing down his pace or accuracy. The observant Joseph, having assessed the situation, warns that simply wiping out minor adversaries will not solve their main problem. The peddler reminds his friend that the real target is the one at the very end, as Hans wisely warned them. The scarred hero briefly replies that he understood the task perfectly and knows what needs to be done to successfully complete the mission. Without wasting precious time, the warrior rushes forward into the thick of the battle, rushing towards a new wave of monsters. Feryx moves with incredible speed, masterfully slashing the fire lizards with his sword, as if dancing among his enemies. The hero's face remains completely impassive during battle, making him even more intimidating in the eyes of his opponents. After defeating the first batch of monsters, the warrior feels proud of how easily he was able to defeat these creatures. Suddenly, Feryx notices reinforcements approaching. A new wave of fire lizards moving towards the battlefield, ready to attack. The experienced fighter pushes himself powerfully off the ground, preparing for a decisive jump that should give him a tactical advantage. The hero soars to incredible heights, preparing to deliver a crushing blow from above when enemies are at their most vulnerable position. With a few professional sword movements, the warrior chops the fire lizards into two pieces, demonstrating his mastery of the weapon. With satisfaction in his voice, Feryx announces that he has finally located the main enemy hiding behind the army of smaller creatures. The heroic warrior reaches the most formidable enemy, a huge fire-breathing lizard whose body emits dangerous flames and heat. Despite the monster's impressive appearance, Feryx does not lose his resolve and prepares to immediately begin the decisive fight without hesitation. The giant lizard, sensing the threat, prepares to release a powerful stream of fire from its mouth, revealing a deadly throat. The monster furiously exhales flames directly at the hero, like an ancient dragon from legends, trying to burn the defiant man to the ground. Feryx is absolutely not intimidated by this attack, only strengthening the protective aura around his body, preparing to repel the barrage of fire. The warrior masterfully cuts the stream of flame flying at him with his sword, splitting it into two parts that pass by the hero. After a successful defense, Feryx swiftly approaches the huge lizard, intending to end the fight with one decisive blow. The hero mockingly says that mere fire is incapable of harming him, showing confidence in his abilities. The enraged monster can't believe what he's hearing and takes a deep breath of air, preparing for another, even more powerful attack. The huge lizard lets out a deafening roar, creating a powerful shockwave that throws the guy back a few meters. The hero clearly did not expect such tactics, but thanks to his experience and strength, he somehow miraculously manages to stay on his feet. Realizing that another such attack could prove fatal, Feryx feverishly analyzes the situation, looking for a way out. An experienced warrior carefully studies his opponent, trying to find a weakness in his defense and develop an effective plan of attack. With a sudden movement, the hero leaps away from the menacing lizard, buying time to regroup and make a surprise maneuver. After a brief pause, Feryx makes a desperate attempt to land directly on the monster's body to strike at a vulnerable spot. However, the monster reacts instantly. It shakes off the hero with such force that the ground shakes from the impact of his body. Feryx lands heavily on the ground and freezes in a sitting position, temporarily stunned by the fire lizard's powerful strike. The warrior feels bitter disappointment that his plan failed and he was unable to achieve his goal with the first attack. The giant monster begins to move its massive paws, approaching the defeated hero with obviously bad intentions. Feryx feverishly analyzes the situation, trying to figure out where he miscalculated and what needs to be done at this critical moment. The huge monster is about to cover the hero with its massive body, intending to crush the daring man with one crushing blow. Paralyzed by pain, the hero cannot move to evade the impending danger, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. The lizard's deadly claws approach the defenseless warrior, ready to tear his body apart in one lightning-fast movement. At this moment, Feryx mentally apologizes to his sister for not being able to save her as he promised at the beginning of the journey. The monster's powerful paw crashes to the ground with a deafening rumble, causing the entire cave to shudder from the monstrous impact. Suddenly, the ghostly figure of Knight Rydok appears in front of the shocked hero and instantly puts himself between him and the monster. The Phantom Knight proudly notes that luckily he was able to cover the hero at the last moment, otherwise the outcome would have been dire. The enraged monster, not resigned to interference, prepares to deliver another deadly blow to his unexpected opponents. The stunned Feryx does not realize who this stranger is, suddenly appearing before him at the most critical moment of the battle. Staring intently at the ghostly silhouette, the hero suddenly feels that he has met this mysterious warrior spirit somewhere before. The mysterious savior gets angrier and angrier, directly asking Feryx if he realizes that the man in front of him is a real monster. Rydok sharply wonders how much longer the hero is going to sit still, reminding him that in battle, slowness always leads to death. The knight is disappointed to note that even the famed hero seems to lack the combat experience for such battles. While the two warriors exchange barbs, the huge lizard prepares for another attack, gathering fire energy to strike. Hans, who has unexpectedly arrived, irritably reminds everyone that they absolutely must not waste time on empty dialogue. Without wasting precious seconds, the young man decisively rushes into action, flying swiftly towards the monster's fireball. The guy's body begins to glow with bright yellow energy, creating a protective aura of incredible power and intensity around him. The audience realizes that Hans has activated the power of the great hero Cadiz, temporarily accessing his incredible abilities. After a swift attack, the young man lands softly on the ground, showing remarkable agility and control of his body. Hans turns to the ghostly knight with irritation, reminding him of his desire to deal with the great witch Belladonna more quickly. Rydok reluctantly agrees to comply, but emphasizes that this is the only time he'll listen to the guy's commands. Hans pulls out a mysterious potion from his camping bag that could prove to be the deciding factor in this complex battle. The young man holds out the vial to the scarred hero, confidently declaring that he takes sole responsibility for the rest. Guy explains that the healing potion will instantly eliminate dizziness and fatigue, fully restoring combat abilities. A grateful Feryx expresses his appreciation for such an expensive and rare potion, realizing its true value in battle. The practical Hans immediately wonders if the team has managed to get the gray key needed to keep them going. A loyal friend proudly confirms that despite the difficulties, they managed to get the coveted artifact out of the monster's clutches. Hans satisfactorily reports that he has already handled the west and south parts. All that's left is to take the last key from today's guardian. A puzzled Feryx quietly wonders why the mysterious ghostly knight is even helping their group in this dangerous endeavor. The pragmatic young man puts such matters aside for later, suggesting that the pressing problem in the form of the fire lizard be dealt with first. Knight Rydok's ghostly spirit actively joins the battle, attacking the huge monster with his magical weapon without delay. The enraged monster once again engages its crowning ability, creating powerful shockwaves capable of knocking anyone off their feet. The knight recognizes that facing shockwaves is indeed difficult, even for a seasoned warrior like himself. Feryx complains that each shockwave makes him extremely dizzy, greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. Proudly, Rydok mockingly remarks that as a spirit he never gets dizzy, one of the advantages of his condition. The caring Hans insists that the hero stay behind and regain full health before the decisive battle with the great dragon. Guy explains that Feryx must not be harmed before he meets the dragon people, as this is a key point in the mission. Determined, Hans and Rydok join forces, intending to tackle the huge fire lizard alone, without risking their comrade's health. The impatient knight taunts the monster, saying it is too slow and clumsy for its impressive size and reputation. With a lightning-fast movement, Rydok steps over the monster's massive paw, showing off his incredible speed and agility. Without wasting a moment, the ghostly warrior slashes the monster's huge limb, delivering a crushing blow with his magical weapon. Even with a severed paw, the fierce monster continues to breathe anger, not about to give up in the face of a small band of heroes. The wounded monster once again releases a powerful shockwave from its mouth, trying to get rid of the pesky opponents at all costs. A confident Rydok mockingly asks if the monster really hopes to hit him twice with the same technique. The ghostly knight resolutely leaps forward straight at the huge beast, showing incredible bravery and skill. An insanely powerful aura pulsed around Rydok, indicating his increased seriousness and complete focus on the target. The fearless warrior moves closer and closer to the fire monster, intending to finally finish off the dangerous foe with a single blow. The impressed knight recognizes that despite his poor physical form, the scarred hero definitely deserves respect. Hans, keeping up with his ally, also attempts to chop up the lizard's body with his enchanted weapon, delivering precise smashing blows. Coordinating, the young man shouts to the knight to aim for the back of the monster's head, the scaly beast's most vulnerable spot. Guy gives his final instructions, realizing that now is the decisive moment in the battle with the Fire Guardian. The ghostly warrior summons his trusty steed with lightning speed to improve maneuverability, and with a mighty blow, shreds another monster's paw. Continuing his brilliant attack, Rydok attempts to slice the lizard's throat, aiming his weapon at the defense's most vulnerable spot. From such a crushing combined blow, the tormented monster begins to plummet downwards, losing its last strength. Watching the battle, Feryx ponders if they, along with this mysterious spirit, could defeat Razgradu himself, a great demon. The indefatigable Rydok continues to move swiftly over the massive body of the defeated monster, taking out any remaining pockets of resistance. From the half-open mouth of the dead lizard slowly crawls a shining key, the last of the necessary artifacts for their mission. Hans announces with undisguised satisfaction that at last all 4 keys have been collected, and they can now continue on their way. The group returns to the mysterious doors at the center of the Cradle of the Abyss, ready to use the hard-won keys. When all the keys are inserted into their respective wells, the ancient earth begins to shake violently, foreshadowing major changes. The floor beneath the traveler's feet suddenly slopes downward, revealing access to even deeper levels of the mysterious witch's prison. Before the intrepid searchers appear mysterious steps leading to even deeper and more dangerous levels of the underground complex. All members of the brave team realize that the decisive moment of their journey has come. The time to fight the witch Belladonna herself. In her secret hideaway, the powerful Belladonna suddenly senses that someone is approaching her hidden sanctuary inexorably. Sitting in her grand hall, the witch is dismayed to realize that someone incredibly powerful has managed to defeat all of her legendary guards. With her magical sight, she discerns that among those approaching is one with truly remarkable abilities beyond those of ordinary mortals. A sinister witch with gorgeous purple hair darkly prophesies that today is the end of an era of witch-demon confrontation here. Belladonna knows that to access her chambers, the aliens will have to traverse an endless labyrinth inhabited by the souls of the sacrificed. It was the witch's plan that these souls, resurrected as invulnerable ghouls, should be constantly reborn, blocking the path of any invaders. The arrogant sorceress mockingly remarks that daredevils have only a 1 in a million chance of reaching her throne room alive. Even if incredibly they overcome all obstacles, their stamina will be depleted to a minimum, making them easy prey. Belladonna smirks wickedly, absolutely certain that the final victory will belong to her anyway. Suddenly, the massive doors to her secret sanctuary explode with a deafening rumble, shattering into thousands of smoking shards. The stunned witch stares in surprise at the puffs of dust, unable to understand what could have happened to her impregnable magical gate. When the smoke clears, Belladonna is horrified to see 5 determined men confidently approaching her throne. Looking at the uninvited guests, the powerful sorceress can't believe that they look completely unharmed and full of strength. A stunned Belladonna demandingly asks how they managed to traverse the endless labyrinth and destroy so many undead in such a short time. Hans explained briefly that they had found an abbreviated route, and besides, they had with them someone who did not tire even in endless battles with packs of ghouls. The sinister witch is utterly perplexed as she tries to comprehend what the young man's cryptic words about a tireless ally mean. The young warrior speaks meaningfully to the ghostly spirit of Knight Rydok, giving a barely perceptible signal for the attack to begin. The ghostly warrior reacts instantly, rushing forward towards the witch with a deadly weapon drawn, ready to strike. The knight intends to blow the sorceress' head off with one powerful blow, but the experienced Belladonna is surprisingly adept at blocking the attack with a magical shield. The outraged witch angrily questions how dare a long-dead ghost raise a weapon against a powerful sorceress like her. The sorceress casts an ancient spell, ordering the recalcitrant ghost to disappear back into the past, from whence it was summoned. Unexpectedly, Feryx uses his time acceleration ability, blocking the witch's deadly spell and protecting a ghostly ally. The hero's gaze becomes extremely serious and focused, showing that he is putting all his energies into this decisive moment. Feryx shatters the witch's magical power into tiny shards with surprising ease, neutralizing the dangerous spell against the knight. A shocked Belladonna can't believe her eyes. A mere mortal has just destroyed her powerful magical orb of protection. The enraged sorceress angrily exclaims that a mere wretch has no right to oppose her ancient and powerful magic. The infuriated witch concentrates her dark purple energy, directing a powerful stream of destructive force directly at the defiant hero. The powerful spell nails Feryx to the stone wall of the hall with incredible force, causing his body to crack loudly from the impact. The attentive Belladonna is surprised to notice that this amazing guy somehow absorbs her magic before dispelling it. Hans announces with a confident smile that it is too late for the Great Witch. Their plan is set in motion irrevocably. The young man explains that Belladonna's magical orb contains countless souls sacrificed over years of dark rituals. The guy reveals that the witch's power is stored in this very artifact, and if you destroy the orb, you can stop the absorption of new souls. As the battle progresses, Belladonna's power weakens noticeably as the scattered souls are absorbed by the ghostly knight, strengthening him. Hans reminds everyone that Rydok is not just a knight, but a spirit lord, able to control freed souls to increase his power. With this unique ability, the ghostly warrior grows more powerful with every moment of battle, absorbing freed souls. Belladonna is furious, unable to believe that some ghost dares to fight her as an equal, breaking all the laws of magic. Hans knows for sure that the source of the witch's incredible power is a magic orb, and wonders if the hero can destroy it. Guy realizes that this will only be possible if you give Feryx some time to recover and build up the necessary energy. Meanwhile, the scarred hero has already had some time to rest and recuperate, preparing to return to the decisive battle with renewed vigor. He turns to the ghostly knight, asking him to divert the witch's attention to himself so he can finally gather strength for the decisive strike. Belladonna watches the knight's strange maneuvers with bewilderment, not understanding exactly what he is up to with his erratic movements. Wasting no time, the sorceress concentrates her power, creating dozens of deadly purple orbs to finally destroy the ghost. The witch launches blindingly bright magical beams in pursuit of the elusive spirit, attempting to strike it with at least one fatal blow. Redok is well aware that a direct hit from the witch's spell would mean his ultimate demise with no possibility of revival. The ghostly warrior realizes his role in the plan, to become the perfect decoy, diverting the witch's attention from the more important actions of his allies. The knight decides to show all that a true warrior of his era is capable of, demonstrating incredible skill in evading deadly attacks. The enraged Belladonna, continuing her aggressive attack, contemptuously calls the ghost an insignificant cockroach unworthy of her attention and powers. Taking advantage of the moment when the witch is fully focused on Redok, Feryx suddenly rushes towards her with the intention of attacking her. The hero activates his famous blue power, intending to cut the sorceress in two with one crushing blow of his sword. The attentive Belladonna instantly realizes that the hero's real target, her magic orb, is the source of the witch's all-powerful power. Reacting lightning fast, the sorceress launches a decisive counterattack, attempting to destroy the hero before he can get to the artifact. The witch goes into a furious rage, screaming furiously that she's had enough of these arrogant freaks who dare to invade her sanctuary. In the air around Belladonna, a huge number of glowing magical orbs begin to appear in the air, pulsing with deadly energy. The deadly spheres multiply at such a rate that they soon fill the entire space of the throne room, leaving no escape route. Hans instantly recognizes Belladonna's famous technique known as Blades of Fear, one of the witch's deadliest spells. The guy realizes that this is a great magic that creates countless blades of glowing magical elements, cutting everything in its path. The young man realizes with dismay that his comrade will now be unable to stop this attack, so powerful and all-encompassing in its destruction. The problem is exacerbated by the fact that after using abilities and regaining magical energy, the hero needs time to recover. Hans realizes that only Knight Redok, whose ghostly nature gives him unique advantages, can resist this deadly machinery. The ghostly warrior turns to Hans with a chuckle, noting that everything is going according to plan, and who would have thought he would be so much stronger after death. Meanwhile, the witch, having accumulated enough power, prepares to unleash her deadly attack, which should finally destroy the uninvited guests. Belladonna sends a massive amount of deadly blades straight at a group of heroes, creating an impenetrable wall of slashing magic. Feryx is dismayed to realize that they are about to encounter the legendary Blade of Terror technique, which has eerie legends among warriors. The hero recalls a conversation on the way here when a plan of action was discussed. After using the magic ball, the witch will be without defense for a while. The noble warrior expressed doubt that he could withstand such an incredible level of magic, even with his outstanding hero abilities. Hans replied confidently that all Feryx needed to do was fulfill his part of the plan without worrying about the consequences of the witch's attack. The lad assured his comrade that all other problems should be left to him and the Spirit Knight, who already had a solution to this deadly situation. The young man firmly promised the hero that he would definitely not die today, instilling confidence with his unwavering determination and clear plan. Meanwhile, Belladonna ominously promises that she will destroy them all so painfully that they will beg her for a quick death and mercy. Seeing the approaching wave of deadly blades, Redok resolutely lunges forward, covering the hero and taking the brunt of the blow. The knight loudly shouts to Feryx that this task he is taking over, and the guy has nothing to worry about. The spirit will handle the witch's attack. The ghostly warrior takes a mighty swing of his magical weapon, creating a glowing barrier shield of incredible strength in front of the group. The protective field instantly sizzles the approaching witch's blades, turning them into harmless sparks that shower down at the hero's feet. Belladonna goes into an indescribable rage, unable to believe her eyes. Someone dared to not only oppose but completely neutralize her crowning technique. The stubborn sorceress continues to attack, trying to break through the protective shield created by the knight's spirit, putting the last reserves of her magic into the attack. She cannot understand the nature of this mysterious apparition, perplexed as to how it has so much power to resist even her ancient magic. The proud Redok majestically presents himself once more, that he is the commander of the Sun Knights of the Great Empire, and has come to take the life of the wicked witch. The ghostly warrior solemnly promises to punish Belladonna for all her wrongs, showing that not even death has stopped his quest for justice. The sorceress realizes with horror that the end may indeed be coming for her, feeling true fear of the enemy for the first time in centuries. She is horrified to see the ghostly knight bring his huge, shining weapon to bear, preparing to deliver a devastating blow that could end her reign. In a desperate attempt to defend herself, Belladonna tries to create a magical shield using the last remnants of her sorceress power. The witch is furious as she realizes that this cursed ghost is using her own magical energy to grow even stronger with each attack. Exhausted by the continuous confrontation, the powerful sorceress can barely stay on her feet, feeling the strength leaving her once invincible body. In a last desperate attempt, Belladonna begins to form another magical orb, putting the remaining crumbs of her life energy into it. Gathering the last of her strength, the witch directs a powerful stream of energy directly at the knight, hoping at least at the cost of her own life to destroy the main opponent. However, the witch's determined attack falls short. The ghostly knight's energy proves to be much stronger, easily overwhelming Belladonna's magic. As a result of the clash of opposing forces, a colossal explosion occurs, shaking the walls of the ancient sanctuary to its very foundation. Hans firmly orders the hero to step aside, reminding him that everything is going exactly according to their original plan, devised before the battle. Obediently backing away, Ferox nods, saying he understands. Hans will take care of everything himself next, trusting the young warrior completely. The guy warns that all further events can be dangerous even for an experienced hero, so it is better to stay away. The thick dust that had risen after the crushing blow slowly settled, revealing the result of the clash of powerful forces. From the puffs of smoke, the defeated witch becomes visible, lying on the floor with a sardonic grin. Questioning why the heroes have gone to all this trouble, Hans calmly replies that they are acting so that the witch town will have some future, not the total destruction that was in store for her. Belladonna vehemently objects, asking why they are interfering with her, since everything she does is solely for the good of their town. At this point, Hans realizes that he's facing a monster strategy that engages in dialogue with the player, which usually doesn't affect gameplay much. However, as he learned from a ghostly knight, creatures with intelligence are capable of drastically changing the game with their unpredictable actions. Guy realizes that the witch may now launch a surprise mental attack in an attempt to confuse them or sow discord between allies. Hans decides to test Belladonna's sincerity by questioning whether she's really doing all this for her witch sisters and not for herself. The sorceress claims that if it weren't for her actions, the entire city would have long ago been destroyed by demonic forces that left no stone unturned. The young man recalls the ancient history of witches. Belladonna was the greatest of sages who loved her city more than anything and swore to protect it. But even such a powerful sorceress could not defeat the great demon Razgrada, so she made the fateful decision to become his obedient servant. Initially, it was a smart way to minimize the damage. Through sacrifices, she gradually built up the power to one day regain the freedom of the city. However, over time, Belladonna was consumed by an unquenchable thirst for power, and she turned into a real cruel witch, forgetting her original noble goals. Hans bluntly accuses the sorceress, saying that she was going to devour the entire city anyway, appropriating it for herself. And this is the undeniable truth. Guy claims that the witch betrayed her sisters. Otherwise, the other witches would be trying to protect her now, rather than sending their group into battle. Young ruthlessly states that each witch considers Belladonna a traitor who has turned her back on the original principles of their sisterhood. Hans concludes his speech by choosing a more understandable word: a traitor who has put personal ambition above the well-being of the entire city. The shocked witch can't believe the accusations, furiously promising to tear all the creatures who betrayed her into tiny pieces for such ingratitude. Hans continues his psychological attack, suggesting that perhaps it was not the witches who betrayed Belladonna, but she herself who first betrayed her sisters. From these words, the sorceress falls into uncontrollable rage, starting to concentrate dangerous streams of chaotic magical energy around her again. Belladonna loses her composure so much that bloody mana begins to ooze from her eyes, a sure sign of losing control of her own powers. Seeing this, Hans notes with satisfaction that the final phase of their plan has finally arrived. The witch has entered a berserk state, completely losing her mind. Belladonna's body begins to envelope an incredible amount of energy, bright purple rays cutting through the space of the hall, creating an intimidating sight. Rydok watches the transformation in silence, thinking that it is a truly horrifying sight even for a ghost knight who has seen many battles. Ferox notes with dismay that the witch's magical power does not diminish after the attacks, but instead only increases, taking on a more dangerous form. Little Lemelin begins to seriously worry about her master, seeing how quickly their adversary's power is growing by the second. The transformation process is complete. The witch becomes more like a supernatural spirit than a human being, radiating power. Her once beautiful skin takes on a sinister purple hue, and her hair begins to glow with an unnatural, otherworldly light. Belladonna's eyes completely lose their humanity, turning into eerie red runes pulsing with ancient and deadly energy. Far from the site of the battle, the Dark Man on the throne suddenly feels a surge of Belladonna's mana, disrupting the usual magical background of the city. A mysterious evil overlord realizes that something extraordinary is happening in the Witch City. and it draws his sinister attention. The ghostly knight scrutinizes the transformed witch, sensing a strange and frighteningly familiar energy emanating from her new form. Hans notices his ally's uneasiness and explains that this energy is similar to the energy that occurred when the knight himself turned into a monster. Guy explains that when Belladonna's endurance reaches its limit, she absorbs the power of a great demon and transforms into a monstrous creature. The young man adds that the boss of the hidden episode is now in front of them, whose power is comparable to that of the great demon Resgrada himself, a nearly invincible foe. However, an experienced warrior is sure that defeating her is not that difficult if you know a certain strategy that is the key to success in this battle. Hans turns to the ghostly knight, ordering him not to interfere with his actions, as he will distract the witch himself while executing a critical part of the plan. The young man leaps forward with determination as he continues to implement his elaborate plan, taking into account all the features of the transformed witch. Hans's current task: distract the enraged Belladonna in close combat, giving his comrades a chance to prepare a decisive strike. The berserkeress promises with an inhuman snarl that the guy will surely die now, having no chance against her new power. The witch begins to use her enhanced abilities, which now seem even more deadly and destructive than before. Throwing himself directly at his opponent, Hans mentally calculates that he's about to be attacked from the right, acting on his assumptions. The calculation turns out to be correct. The guy manages to dodge a powerful beam of energy directed by Belladonna exactly where he should have been. Without stopping, the young man continues to move to the left as his intuition tells him, then ducks sharply, avoiding another deadly attack. Hans clutches his weapon in his hands, preparing as if to strike the first blow at the witch, but his movements betray more of a wait-and-see tactic. Belladonna reacts instantly, materializing two huge magical blades in her hands, preparing to slay the defiant opponent. The witch blocks the guy's seemingly unexpected blow with her weapon with surprising ease, showing off her increased fighting skills. Smugly smirking, Belladonna states that it's nothing compared to what she's about to demonstrate in the next few seconds. The sorceress begins to press her magical blade against the guy's weapon, aiming to break his resistance and deliver the fatal blow. To his satisfaction, Hans notes that the berserk attack pattern is completely unchanged from his expectations and previous experience. This knowledge gives the young man a huge advantage. He knows exactly what he needs to do next, anticipating every move of his opponent. Meanwhile, the monster witch begins to notice something strange. At first she thought that the guy was just lucky, but now the situation seems suspicious. With growing unease, Belladonna realizes that her attacks are not reaching their target at all, as if the enemy is somehow able to see the future. Hans mockingly addresses the confused monster, saying that her attacks are overly obvious, making them completely useless against him. From these words, the witch goes into a furious rage, with even more force preparing her deadly weapon to finally destroy the impertinent guy. Belladonna furiously swings her sinister weapon imbued with dark energy, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to a defiant foe. The witch changes tactics, beginning to attack with small but numerous beams of energy, hoping to hit the elusive guy at least once. With a cruel sneer, the sorceress turns to the young man, ordering him to prepare for imminent death, confident in her superiority. Hans notices with alarm that his opponent is using an attack that is unfamiliar to him, one that has not been in his previous experience with this boss battle. Suddenly, a huge blinding beam bursts straight into the guy's body, seemingly delivering a crushing blow to his most vulnerable point. The triumphant witch mockingly asks how he's going to dodge when he has absolutely nowhere to run from her pervasive magic. A skilled sorceress creates a shimmering circle of her dark magic on the ground, turning the battle arena into a deadly trap for a careless young man. Using telekinetic power, Belladonna mercilessly pushes the guy right into the center of the created magic circle, depriving him of the ability to maneuver. Without wasting any time, the monster activates its special anti-gravity ability, completely subjugating the gravity field around the enemy. To his horror, Hans finds that his body begins to rise high above the ground, and he has absolutely no control over his position. The witch continues to masterfully manipulate her magical power as if conducting a deadly orchestra for her helpless opponent. Having lifted the guy into the air, Belladonna prepares to strike him multiple times with her deadly magical daggers hovering in space. Hans mentally notes that Katiz's hero ability theoretically allows him to adjust his body position even in the air, giving him a tiny chance. However, even to an experienced warrior, the situation looks hopeless. What the witch is doing now is far beyond the normal combat tactics. The guy realizes with horror that the berserker really intends to pierce his body with all those deadly magical daggers at the same time. Belladonna makes a commanding gesture, and dozens of glowing daggers rush forward, ready to pierce the defenseless victim from all sides. Deadly blades with incredible speed fly towards the guy, leaving behind traces of purple light and the ominous whistle of the air being cut. Hans realizes that he needs to dash forward quite a bit to avoid at least part of this deadly barrage of sharp blades. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the boy decides to use the hero power of Cadiz to repel the daggers flying at him with his enchanted weapon. The young man swings his sword desperately, and he partially manages to fend off some of the approaching magical blades, showing incredible skill. However, despite his best efforts, some daggers still manage to break through his defenses, which comes as a completely unexpected blow. Magical blades begin to pierce the guy's body, causing unbearable pain and causing his face to contort in a grimace of misery and shock. Belladonna gloatingly enjoys the sight before her, seeing her nemesis writhing in pain, pierced by her magical weapon. The sadistic witch continues to abuse the guy's body, cruelly manipulating it in the air like a puppeteer manipulating a marionette on invisible strings. Having had enough of her opponent's torment, she brings her arm down sharply, causing Hans's scarred body to land with force on the hard ground, intensifying the suffering. Watching this beating, Joseph thinks with dismay that whatever the guy's original plan was, it has now clearly gone completely awry. The concerned merchant asks the little girl if they should still step in and help Hans, seeing his critical situation. In response, a frantically focused Lemelin suddenly begins a strange counting, 4, 3, 2, incomprehensible to the rest of the group. At the same moment, the mysterious artifact that the girl kept with her begins to glow brightly, catching the attention of everyone present. The mysterious object slowly rises into the air, emitting a powerful blue energy that begins to fill the sanctuary space. The astonished witch watches in shock, not realizing what this unexpected phenomenon means, disrupting her triumph. Despite his wounds, Hans smiles faintly, realizing that his complicated plan continues to unfold exactly as it should, despite all the difficulties. From his hiding place, the guy pulls out a strange piece of paper with magical writings that he was clearly saving for this critical moment. With a decisive movement, he tears it apart, and the fragments of the mysterious scroll begin to glow brightly, releasing the power hidden in them. Right in front of the young man, a complex magical circle gradually formed in the air, pulsing with ancient energy of unknown origin. It becomes clear that this is not just magic, but a rare scroll that connects two spaces and can open a passageway between dimensions. Hans used an incredibly rare artifact, created by combining two other kinds of ancient scrolls that amplified each other. The shocked bystanders realize that the other end of the portal is underwater. It's the same scroll that the guy earlier tied to the magic ball. With a blinding flash of light, a veritable portal between dimensions, glowing with otherworldly energy, opens before the astonished audience. A shocked Belladonna is horrified to realize that a legendary dimensional index, the rarest magical artifact of antiquity, has been revealed before her. Hans, with a triumphant smile on his face, smugly remarks that this is exactly what he had been saying all along. His plan was flawless. Guy proudly announces to the witch that she has gotten the ultimate checkmate from him, completely outplaying the powerful sorceress. From the portal that opened, something like a real hurricane begins to erupt, swirling with incredible force and speed. The strange substance has a blue color reminiscent of water, but its movement and energy clearly indicate an insanely dangerous magical nature. The perplexed witch mockingly asks if the young man really hopes to defeat her by using plain water against the great sorceress. Hans coldly replies that he sees absolutely no need to explain anything to his doomed opponent, remaining confident in his plan. Unwilling to listen to the defiant speeches, Belladonna becomes enraged and begins to use her destructive magic in an attempt to neutralize the new threat. Concentrating her energy, the witch tries to pierce the streams of water with her magical blades, hoping to destroy the portal that opened with a single blow. Ferex, approaching his wounded comrade, remarks reproachfully that all the lad's previous actions had been frankly reckless. The scarred hero moves closer and protects Hans, skillfully deflecting another blow from the enraged witch with his sword, flying at the wounded young man. The warrior is perplexed, asking why it was necessary to make such sacrifices, putting himself in mortal danger over a risky plan. Guy confidently replies that it was the best option possible, the only way to defeat such a powerful opponent. Hans inquires about the status of the artifact, to which the hero confirms that, as previously stated, it is fully charged and ready to be activated. Meanwhile, powerful streams of water begin to emerge from the portals, gradually filling the room and seeking to swallow the enraged witch. The guy is not bothered by this at all. He calmly observes what is happening, knowing that everything is going exactly as it was originally planned. Suddenly, the mysterious artifact dramatically increases in size, creating a protective field around the group of heroes, shielding them from the encroaching waters. Belladonna realizes with horror that a real magical barrier has been created against her, which will not allow her to reach her hated opponents. The witch is confused to realize that the heroes were helped by another witch from the city, but cannot believe such a blatant betrayal. Hans mockingly reminds her that he already told her. All the witches turned their backs on her after learning of her true intentions and betrayal of the sisterhood. The guy suddenly yells at Belladonna to look up, indicating a new danger hanging over her head, literally. The witch instinctively looks up, instantly losing concentration and some of her control over her defense spells. A huge mass of water floats above the sorceress's head and begins to rapidly fill the entire space of the throne room without stopping. Hans explains that even the most powerful witch can't survive if she can't breathe under the water column, deprived of oxygen. Desperately resisting, Belladonna threatens that she will simply destroy the hero's protective barrier, and then the water will flood them with her. At this critical moment, the ghostly knight Rydek suddenly appears from behind the witch, mockingly asking if she has forgotten about him. The stunned sorceress exclaims that the knight has gone mad, for he too will perish today under the column of water that fills the room. Suddenly, Belladonna is horrified to realize the obvious fact. This knight is a ghost for whom physical limitations do not matter. Rydek starts laughing gloatingly, asking if she's just now realizing this, and reminding her that he, unlike her, doesn't need air. Desperate to escape, the witch tries to fend off the ghostly warrior's swift blows, but her strength is running out. All attempts at resistance proving futile, the knight delivers a crushing blow to her with his ghostly weapon, completely removing her ability to maneuver. Rydek grabs the witch and rushes straight into the water with her, intending to drown the witch in the depths of the magical stream, depriving her of oxygen. They sink so deep that the witch is no longer able to resurface, even using the remnants of her once great magical power. With growing horror, Belladonna cannot believe that this is how her long life will end, suffocating in the watery abyss. In her last moments of consciousness, the witch agonizingly pondered how things had come to this sad end, where she had made the fatal mistake. Sinking into the darkness, the sorceress mentally bids farewell to her life, accepting the inevitable defeat at the hands of those she deemed unworthy. At the last moment, Belladonna realizes that now she needs absolutely nothing in this life. All her ambitions and plans crumble with her. The people inside the artifact's protective field silently watch the final scene of the confrontation, realizing the inevitability of Belladonna's fate. After defeating the powerful witch, the group returns to the head sage Eliana, who reports that the barrier fog created by Belladonna has completely dissipated. Upon hearing this news, an excited Aisha exclaims that this means the success of their mission. They have indeed succeeded in defeating the invulnerable Belladonna. The younger witch doesn't hide her joy, proudly reminding everyone that she believed in the success of the guy and his unusual plan from the beginning. The elder sage Eliana gently remarks to the girl that she should not show her joy so blatantly, maintaining her dignity even in triumph. Embarrassed, Aisha quickly objects that this is not true at all, trying to hide her true feelings for the enigmatic warrior Hans. The Grand Witch admits with a slight smile that she had a bit of doubt herself, but the guy did manage to accomplish the near impossible. Suddenly, ominous shadows begin to thicken over the liberated city, and a thundering voice booms out that he believed you had been given an ancient favor, but they chose treachery. The voice of the great demon Razgrada continues to rumble over the terrified city, accusing the witches of breaking an ancient pact with dark forces. All the inhabitants of the city, including the witches on the streets, are frozen in shock, realizing that the long-awaited freedom could turn into a terrible disaster. Above the central square, the great demon himself materializes, announcing that the entire city will now be severely punished for the treachery of his loyal servant. Eliana reacts instantly, commanding all witches to immediately create a united barrier shield to protect the city from the impending threat. But the ruthless demon doesn't even think of mercy, thundering that traitors deserve no mercy and will be destroyed to the last. Demonstrating her power, Razgrada begins to destroy the city's most important tower, a symbol of the witch's power and wisdom, in one move. The terrifying ease with which he destroys the ancient structure with a single swing of his enormous weapon leaves everyone in awe. The demon's weapon is a huge dagger tens of meters in size, capable of cleaving through even the strongest magical barriers. The entire city is plunged into chaos as the demon's evil purple energy begins to envelop it, gradually destroying everything in its path. Meanwhile, unaware of the disaster upstairs, the victors sit in the dungeon after a hard fight, trying to make sense of what happened. Feryx asks the guy hopefully if it's really over, to which he replies confidently that they saw Belladonna turn to ash themselves. The troubled hero with the scar admits that at the moment of Belladonna's death, he felt a huge surge of magical power, as if released from her body. Little Lemelin suddenly confirms the warrior's observation, reporting that she too felt that strange surge of energy before the witch's death. Hans, surprised by this statement, interrogates the girl to see if she could really feel such a magical disturbance. Guy wistfully suggests that perhaps Belladonna was trying to do something at the last moment before her death, some final act of revenge. The practical Joseph wonders how they can get back out now, to which the young man replies that it is impossible to do it on their own. Hans explains that when the witches learn of Belladonna's death, they'll just have to wait for them to arrive to open a way out. As if in response to his words, a glowing portal opens in front of the group, and everyone realizes that help has indeed arrived in time. Aisha emerges from the portal, looking extremely upset and depressed. Not at all like someone celebrating a great victory. The witch stares at the floor, unable to lift her eyes and put into words the horror of what is happening upstairs in her beloved city. Finally, she begins to cry, reporting in a trembling voice that terrible, irreparable things are happening to their town because of a demon's revenge. At this point, the dungeon the heroes are in suddenly begins to shake, as if from a powerful earthquake or magic. Hans is horrified to realize that the strange energy felt by the hero and the girl was a sign that the dying Belladonna had summoned a demon. The guy realizes that the episode with the witch was supposed to go a completely different plan, but something went catastrophically wrong. The young warrior had not at all expected that the situation could change so drastically because of the dying Belladonna's last spell. A puzzled Joseph turns to Hans, noting that this twist was clearly not in his plans, and asks what the latter is going to do next. Hans replies firmly that first everyone needs to calm down and soberly assess the situation instead of panicking. A shocked Aisha can't believe his words, emotionally asking how one can call for calm in such a catastrophic situation. Even the usually obedient Lemelin turns to her master, perplexed as to how she can keep her cool when the entire city is on the brink of destruction. Hans looks so serious and focused that no one dares to bother him while he is deep in thought. The guy is intensely thinking about what can be done in such a critical situation, when all the original plans have collapsed due to unforeseen circumstances. Finally, he breaks the prolonged silence and suggests creating a new plan of action, adapted to the changed circumstances. Hans reminds everyone that the great demon of Razgrad was their ultimate target from the beginning. It's just that the encounter with him came sooner than planned. Guy notes with dismay that procrastination could result in innocent citizens of the town being hurt or even killed by the demon's fury. Meanwhile, on the surface, the witches are desperately trying to defend themselves against the crushing attacks of an enraged demon using combined magic. The head witch Eliana realizes that in this situation there is no room for elaborate rituals. The best she can do is repel attacks, buying time. The haughty Razgrada mockingly wonders if the witch realizes how helpless she is in the face of his true power. The proud Eliana shows no fear, confidently stating that she is still perfectly fine, showing surprise at the demon's words about her weakness. A powerful adversary, also known as the Half-Blood Dragon King, looks scornfully at the witch's pathetic attempts to resist his power. Razgrada states that such resistance is simply a waste of time that will only delay the inevitable destruction of the city. To demonstrate its power, the demon's giant weapon begins to fill with purple energy of incredible strength, streaming straight from the heavens. With growing horror, the witch realizes that she cannot withstand this attack. If this continues, her protective barrier will be inevitably shattered. Suddenly, a bright portal opens in the sky from which a certain figure, moving with incredible speed, rushes out. It turns out to be Feryx, using his unique time acceleration ability to move faster than any known creature. The hero runs up to the demon with lightning speed, intending to repel its deadly attack and help the stressed-out witch. With incredible agility, Feryx reflects streams of dark violet energy with his enchanted weapon, cutting through the magical beams. The astonished demon can't understand where this defiant man who dared to interfere with his act of vengeance suddenly appeared from. Razgrada carefully analyzes the stranger's appearance, first noticing the distinctive scar on his face, the hero's hallmark. The demon instantly realizes that the very warrior before him is the one involved in the destruction of his faithful servant Belladonna. With a dangerous calmness in his voice, Razgrada notes that many have heard of the exploits of this famous hero, even in the demonic world. The demon mockingly corrects himself, calling Feryx no longer just a hero, but a demon slayer, recognizing his new status after defeating Belladonna. The warrior is surprised to realize that everything is happening exactly as his mysterious comrade predicted. The demon actually knows even his name. Razgrada declares with a threatening tone that the hero is absolutely unlucky to meet him today, hinting at the inevitability of defeat. The fearless Feryx defiantly replies that, on the contrary, he considers it fortunate to meet the demon so quickly, demonstrating his readiness for battle. The intrigued demon offers to prove these bold words with actions rather than empty statements, and dramatically materializes a vast array of magical weapons. Dozens of deadly blades rush towards the hero, but the experienced warrior prepares to repel them all using his outstanding skills. Suddenly, with his side vision, Ferox notices another attack sneaking up from the side, having escaped his initial attention. Thanks to his incredible concentration and years of training, the hero miraculously manages to dodge the insidious weapon sent by the demon. The warrior mentally notes that dealing with such an attack relying only on time acceleration ability would be much more difficult without his combat experience. The experienced warrior mentally convinces himself that with his unique abilities, he will be able to overcome even such a difficult demon attack. Ferox sees countless deadly blades flying towards him with incredible speed and precision, forming an impenetrable wall. Razgrada directs this deadly wave with one imperious hand gesture, as if conducting a symphony of destruction aimed at the defiant hero. The demon makes a second attempt to attack the young fighter, determined to increase the power and speed of his deadly projections. Dodging the flying blades, Ferox grinned, noting that he had forgotten what he was talking about. So intense had the battle become. Suddenly, the hero drops the odd line that it wasn't them who caught Belladonna, hoping to distract the demon's attention and cause confusion. Razgrada doesn't understand the meaning of these cryptic words, immediately suspecting that the guy is lying, trying to buy time or divert his attention. Suddenly, another bright portal opens in the sky, from which a powerful golden energy rapidly emanates, illuminating everything around. Hans appears, literally falling from the sky and rushing straight at the demon, using the power of surprise and the speed of his attack. Ferox, seeing the support, also begins to run swiftly towards the monster from the other side, intending to pincer the enemy in a concerted attack. The unperturbed Razgrada coldly states that the appearance of another mortal changes nothing at all about the outcome of this unequal battle. While in the air, Hans concentrates as much as possible, carefully choosing the most vulnerable point to attack the seemingly invulnerable demon. Anticipating the attack, Razgrada creates blades across the ground imbued with deadly black energy, preparing to strike the guy the moment he lands. Hans activates his muscle enhancement ability, greatly increasing his physical strength for the upcoming strike. The young warrior swiftly carried himself out of the air, intending to deliver a crushing blow directly at the demon's body, using the inertia of the fall. To Hans' disappointment, the attack falls short, Razgrada easily putting up a block, repelling the seemingly irresistible attack with his weapon. Ferox realizes that although the magic they use is minimal, it is enough to distract the demon's attention and give it a chance for a decisive strike. The hero resolutely tries to draw the monster's attention to himself, rushing closer and preparing to strike with maximum force. Unfortunately, this attempt is also unsuccessful. The demon blocks the blow without apparent effort, demonstrating its superior strength and speed. Hans does not give up after the first failure, and quickly regrouping, prepares to launch a second attack, looking for a weak spot in the opponent's defense. The two brave young warriors continue to try to divert the demon's attention, hoping that at least some of their coordinated actions will bring results. The irritated evil being declares that these pathetic attempts only increase his irritation, posing no real threat to his power. Razgrada, with threatening intonations, promises to end the pesky opponents here and now, ending their resistance once and for all. Hans mentally notes that, as he anticipated, the demon is beginning to show its true immense power, moving on to more serious attacks. The young man realizes that if they just stop the enraged monster now, they can skip the entire 2 phases of the complex fight, making the task much easier. Meanwhile, Eliana, the head witch, continues to hold the protective barrier together with her last strength, trying to keep the city from total destruction. Despite her best efforts, her magical dome begins to crack under the demon's relentless attacks, foreshadowing her inevitable defeat. Aisha, watching from the safety of her own home, cries as she sees her older sister's desperate attempts to protect the city at the cost of her own life. Suddenly, the young witch resolutely steps out of the portal, rushing towards Eliana to help her, infusing her magical power into the common barrier. The surprised head witch struggles to ask the girl why she decided to return, risking her life in an almost hopeless situation. Aisha replies with a soft smile that she promised to return, and the witch always keeps her word, showing her loyalty to the sister code. Meanwhile, the two boys stand opposite the demon, carefully considering their next actions in this unequal battle, looking for their opponent's weaknesses. Razgrada notes with mild surprise that the young men immediately blocked his attack, as if they knew in advance what it would be, which seems suspicious. The demon mockingly points out that one of the opponents looks like he's already having a very hard time standing on his feet, hinting at the hero's exhaustion. Hans turns gratefully to his comrade, recognizing his invaluable help, but resolutely declares that it will now be up to him. An exhausted Ferox tries to brave it, replying that it's okay, and he can hold out a little longer, not wanting to leave his comrade behind. Hans strongly objects, insisting that the hero must retreat and act strictly according to their original plan without deviating from strategy. Guy emphasizes that Ferrex has already accomplished his key part of the plan, and further involvement in the battle is not only unnecessary, but dangerous. The scarred hero mentally returns to the image of his sick sister, hoping that everything planned will work out, and he will be able to fulfill the promise he made to her. Seeing his comrade's doubts, Hans solemnly promises that he will do everything in his power to make their mission a success for all. Turning to the demon, the young man defiantly calls him a lizard, and mockingly remarks that he must have waited for their conversation on purpose, delaying the attack. Guy astutely notes that due to the previous powerful attack, Razgrata is deprived of the ability to use his magic for a while, giving them an advantage. Hans adds philosophically that even great power always has its great price, hinting at the demon's vulnerability after using powerful spells. Razgrata contemptuously replies that this changes nothing at all, and one pathetic man can do nothing against him, even in a moment of temporary weakness. Hans parries with a mischievous grin that he could easily catch the lizard alone, for example by deliberately provoking the proud demon with his taunts. Predictably angry at these words, Razgrata angrily orders the guy to shut his filthy mouth, falling for the primitive provocation. The young man soberly assesses the situation, realizing that although he has no magic, but thanks to his sword art and his own experience, he can try to stand his ground. Hans wonders in all seriousness how long he can realistically last against such a powerful opponent in his current state. Gathering all his determination, the guy rushes towards the demon, ready to enter a seemingly hopeless one-on-one battle with the ancient evil. Watching her master, little Lemelin is greatly distressed to see his desperate attempt to resist such a powerful being. Standing nearby, Joseph worriedly asks the girl if her master will really be all right, doubting the success of such a risky plan. Merchant notes that this plan seems insane, adding that it was exactly the same last time, a desperate strategy on the edge of possibility. Joseph notices with dismay that Hans's plans are always such that the guy risks his own life, putting the mission before personal safety. The merchant recognizes that although the young man cannot use magic, he is clearly strong and has some special skills that set him apart from the others. The man philosophically notes that after all, Hans is as human as they come, but he's constantly trying to accomplish the impossible by pushing boundaries. Lemelin agrees quietly, saying that the Lord has always been like this, both when they first met and now, never changing his nature. The girl adds sadly that although the gentleman always looks after her and those around him with care, he himself is left completely alone. The silver-haired companion confesses that she feels like she's not good enough, so she has no choice but to trust her master with all her heart. Lemelin notes with concern that although Hans doesn't show it, he had already been badly wounded in the previous battle, and his condition is of grave concern. The girl declares emphatically that this time the situation is so dangerous that she must protect her master at the cost of her own life if necessary. She nervously clenches her small fist and her whole body shakes with overwhelming emotions, a mixture of fear, determination, and devotion to her savior. Hearing these touching words, Ferrex suddenly realizes exactly what he can and must do in this situation, making an important decision. The scarred hero addresses the little girl, vowing solemnly that he will definitely protect her master, no matter what it costs him. Warrior admits that listening to her stories about Hans made him keenly aware of the kind of man he is, selfless, brave, and unwaveringly true to his word. With bitterness, Ferrex admits that he always longed to be just like Hans, but to his disappointment he realized he couldn't achieve that level of dedication. In a moment of revelation, the hero realizes that although he always wanted to be a true hero, in fact the true hero is actually Hans, the one who risks everything for the sake of others. Hearing these strange words, Joseph wonders why his usually reserved comrade has suddenly spoken so emotionally and forcefully. A concerned merchant reminds Ferox that he has not yet fully recovered from his previous battles, and asks what exactly the hero is going to do about it. With renewed determination in his voice, the warrior replies firmly that he made his choice based on what he was truly capable of, ready to accept all the consequences. Ferox rushes forward determinedly, ready to help his comrade in the battle against the terrible demon, despite his own exhaustion and danger. At this moment, Hans is desperately fighting the monstrous creature, masterfully dodging its deadly attacks, demonstrating incredible agility. The battle becomes protracted, and from the outside it appears that the opponents are on remarkably equal footing, despite the difference in the nature of the force. The bout develops according to the classic scheme: one attacks, the other puts up a block, followed by a counterattack and another block, creating a balance between offense and defense. The puzzled demon notes that the guy has started moving noticeably faster, as if he has the ability to anticipate his opponent's next move, which seems suspicious. Hans boldly states that he is just a mercenary who was hired specifically to deal with the demon, hiding his true nature. The incredulous Razgrada remarks that this is extremely odd, as there is someone with such outstanding skills that he is unaware of, despite his awareness. Their grueling battle continues, and with each passing minute, fatigue takes a greater toll on the young warrior, while the demon maintains his supernatural stamina. Hans realizes with growing concern that, as expected, his attacks do little to no damage to the powerful opponent, only slowing him down slightly. The young man mentally analyzes the situation in terms of game mechanics. His level is clearly insufficient for such a boss, and if only he could use magic. Meanwhile, two witches, Aisha and Eliana, give their all to the defense of the city, maintaining the magical barrier at the cost of their own exhaustion. The observant demon notices the guy's absent-mindedness and mockingly says that he also has time to look around, which means that you should fight him harder. The monster swings its colossal weapon with lightning speed, and despite his best efforts, Hans can't completely avoid the blow, getting wounded. With horror, the lad notices that a deep crack has appeared on his own weapon, threatening to split the blade completely at the next hard blow. Unwilling to give up, Hans, despite the crack in his sword and the wound he has received, lunges forward again at the demon with desperate determination, never ceasing to resist. Razgrada looks on in amazement at such incredible determination from an ordinary man, impressed by his resilience and unwillingness to admit defeat. The fateful moment comes when the guy's weapon breaks completely, shattering into two useless pieces, leaving him virtually unarmed in the face of the demon. Hans is dismayed to realize that things are not going well at all, as the enemy is regenerating his magical powers much faster than originally thought. The demon gets as close to the defenseless young man as possible, and it seems to everyone that the inevitable end has come for the brave but overconfident lad. At the last moment, Hans manages to jump back a little, dodging the fatal blow by millimeters, but his position remains critical. Sensing a close victory, the overly strong opponent continues to aggressively advance on the guy, not giving him a second's respite to recover. Having finally regained his magical power, the demon creates a powerful purple lightning bolt in his hand, preparing to strike a final, devastating blow. Razgrada makes decisive use of his crowning technique, Dragon Strike, concentrating an incredible amount of energy to create a deadly attack. This is a particularly powerful technique that visualizes from pure energy the image of a real dragon, ready to devour the enemy with its destructive power. Caught by this incredible energy, Hans realizes with horror that the attack pattern has changed greatly from his experience, and he is unprepared for it. Being under such a powerful onslaught, the guy humbly thinks that maybe this time he won't be able to get out of such a hopeless situation. Suddenly, a powerful defense force emerges between the young man and the attack, taking on most of the dragon's destructive energy. This mysterious energy somehow miraculously holds back the demon's evil power, giving Hans precious seconds to regroup and recover. With astonishment, the lad realizes that this is the work of Ferox, who, contrary to orders, has returned to protect his comrade at the most critical moment. Hans is obviously unhappy that the hero has decided to intervene against a clear plan, risking not only himself, but the success of the entire mission. However, instead of reproach, the young man only worriedly inquires if everything is all right with his returning comrade, showing genuine concern for his condition. Hans irritatedly asks his comrade what he's doing here, reminding him that his real role is to protect the witches, not interfere in a fight with a demon. Ferox objected reasonably, asking if the guy ever thought for a second about what would have happened to him if the hero hadn't come to the rescue. The young man mentally recognizes that since he has been in this world, many seemingly impossible situations beyond the ordinary have happened to him. Hans realizes that the demon has just carried out an attack that would inevitably lead to his death, and if a friend hadn't intervened, he would have just died on the spot. The scarred hero notes with a slight chuckle that it is therefore a good thing he was here at the right moment after all, saving a comrade from being killed. The stubborn Hans still declares that he has no intention of thanking his friend for this intervention, remaining true to his complex character even in a moment of danger. Ferox replies that the lad should thank his little Lemelin, who convinced the hero to return and help his master. Suddenly, the expression on the hero's face changes. He notices the approaching dangerous energy flying straight towards them. But it's too late for evasion. A powerful violet ray lightning pierces through Ferox's body, leaving him no chance to escape this deadly blow. A terrible hole forms in the hero's chest through which the space behind him can be seen. A fatal wound that leaves no hope of survival. Hans instantly realizes that things are bad. The wound is too serious, and even a seasoned warrior like Ferox won't be able to survive it. The mortally wounded hero, barely on his feet and losing his last strength, asks if he can ask Hans for two things before he dies. Realizing that these words, the last in the dying boy's life, Hans answers with a heavy heart to speak, ready to listen to his last will. Ferux's last wish has two parts. The first is for Hans to defeat the demon, and the second, something more personal that he is embarrassed to ask for. The hero admits that his request is not even just personal, but the most real selfish. But he still dares to express it in his last moments. A dying warrior asks that Hans free his little sister, for whose sake he has embarked on this dangerous journey, fulfilling his main mission in life. The young man wants to assure his friend that he himself can save his sister. But at that moment, the hero simply falls dead, decapitated by a ruthless demon. Razgrada coldly remarks that there is absolutely no room for idle talk in battle, demonstrating his cruelty and contempt for human emotion. Hans is horrified to realize that the guy is really dead, and along with the creepy guilt, the powers and memories of the dead hero come to him, transmitted in a mysterious way. The young man knows deep down that this noble hero definitely didn't deserve to die today, and his sacrifice shouldn't have happened according to the original plan. Hans recognizes that right now he has no way to kill a powerful demon in the traditional way. The forces are too unequal even with the powers he has gained. However, there is something he can still do in this situation, using the dead hero's unexpectedly gained power for another purpose. Guy mentally apologizes to the hero's younger sister, who has now lost her only protector and hope for salvation. Turning to the body of the dead Ferux, Hans says that he should have saved his sister himself, as he had planned from the beginning of the journey. The young man solemnly promises that since he now owes the dead man his life, he must keep his promise and complete his mission at any cost. Inexplicably adopting the hero's ability, Hans can now use a unique time acceleration, a gift that will help him confront the demon. Razgrada watches this unusual phenomenon in surprise, thinking it's just some pathetic dead man's trick rather than an actual transfer of power. Filled with rage over the death of his comrade, Hans sharply orders the demon to shut up, calling him a pathetic lizard and warning him that he has made a fatal mistake. After mysteriously absorbing the dead hero's power, the guy is finally able to use the magic he previously only dreamed of in a battle against such an opponent. At the same moment, the combined mana of all the heroes Hans absorbed earlier starts to take effect, multiplying his combat potential. The young man is surprised to note that he can now use time acceleration much more effectively, as if an experienced player had suddenly been given a pumped-up account with maximum stats.